I'm super excited about this.
I heard through the grapevine you were a fan.
I'm a freak when it comes to this stuff. What do you think is going on up there?
I mean, same thing that's going on all over the place when it comes to military secrets, which is stuff that you want to know about, very few people know about, and every now and then a journalist gets a hint at it, right?
Yeah. Do you think there's any alien stuff up there?
I write in the book all about that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, tell me.
Last 12 pages. You want me to...
Want me to go to the last 12 pages? What do you think?
So Area 51 was this secret test base where the CIA was running spy plane programs, right? So interestingly, my new book is about ground branch, guys on the ground. That's about air branch, what we were doing in the air. And it was this idea that we should spy on the enemy, okay? But if you go back in time, why Area 51 really started, you learn that it was a base hidden inside of a base, nuclear weapons, and it was all about beating Stalin at his black propaganda campaign, as I write in the book, to hoax Americans in a war of the worlds type scenario, whereby little men who looked like aliens would get out of an aircraft and the government would go crazy about it. And then Stalin would say, look, not only do we have technology better than you, but we have a better propaganda department than you.
Really?
Joe, you got to read the whole book.
Oh,
I mean, this is this is a tough opening. You got me on the spot.
It is a tough opening, but it's a good spot.
Right?
It's a good spot.
Right?
So Stalin, he just hired short people? Like, what did he do?
All right, I'm going to make you save that. I'm going to make you earn that.
Save it?
Yeah.
How's that?
I mean, you want me to talk about that right now, right off the bat?
Why is that?
I'm sweating.
We're gonna get to surprise, kill, vanish as well. But Why does it make you sweat?
Oh my God, it's such an incendiary topic. I mean, people want to believe they're aliens.
Right.
Right? Okay. I mean, I've spent 5 books dealing with the mythology of Area 51, which is phenomenal in its own way because it speaks so much to power, to morality, to information, to people's desire to know what's going on and the government's desire to keep things hidden. So this topic is always coming up because a lot of people want to believe that there were aliens in that craft. And my source, who I write about in the book, told me otherwise, that they were genetically... Let
me stop you right there, because when you say that craft, what you mean is the supposed UFO wreckage that crashed in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. That's what you mean, right?
Yes.
But that was never supposedly taken to Area 51. It was supposed to be taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The legend has it that Truman flew there to meet them, right? That's
one legend.
Yeah.
So in my book, I interview a man who worked for the Atomic Energy Commission who tells a different story. Tells the story of receiving that craft at Area 51 in 1951, which is why the base is called Area 51.
Oh.
And that inside the craft were humans who had been altered, surgically altered to look like aliens in a plan for Stalin to sort of twist Truman's arm, because at that time, we had the atomic bomb. When Roswell happened, we had the atomic bomb, and the Soviets did not.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
When you say humans that were surgically altered to look like aliens, do you mean... So this is 1951. So
Yes.
you're talking about 4 years after the supposed crash.
Yes.
So what
They
was
had the bodies.
left?
They kept the bodies.
They kept the
brought them.
bodies. In what?
And-
Formaldehyde? Like what?
Yes. And also because the idea was, and remember, or I can't say remember because you haven't read the book yet.
Right.
And I wrote this book 8 years ago. But it did really impact a lot of my thinking and working on government secrecy projects, because it makes you really consider what a hoax means and what it means to a population of people, and how the government begins to work with disinformation versus cover stories and all of that. But going back to answer your question, that is what I was told by the source.
But how reliable is this source? This is a very incendiary idea to rely upon one individual's recollection of it.
Which is why the book went through the roof in terms of people being upset about it. I mean,
Were they?
Yeah, oh my God, I interviewed 79 CIA guys, Air Force guys, spy pilots, engineers. I mean,
Who's mad at you?
The conspiracy theorists were mad at me because they said, this woman is bananas. They were aliens.
Well, even if they weren't aliens, right? There's accounts that it was some sort of a test vehicle and that there were actually just dummies inside there, crash test dummies that they used. There's been a bunch of different versions of it. But the most compelling version of the Area 51 alien myth to me is Bob Lazar. Did you get into that?
Yeah, he plays a huge role in Area 51. I mean, before Bob Lazar went public, no one even knew about Area 51.
People knew. It was common folklore, but there was no definitive proof that there was something going on over there other than some weird VHS footage of things flying around in the desert that seemed to be behaving in a way that modern aircrafts are not totally capable of. At least modern piloted aircrafts are not totally capable of.
I mean, which brings me to another book I wrote called The Pentagon's Brain, which, sort of off this idea was like, wait a minute, what kind of technology is the government capable of? And we have a whole department for that reason called DARPA, which looks at weapon systems 25 years out. So the idea that you and I don't know what the military is capable of in the air, underwater, wherever it may be, is because we're not thinking 25 years out, and they are. And they're developing weapon systems, the great weapon systems of the future. That's what they call them.
Right, like how they developed the stealth bomber. And that was all out in Area 51 and Groom Lake. And
yes.
What do you think of Bob Lazar's story? Because Bob Lazar's story, there's some fascinating aspects to it. But one of the most fascinating is some of the things that he's said that people said was horseshit has been proven to be true. Like one of the things, the biometric reader that measured the length of the bones in your hand and that they are unique as a fingerprint. And people are like, what are you talking about? And then they actually found out that this was something they really did have. And they have photos of this thing now. This is something that he talked about, and they claimed it was science fiction.
I mean, it's fascinating when someone touches upon a subject that the government does not want known about for any reason. And there is a campaign to discredit that person. And there's no doubt that that happened to him. I mean, it was remarkable. And I write about him in the book because if you follow the logic that my source told me, that these were, modified human beings as part of a hoax. And the reason that I trust the source is because, Joe, he told me that he also worked on the program. So he had like a burden to unload, right? And so if you follow that logic through, then the Bob Lazar story is that when Bob Lazar said, I saw an alien, it looked like this, it was small, it had big eyes. Those were those were the surgically modified humans that the government was doing experiments on.
I think Bob Lazar's exact quote was he walked by a window and he looked in and he saw two agents that were looking down at something that was very small and looked humanoid, but he didn't know if it was a dummy or anything, and he wasn't even supposed to be looking in there. And it was a brief, 1 second look that he has bounced around in his head back and forth. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the guy who gave you that information did work there, but is also feeding you horseshit?
Well, the source was a major player in the Manhattan Project. He went on and worked in the Atomic Energy Commission. I mean, there's a wing of a museum named after him. His accolades, his awards were so extraordinary. It would be.
What's his name?
I've never said his name, although, I will say this.
Well, you're giving it away. You're giving away a lot of the stuff.
He recently died, and he did give me permission to tell his full story after he died. And I'm circling around that. But he was absolutely, with a Q clearance. That's what you have when you have access to nuclear secrets. So if someone has a Q clearance for decades and they're full of garbage, you really have to ask, my God, should this guy have a Q clearance? I mean, that's reverse engineering his credibility. But I think you should read the whole book because it's shocking what he says, but it does make sense if you can get through 400 pages of, the CIA's idea about information, disinformation, why we need to cover things up. Why?
That's why I'm asking you if you think that he might have been lying to you.
I don't believe he was lying
you
whatsoever.
Disinformation.
No, I don't believe. I don't believe.
So you think that the Russian government definitely did surgically alter people to make them look like aliens?
I believe.
Were there images of these?
I believe what he told me.
Did you see photos?
No, I did not see photos.
No.
But here's the rub. Ready?
Okay.
When I was writing another book called Phenomena, which dealt with the CIA and the Pentagon's use of psychics, okay, over decades. I mean, this goes back. Everything I write about pretty much goes back to post-World War. When
that remote viewing stuff.
Yes, yes. And it's all about government. U.S. government takes pole position after World War II, and we now need to always be ahead of the curve. We must lead. We can never get beaten by the Russians. Now it's China, okay? So the psychic program had a lot of people who really believe in aliens or, other intelligence from other worlds. And when I was writing the Phenomena book, I learned a whole bunch of new information about how upset they were with my story because they believe, and they all knew the source, by the way. They knew the source, and they believed that he was fed misinformation. So these are two sides of the coin, which are super interesting, I think, if you can look at them with your own bias turned off and not have a desired outcome. I want to believe this. I don't want to believe this. Speaking of I want to believe, I was working on a project with Chris Carter, who is the X-Files creator. And the one person I took the source, that I wanted to meet the source was Chris Carter. And we went out there together and sat with him and met him. Really? And it was wild because the source had never even heard of the X-Files. And it was like,
what?
I know.
How do you
They talked about baseball,
Really?
Yeah.
See, I don't have a desired outcome. I mean, I would love it if aliens were real.
Okay.
But when someone starts talking about disinformation and propaganda campaigns, but they want you to believe them.
Right.
But don't listen, I'm here telling you the truth. I'm here telling you the truth.
I'm not saying I'm telling you the truth at all. That's why I was
not you.
Joe, let's wait
For
till
sure not
hour
you.
3 because it's too explosive. People have such a horse in the race.
Yeah.
Already.
With aliens, you think?
Well, maybe you are neutral. I don't know. I know I'm neutral.
Yeah, I will listen. I absolutely want aliens to be real. 100%.
Wouldn't it be interesting?
I'm not neutral, but
Okay.
I am neutral in my perceptions. And when I look at things, I go, I don't know about that.
Me too.
I want to see a picture. Like, what do these guys look like? I mean, what did they do to them? Did he describe what kind of surgical alterations?
I stayed with the source. I mean, after the book published, I would go and visit him. We'd sit in a Chinese restaurant and eat and talk, and I would try to get a droplet of information out of him.
And what was he doing?
Oh, my God.
Avoiding it?
He avoided it. I mean, look, here's another thing. When the book came out, his wife of 65 years knew it was him, okay? And I went out to Las Vegas and sat there in a room with the source and his wife. And she said, tell me this isn't true. Tell me you made this all up, to her husband. And he said, it's the truth. I mean, that's a triangular version of getting at the truth. But again, to reiterate, I believe he believes what he told me was the truth. That was the truth he was told.
I think there's certain agents that think it's fun to fuck with reporters and journalists and make things up. I really do. And I think especially when they're talking about secret information that they were sworn to protect. And then all of a sudden they want to talk to someone that they don't even know on the sneak tip. Let's meet at a diner. I'm going to tell you everything.
That's not how we met.
Well, however you met.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We met because I was interviewing nuclear weapons engineers who were setting off nuclear bombs in Area 51, in the Nevada test site, Area 12, Area 23. And they all said to me, you've got to talk to the top engineer of all this weaponry. And they gave me his name. And we talked for days and hours about nuclear weapons. And then, in one conversation, he began to cry and told me this story that I was like, what? What?
Why was he crying?
He was crying because he participated in our version of the human experiments. Because what the Russians do, we do. Look, I've written 5 books about this.
We altered people to make them look like aliens?
According to him, we had a small program in 1951 where we wanted to see how the Russians did what they did, how they made human beings look like this.
So what'd they do? Take prisoners or something? Like what? Who do they alter?
He said they were handicapped children.
Oh, Jesus.
And he told me that he participated in this. So again, I mean, unless you have someone that lost their mind at age 90 and was willing to tell their wife of 65 years, I lost my mind.
So he's saying that he participated in something that altered handicapped children. When you say handicapped, you mean like Down syndrome or something like that? And they made them look like aliens and then killed them? Like what did they do with this?
This is where we get into drops of information coming out. But what I can say is he had a grandchild that was born that way. And the grandchild did not live long. The grandchild died. And it made him feel so guilty about what he had done that he felt compelled to confess, if you will. And I remember saying to him, why are you telling me this? Why don't you tell a priest? And he said, a priest would judge me, and I can tell you won't.
Why wouldn't you judge him? I'd judge him.
Well, I guess that's why I'm a born journalist, Joe, because I really try not to judge people. I mean, my new book, Surprise, Kill, Vanish, it's about assassins. It's about people who work for the CIA who do what needs to be done on the ground in the name of national security. I don't judge them. This is why, what's really at issue here is morality, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can I tell you how I got the idea for this book?
Sure, but let me, before we go any further, so...
You want to talk about the aliens?
Yeah. Was he saying that there have never been any encounters with alien spacecrafts?
He was totally neutral about aliens. He had nothing to do with aliens. He could have cared less. He didn't watch the X-Files.
And what was his take on Bob Lazar?
His take on Bob Lazar was that he probably saw something that the government had an extension of the program. I mean, he didn't know. That was speculative. We didn't talk about that. I mean... other than inference. He was very limited in the information that he would get out. But, I mean, I used 79 sources in that book that all went on the record in name. And he was the one anonymous source. But like I said, he told me after he died that I could tell the whole story.
Are you going to?
I might. I might come back.
Write another book?
Well, if you give me a break and back off of this subject, I might come back and tell you and your audience
What are you saying back off
his
the subject?
name.
This is your book. I want to promote your book. I know you want to promote your new book, but I want to promote this book as well.
I mean, I'm teasing you, right?
I know you are.
But it's like, it's an astonishing story. And I think the best line of all is that people that read about that in the very end of what we did, they go, I wish they were aliens.
So Stalin created some sort of a craft that mimicked...
You're going to read it.
Okay.
That's what you're going to do the rest of the afternoon. Nope. I'm going to come back on your show after you read it.
This is a podcast, and we're talking. I think we should probably get into this a little bit.
Okay. Come on with the questions.
Okay.
I'm used to asking the questions.
Are you? Oh, right. As a journalist, yeah. Now, Stalin and the Russians created something that mimicked a UFO, something that looked like it would be from another planet. Is that what they did?
Mothership. In those days, drones were, there was a mothership and a drone was attached to it, and it was jettisoned off. Okay? So, according...
In those days?
Well, in 1947, 48,
What do you mean by...
Well, they didn't... I mean, that was drone technology then.
Okay.
Right? So there's a mother craft, like an aircraft, and then the drone is like a small aircraft under it, and it gets jettisoned off. And that was what the craft was. It was jettisoned off. So Stalin actually, according to the source, invaded our airspace, which was the deep embarrassment to Truman.
So he invaded our airspace and then let this drone crash land on the ground with these things that turned out to be human.
Yes.
They looked like aliens, but they turned out to be humans that were manipulated surgically to look like aliens.
Yes, as a way to, and remember, I mean, not remember, but where this was, very close to a nuclear weapons base, to our White Sands military base. I mean, this is like not a place you want the Russians to be able to get near.
Right.
I mean, what was interesting is at Area 51, we then went out and mimicked all of those. One of our early drones was a mimicry of that. It was the there was a M21, which was the mothership, and a D21, which was the daughter ship. So
how did they pilot them? Was it wirelessly like we do now?
No. Then it was like there was a pilot in the mothership, and they kind of let it go. Right, and it flew off. I mean, there's incredible stories of what the CIA was able to do out there at Area 51 with their air branch. The technology, they're always ahead of technology. That's what's remarkable.
Well, what Bob Lazar did film that was really shocking was the filming of these drones flying around and performing these really you've seen those videos, I'm sure, right?
In the 80s, it gets really crazy with what they're able to do and what they're... But, I mean, why I like looking at history is because you can see the progression, you know? You see how science evolves, bit by bit. And then there's these great breakthroughs because what the government is always looking for is called a revolution in military affairs, right? And that's certainly what drone technology did later on as drones became developed after the Vietnam War.
So in the 1980s when Bob Lazar was filming all this stuff, you think this was similar to the technology that we see publicly described today in terms of like what drones are capable of?
Sure. I mean,
so
that's
they probably had something like that back then.
When the F-117 was revealed during the first Gulf War, that aircraft was being developed for 25 years out at Area 51. Actually, at Area 52 was where they had it set up to develop that stealth technology. Think about, and what was amazing, talk about keeping secrets. They had something like 10,000 people working on that. No one knew about it. That story was never broken by the press, not by anyone. It just suddenly appeared in the Gulf War and took out Saddam Hussein's, facilities. That's a revolution in military affairs. What becomes interesting is then it becomes obsolete because now everybody knows about it and everybody's going to mimic that. And now you have to have a new weapon system, and that's the military-industrial complex.
So was this drone aircraft that was released from the mothership, was this capable of autonomous flight, or was it just they just threw it out there and let it crash?
The latter, right? And remember, that information I am very limited to. That's why it's 12 pages. It's like the source gave me these little bits of information, which I felt was important to include because it speaks to the big issue. Why is Area 51 classified? I mean, now it's not. President Obama was the first president to actually say Area 51 publicly. Some people say because of my book, right? Meaning it was out. The secret was out. But before that, I went through 10,000 pages of documents from the National Archives. And every place you see, the word Area 51 was actually redacted. Right? Why would you keep that so secret? I mean, all the guys that I was interviewing say they could call it, Groom Lake. They could call it the test facility. They could call it Paradise Ranch. But they couldn't say Area 51. Why? And the source said, well, because we did this horrible program out there, and the government doesn't want anyone to know about that ever. I mean, there's stories of, like, somebody asking Bill Clinton, about Area 51, him going white. I mean, human experiments? Who wants to be part of that? It's horrible.
But the human experiments were they limited to this mimicry of the Russian experiments where they were trying to get people to look like aliens, or was there something else going on?
Well, my goodness. I mean, you read now the declassified documents tell us how many different human experiments were going on around nuclear weapons, okay? Horrible experiments where they were subjecting people to radiation because they wanted to know. They felt, well, it's more important to know what happens to people than to not know. And so they would take groups of people that, say, had cancer or something and test them. So there's no doubt that the government has experimented on humans. It's just, is that something that is wise to make public? And, there's two sides of the coin on that. I mean, you when you reveal these kind of things, when you write about them, I mean, people get really upset and, vilify the government, partially with good reason, and partially it's like bad for national security. So I think that's the justification on the part of the Defense Department to keep things secret.
That makes sense. Wow, that's an interesting take that I never thought of before. But if I was Stalin and I was trying to, air quotes, fuck with the Americans, that's maybe the way I would do it. please tell people your credentials, what your background is.
Sure. So, my name is Ryan Graves. I have an engineering degree, mechanical and aerospace engineering. I promptly left doing that to go fly F-18s for the Navy as soon as I graduated college. Did that for about a decade, both operationally in combat as well as in an instructor role, teaching the new students. And we did witness something while we were flying in our jets, but we were doing it we witnessed it in the context of our just everyday flying in our missions.
And what year was it that you witnessed this?
So we started seeing these in 2014 was the earliest that I know. 2013, late 2013, early 2014.
And could you describe what was the very first experience?
Yeah, so for me personally, the experience was simply just flying out to the area like I would any other day. And instead of seeing an empty airspace with just my wing person or another squadron doing something in a different block, there were all of a sudden a lot of different radar contacts, which is immediately a problem because, we could be hitting one of those or someone working in our area. And this was happening because we upgraded our radar the best we could tell. We were in a earlier radar called the APG-73, and we had come back from deployment. We entered a maintenance phase, it's called. We kind of do a little bit less flying, upgrade the jets if we need to, do any long-lasting maintenance, and we upgraded to the APG-79, which was a much better radar.
And what is the difference in the capabilities of the upgraded radar system versus the original system?
Mm-hmm. So, kind of practically speaking, it's like going from an analog TV essentially to like an OLED. It's, a digital modern tool compared to more of like an analog classical radar that has more limited range and has less ability to track multiple targets and things of that nature. So just generally speaking, we would expect to see, more objects if there were any out there or smaller objects, but there shouldn't have been any objects out there.
And so how far offshore are you when this is all going down?
Our working areas start about 10 miles off the coast, and then it goes out 100 or 250 miles or so, though we don't usually use those far eastern areas. But we would only see them over the water. So they would really only be in our working areas, maybe slightly in between the working areas and land, but never over the land, sometimes over the bays that are in the area that are quite large. But never just kind of zooming west over land or anything like that.
And is this restricted airspace?
It's not. So that's a tricky question. For us operating in a military operating area, it is not restricted in the sense that you have to be there's only one person allowed in there. You could have these little Cessnas kind of bumbling in there, but they would get called out pretty quick, both from the kind of air traffic control agency that's working out there, as well as the F-18s and the other aircraft that may be working out there. But in a broader sense, when we look at it in relation to our air defense identification zone, which is essentially a band of airspace that surrounds our entire country, if your flight path originates out over the water outside of that ADIZ and you proceed into that ADIZ, into our controlled airspace, then you do have to essentially have permission to enter that airspace. It's not a restricted airspace like a traditional bombing range, but it is protected airspace. It's our coastal air.
So you have this upgraded radar system, and what are you detecting?
So on the radar, really what we can learn from that is essentially the kinematics of the object. So where is it essentially, and what direction is it going, how fast is it going, things of that nature. We can't necessarily make out the shape or things of that nature. So it's a representation. It's like a block on our screen to show that information. And so when we see that on our radar, we can tell, where it's located, perhaps what's located around it if there's other objects we're detecting, how fast it's going, what direction it's pointed in, what direction it's traveling in. So we call that velocity vector. So if we see this essentially little circle, it'll have a tail coming off of it. And that tail kind of represents the nose of the vehicle, at least as its flight path is going. And so with that, we would typically see an aircraft just kind of trudging along with a straight line, taking occasional turns. But these objects had a little bit more of a, I don't want to say random, but more less controlled flight path. That velocity vector would kind of jump around a bit more. They would not proceed in like a perfectly straight line as you would imagine like a flight navigation computer would take you, right? It takes you from A to B in the straightest line possible. These objects seem to kind of be moving in a direction that was not a straight line, but generally proceeding in that direction. And so they would kind of be meandering slightly, but moving in that general direction, both three-dimensionally and horizontally.
So
they'd be
winding around, going up, going down.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not on a flat plane, and they're not going in a straight line.
So I don't want to draw too many firm statements like that because we would see them being flat too. We'd see them perfectly stationary up there, regardless of the wind.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow. So what kind of wind are you talking about?
Oh, gosh. I mean, at altitude, you can have anywhere up to 100, 120 knots of airspeed.
What is that in miles per hour?
It's about 100, 130, 140 miles an hour.
So they're completely stationary with 140 mile an hour wind.
Correct.
How would something do that?
It's confusing to me as well. Even if we had something that could just burn that much energy, right? Like if you had a sphere surrounded by little rockets, right? Just imagining something right now.
Okay.
And if you wanted to keep that perfectly stationary, right, against gravity, you could just fire all the rockets at the bottom really fast and hopefully keep it flat, right?
Right.
It's going to have tiny little variations. And then if you have wind hitting it and all this, you could potentially have those rockets try to counter it, but it would never be perfectly still in winds like that.
Because the wind's not perfectly still either, right?
Exactly.
It changes and varies.
It does. So it's almost like it's the wind. It's not even really fighting the wind, it seems. You know, it just seems like it's just there in a way.
Wow. So the first time you see these things, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the first time really was, well, you know, what is this, right? It's not a UFO or something mysterious at this point. It's at what we're thinking at this point we see on the radar is just, well, our radar is broken, right? These perhaps don't represent physical objects yet because we hadn't, you know, visually seen these or seen them on our camera yet. And so, you know, we kind of like, hey, you know, what's going on here? You know, is anyone else seeing this kind of thing? But not really like investigating it, right? It's just kind of like, all right, there's stuff out there, but maybe next time we'll take a look. But the way our systems work, when we have all these contacts on our radar, and if we kind of just select one out with our little cursor there, all our sensors go to it. Our FLIR goes to it, which is our camera system. All our weapons, they have like their own little eyes in some sense, and they all look in that direction. And so eventually, you know, someone had one of these selected and flew close enough so that as they look at their FLIR system, their camera, they could see something that was at the spot represented on the radar, right? So there was something there.
So they were seeing it visually with their own eyes?
Not at this point, just on the FLIR system.
The FLIR system.
And so it's a regular camera and also an infrared camera. And so typically we'll roll around in infrared just because it returns a better image, typically. So yeah, you know, it didn't look like an object they were seeing on the FLIR. It just looked like a source of IR energy in a sense, almost as if someone was shining a flashlight. But something had to be there to be reflecting that energy or creating it. So at this point, to answer your question, now we're like, okay, this isn't just an error in our radar. This is perhaps, you know, we're thinking this is real. We have to really respect this as like a safety hazard now. Even if it's just a small, you know, however small ribbon of tinfoil, right? Like that suck down the engine can still take out an aircraft, right? So we have to be very respectful of that.
Like a Mylar balloon type thing?
Potentially, right? Yeah.
But how fast are these things going?
So sometimes stationary, right? Sometimes they would be going around 0.6 to 0.8 Mach, which is at altitude about, you know, 240 to maybe 330 knots, you know, around there.
So somewhere in the range of an airplane.
Yeah, a fighter aircraft would be kind of flying around at those airspeeds, except sometimes they would be perfectly stationary as well.
Right. So it's not exhibiting any sort of patterns that you've recognized in the past.
No, they have actually. So,
although with the stationary, no, right?
Correct. With the stationary, no. With the meandering kind of flight path, no. But I would also see them essentially fly what we call a racetrack pattern. And essentially what that means is they fly in a straight path, and then they do like a 180-degree turn in a certain direction. Then they fly a straight path, then turn again. You know, so that's what we call a racetrack pattern as opposed to a circular holding pattern. We did witness racetrack patterns. In fact, I think there's been some cases off the West Coast just the past couple of weeks where people have also been observing objects flying in racetrack patterns high at altitude with lights. So I do recognize that behavior, but I don't necessarily think that means we have to attribute it to normal behavior necessarily. That type of flight path is important because it's a very efficient way to fly, right? If you have to maintain the position in a certain area, you want to minimize how much you're turning. Because anytime you're turning in an aircraft, you're using more energy than if you were just flying straight and level. And so by having a racetrack pattern, it's an efficient way of holding in a position by maximizing straight and level time and minimizing your turn time.
And how long would these things stay up there for?
So from our experience, and again, we weren't studying these, but they were always out there. They were
Always.
out there when we took off, we'd see them, and then we go to land, they would still be out there.
Like every day?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
So you guys go from not having any idea that these things are out there to an upgraded radar system to seeing them every day.
Yeah.
What is the thought? Like, how are you feeling when these, like, is there an evolution of the thought pattern of how you're addressing these things and thinking about them? Initially, you're thinking they're errors. When do you start getting a thought that, like, what the fuck is this thing?
Yeah. So that happened when we visually saw one. And the first time we visually saw one, the object was directly at what we call the entry point of the area. So, that box that I told you about in the sky that starts 10 miles off the coast, there's a particular GPS, location and altitude where incoming traffic will fly in. And outbound traffic will fly in the exact same spot, but will fly out 1,000 feet lower. There were 2 aircraft from my squadron, VFA 11, and they flew, took off as a flight of 2. That means they're essentially flying in a formation like this. And as they hit the area, one of these objects went right between the aircraft. The lead air crew saw the object. The Dash 2 aircraft crew did not, which is not surprising because they're usually, you're very focused on flying formation. You're just staring right at that aircraft. The lead really has actual leeway to look around. So he saw it, and, he immediately came back. I have to assume he didn't have it on his radar because he wouldn't have flown through this object at the entrance point. He turned around, flew back, landed, and I was in the ready room when he come back, and he had all his gear on, which typically is not a good thing because you want to get that stuff off as fast as possible. So usually means there's a problem of some nature, and he was just sitting there saying, "Hey, I almost hit one of those damn things." And we all knew what he was referring to, even though we didn't necessarily have a name for it, just because we were seeing these so much. And he described it. He described it just as a black or dark gray cube, and that cube was inside of a clear or translucent sphere. And essentially, the apex or the corners of that cube, best he could tell, were touching that inside of that sphere.
And that description mirrors many of the descriptions that people have had of these, whatever you want to call them. Whether they're calling them UAPs now for some strange reason. UFOs is I don't know. Does it have a dirty connotation to it? And is it tainted because of so many crazy people talk about UFOs? Is that what it is?
It does come with a lot of assumptions baked in.
It baked in. So that's something. But whatever it is, that is a design that people have reported seeing before. That this translucent sphere and this cube. Can you see through the cube?
Not to my understanding, no.
So it's some sort of solid black cube that's inside this translucent sphere, and it's just floating around and flying around the sky.
So, that's a good point. Is it floating around? Is it flying around? It's doing both, which is strange, right? Because you could think of that description and go, okay, that's kind of some kind of weird balloon maybe with stuff in it. And that's certainly, one way. If you just view that angle of it, then it seems explainable. But when that, the balloon-like object starts cruising around at, 0.8 Mach, that nullifies that particular idea. And you'll see that a lot where it's not just like that one picture, that one behavior. It's really, you kind of have to zoom out a bit and look at everything in relation to each other and say, okay, why is this weird? Okay, it was hanging out in a racetrack pattern. That's not exotic. But when you learn it was doing it for, perhaps 13 hours.
13 hours?
Perhaps they were out there all the time, So, I land and I go back. And we weren't on a intel mission to analyze these, right? We're going to do our training. It's very expensive, $30K an hour to fly these things, right? So Really, the only time we can put energy into looking at these things is when we're kind of transiting back and forth or waiting for a fight to start. And so, it's never like a dedicated analysis.
So I actually had, when I was stationed at Portland Air National Guard, my job there was an airfield manager. So I would interface and work a lot with the F-15 pilots at the unit. And so there had been an airspace incursion that had taken place when I was still at the time at the Guard. And I remember kind of talking to some of the pilots about it. And I was like, what was that? And they're like, we can't really talk about it. And no one really wanted to address it. And so from what I had gathered, that had been likely a UAP. And so that kind of was my perspective. Granted, I also grew up in the generation of the X-Files and, I don't know if you remember 94 Independence Day. So like for me specifically, I didn't look at it with like a crazy lens and perspective. I'm like, you never know if, we're the only ones out there essentially.
But why did you assume that if it's a top secret incursion that he couldn't talk about, that it wasn't just a military craft from another country?
Because of the way that he was discussing it.
What did he say?
So he had been, he didn't want to, from what I gather, get taken off flight status. And he's like, I really can't discuss it. We couldn't really identify it essentially, and it had outperformed them. And so that was my first, from a military perspective, kind of experience with someone who basically, there's a stigma within the flight community. Do you want to lose your security clearance? Is there this level of crazy that people kind of brand that will stick with you and kind of ruin your career?
But doesn't he have instrumentation on his jet?
Well, at the time, right? So it's an older platform, but he really didn't want to even talk about it. And I bring that up because now with our investigation and the task force that I run, actually the reason why the task force was formed was because of an event that happened at Eglin Air Force Base where both myself, Representative Matt Gaetz, and Representative Tim Burchett actually had responded and gone to investigate multiple Air Force pilots that had come forward in regards to UAP incidences that had occurred, and they were alleging that the Air Force was covering it up.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that was that, and I'm happy to go into detail on that one, but what I will tell you is the stuff that I saw at Eglin, how the military responded, me being, a former service member, and then ultimately what I saw with the pushback of the military not even wanting to share with Congress information, which is a big problem because when you have Congress that's supposed to be the advocate and voice for the American people, the oversight body, and you're being denied access, not just from a base commander, but high level up at the Pentagon, even Secretary of Defense, it's a problem.
Do you think that it's possible that these are U.S. vehicles that are top secret?
I definitely think that there's a level of advanced technology that the U.S. government has. And I think that tech can be housed within the defense contractor realm. And of course, some information is going to be classified. But I can also tell you, and this might sound crazy, but based on our investigations and stuff that we've seen, okay, there is definitely something that I think would rival what we know currently with physics, and a tech that potentially is out there that we don't have the ability to reproduce, because it would basically be like dropping a cell phone right off back during the time of maybe caveman. So we just don't have the tech to develop it yet. What I can also tell you is based on our interviews, and this has been something that you can go back and watch with the congressional hearings, but I was actually able to ask some of the witnesses, what are these things? And they keep saying interdimensional. And then when you talk about the interdimensional aspect of, are these things pre-existing, maybe outside of what we currently know as our own dimension? That stuff can kind of all sound crazy, but at the end of the day, my job as an investigator is to receive all the information, decipher it, and then ultimately from a congressional aspect, if you do have contractors that are withholding information or operating outside of the purview of the federal government, there's budgetary issues, but there's definitely something that I can tell you with confidence that exists that we don't know how to explain currently.
So when you say that it operates outside our understanding of physics, what specifically are you saying? What happened?
To I guess break it down in simple terms is that I think that some of the tech that exists, that whatever these things have, these energy things have.
Energy things? What do you mean?
Well, they call them interdimensional beings. I think that they can actually operate through the time spaces that we currently have. And that's not something that I came up with on my own. That's based on stuff that we've seen. That's based on information that we've been told. And then also, too, I think that there's this historical aspect of, this gets into the deeper theories and concepts of religion, and I think the history that we currently know, and that kind of spins off into another topic of, you have the modern day Bible, you have this aspect of Bibles or books of the Bible that have been removed that explain and kind of touch on these topics. And I think that we're in a time and age where you have such a vast amount of information that we have access to via social media, via your cell phone, via the internet. And so it's really changing the way that we understand, the origins of life and the spiritual reality that we know.
When you
currently.
say interdimensional beings, that they know that these are interdimensional beings, how do they know that?
Based on testimony would be based on witnesses that have come forward. But what I can tell you
So the
is
witnesses just were told that they were
no,
interdimensional?
that they've seen things. And what I can tell you without getting into classified conversations is that there have been incidences that I believe where very credible people have reported that there have been movement outside of time and space.
That's very vague.
Yeah. So, look.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Look. Have I seen a portal open? No. Have I seen a spaceship? Personally, no. Have I seen evidence of this? Yes. Have I seen photo documentation of aircraft that I believe were not made by mankind? Yes. Is there historical significance to this? Yes. Is there multiple events that go back to, I would argue, maybe even before the time of Christ that have documented this in text? Yes. So do I believe that the government has access to certain technology? Yes, to an extent. And I believe that certain contractors potentially have back engineered this tech. I think that that's what can explain the advancements that we're seeing. But I also believe that this is a dangerous level of hidden information from the American people, because if you have an aspect of the federal government, which I can tell you, I, with two other members of Congress, were denied access to information at Eglin Air Force Base pertaining to whistleblowers because of the fact, and we can get into that story and what happened at Eglin in a second, but we were denied access and told that we don't have security clearance or the read-in authority on a special access program. That's a problem, because I'm supposed to represent and be an investigative body, and you have then people who are unelected that are operating basically in secrecy, and that's a problem. That's a big problem.
And so how do these people have the authority to do that?
I think it's been decades of classified secret information, then also this aspect of the intelligence community that's been empowered. And it's kind of serendipitous with timing, because when you talk about the intelligence communities and what they've done essentially to the trust in this country with the American people, I think this goes all the way back even into JFK, with how they basically have operated outside of the purview of Congress and basically to an extent have gone rogue up until recently. You're seeing a big push and pull to try to rein in these intelligence agencies currently.
Yeah. So what I want to bring it back to evidence. You said that you've seen evidence. Like, what kind of evidence have you seen?
I have seen photos. I have seen...
what have you seen photos of?
So I was in a skiff, and I can't discuss all that was in a skiff, but what I can tell you is based on the photos that I've seen, I'm very confident that there's things out there that have not been created by mankind.
It seems crazy that people have access to information that shows that there's something outside of us that is more intelligent, at least more capable than we are, and they hide it from everybody else.
What I can tell you is that when you have thousands upon thousands of people around the planet throughout time that have reported something.
Right.
To say that those people are crazy, to say that, the whole concept of even just asking the question that you might not necessarily be psychologically sound, that in itself, that's a disinformation campaign to get people to shut up about it. And that's a problem. We know that the U.S. government has not exactly been clean, and a lot of what they've done with the American people, specifically to the topic of UFOs.
Which makes you think that it's probably because there's something there. If you think about the motivation they had with Project Blue Book, when J. Allen Hynek was running Project Blue Book, this specific intention was to discredit all stories.
And he ended up ultimately, though, after all of his investigations, becoming someone that was like, I think there's something here. But that's true. By the way, a lot of people might not necessarily go onto Google and look up that information, but you can actually look up the declassified reports from Project Blue Book. What's also interesting, though, is when we're talking about tech, right? The ability for this tech being that it exists to change dependence for entire governments on things like fossil fuel, et cetera. It's look, I think everyone has a moral obligation to do what they think is right. Okay. And so if you're in a position of power and you see something wrong and you're not addressing it, I think, this in itself, getting the truth out there for people to decide for themselves. I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just telling you in our investigations and what we are pushing for in regards to transparency. I would like to see the federal government roll out some of the stuff that we've been given access to, because I think that information belongs in the hands of the American people. And it's not even just the U.S. government. I mean, there's other countries around the world that have done certain things like this. Now, look, I've had a lot of crazy people show up at my office and say, I've heard it all. Yeah, I've been to Mars. I have a chip in my brain, all this stuff.
They all have chips.
We had this one guy that showed up that was like trying to give us a USB. He's like, put this in your computer. They're going to kill me for this. And like runs away. And I'm like, I'm not putting that in my computer. But based on our investigations, what I will tell you is, there's been 2 members of Congress that are actually helping to lead out these investigations with me. And the reason I say that is because up until last Congress, if you even said the word UAP or UFO, people actually told us that if we went forward with these investigations that we were going to ruin our political careers. And so, we're in the mindset of, well, like, why wouldn't we ask these questions? And also, too, if no one wants to touch it, like, there has to be something here, right?
Right.
And so in these investigations, I mean, the amount of people that will come up to us, very successful people, to multiple members of Congress that believe the same thing, it's definitely changed in regards to the stigma that used to exist about disclosure and all this. And so what we're trying to do currently there's a big documentary that was filmed about a year and a half ago, and we're trying to get a screening up on Capitol Hill. But look, I think a lot of people say, well, this is a distraction from everything else happening in the country right now. And all I'm simply trying to say is it's not a distraction. The people that are kind of helping to divulge all this information. You have an intelligence community, Tulsi Gabbard, Radcliffe, Kash Patel. They have been truly, in regards to our other investigations, extremely transparent and wanting to get this information out. But it doesn't mean that within these intelligence communities there isn't pushback. And so part of the reason why the task force was formed pertaining to things like UAP, pertaining to things like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, pertaining to things like the JFK, MLK, and RFK investigations is because even though we don't hold declassification authority, what we're trying to do is push these agencies and be, if you will, the pit bull and the attack dog on trying to get this information released. And to a lot of these agencies' credits, they've been extremely transparent, and we have gotten wins specifically on the JFK stuff, and we're still looking to declassify and ask specifically on the UAP topic.
What would be the rationale for keeping a photograph of a known absolute not of this world craft from the American people or from the world? Why would anybody think that would be the smart thing to do, is to limit the access of that information to a very small amount of people?
I think that part of the fear is that you have advisors that think that, the American people or humanity might not be able to handle it. There's this protective complex. But then also, too, I think when you are talking about these things, for a lot of people, I think that it kind of can rock your world a little bit in regards to where you stand in a faith perspective. And then also, too, an aspect of, well, how do you even begin to explain it? And all I'm going to say is, look, and we can go into some of the books that were removed from what we know as the modern day Bible, but I read through the book of Enoch multiple times. And I'm not saying that these things are angels. Okay, that's not at all what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that depending on where you are in regards to your whole perspective on whether or not God exists, like I believe in God, I'm a Christian. There has to have been, and there's admissions that there was other creations that God made, but that we were the most prized creation. And so I think that this can open up a bigger topic of discussion. What I will say is that what's been interesting is, and I've had a mass array of people that have come in, right? Like we have people that come in that claim that you can use this ability to basically dog whistle these things in from a psychic ability.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
And I think that there's something there. Otherwise, they wouldn't necessarily be able to provide some of the video evidence that they have. But then that also brings up the question of if these things are interdimensional, which we've had witnesses testify to members of Congress, and that was all publicly out there, that would then bring up the whole, well, if this is really transcending dimension, the power of what you say, thought, all of that. And then, you can look into our own government's declassified documents that the CIA had on different experiments. I mean, you can literally, last week I was going through, actually on a Friday night, I just put my son down, and I was going through some of the declassified, you go to cia.gov/reading room and you can see all the declassified documents. And so I believe it was called Stargate, and it was talking about, the basically psychological experiments where they were trying to basically remote view and all that. Why would our own government be looking into that if there wasn't something there? And so I'm appreciative to all that information being publicly out there, but I think this whole idea and stigma of trying to make it sound crazy when people actually have these questions, that needs to stop, which is why the task force is in existence. And then also, too, they need to release information.
I didn't even really think about this topic. UFOs were not on my radar. I wasn't really a believer. I was agnostic about it. Most of my career, I did a lot of behind the door special access program, technical type activities. I was kind of a space intelligence expert, a cyber intel expert. And like I said, this was not on my radar at all. I would joke with my buddies because I used to handle the presidential daily brief for the National Reconnaissance Office director in my military capacity as a reservist. And I was well cleared to hundreds and hundreds of compartmented programs. And, the joke was like, oh, when are we going to get the read on for the crazy shit? And that never happened. And I do remember the day that I really can remember that I was like, what's with this UFO stuff? I was briefing a senior person at the CIA into a couple hundred special access programs. So I was at the headquarters at the agency. And, after the indoctrination I was giving to the senior person, this person who worked with Lou Elizondo previously was like, yeah, Dave, have you ever heard of this guy, Lou Elizondo? He's running some UFO program at the Pentagon. We all think he's crazy. And I'm like, I don't know who this guy Lou Elizondo is, and I don't know of any kind of UFO program. So that sounds nuts to me. But lo and behold, and that was like early 2017, and lo and behold, in December 2017, that New York Times article came up with that named the ATIP program and the OSAP program, so Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, and the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program being the other acronym. And I was like, holy shit, wait, that's that guy Lou Elizondo that I heard about. You know what? I think I have heard of OSAP. When I was a lieutenant, I used to read these reports from the Defense Intelligence Agency on black holes and stuff. And I was like, that's like stupid. Why is the DIA looking into black holes, time warps? It just didn't make any sense to me back in like 08, 09 when I was a lieutenant. And all of a sudden I'm like, well, maybe there's something to this UFO thing. I'm not saying I was like a believer either way on the subject, but this was a topic of concern apparently for the Pentagon. And in 2018, I started doing kind of what I call my open source literature review. Like, let me spin myself up on this topic, watching Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo, Leslie Kean, all these people talk about the subject. And then just trying to understand, so what is this with UFOs? Has this been going on for a while? The answer is yes, like Foo Fighters, sightings of weird stuff in antiquity, etc., which we can get into later. But and so early 2019 comes along, and my boss at the National Reconnaissance Office in kind of my Air Force major capacity forwarded me an email from what became stood up in I guess it was 2018, which was the unidentified, it was aerial, now anomalous phenomena task force, UAP task force. So the UAP task force director sent my boss an email saying, hey, we're looking for a rep to the task force. And as like any good officer, I was like, well, I'll put it on my performance report. Hey, I was on a task force, and that would look good. And I, being well cleared, and also a bachelor's degree in physics, master's in intelligence analysis, I'm like, you know what? I'll figure out what this shit is. It's either going to be weather shit, maybe it's an adversarial program, maybe it's like a U.S. program people are misidentifying on rare occasions. So fuck it, I'll go see where the data takes me. And early 2019 or so, I joined the UAP task force, and then I started, interviewing pilots, flag officers, general officer equivalent type Navy folks. And, they were seeing some really crazy shit. And like a, event that I talked about previously publicly in a YouTube video on the Yes Theory channel. There was this one 30-year senior Navy officer that, he was going to work, sober, no predisposition for fantasy, all that kind of stuff, because I interviewed the individual for a couple hours, and he saw this, crazy triangle hover over his car going to work at a certain naval facility, and it blew his mind. He was serious. The paint on his car turned milky white after the incident. So to me, that sounds like ionizing radiation. So like ultraviolet, just like how your headlights get all foggy over time if you park your car out in the sun. Same phenomenon just happened, within 24-hour period. And I'm like, whoa, if this is true, and the oral testimony and, crazy radar data that I saw when I was on the task force, stuff making turns that didn't make any sense. Well, holy shit, what is this stuff then?
This anomaly with his paint, is this documented? Is this photographs? Or
Yes, I saw photographs. It was documented, yeah.
And what is there a conventional explanation?
I mean, based on what he described, something to rapidly ionize his paint like that within a day, I can't think of anything off the top of my head in terms of some conventional aerospace technology. And this was a certain facility in the continental U.S. This was not overseas. So it's not like our adversaries flying some spooky thing in U.S. airspace.
So this thing hovered over his car for how long?
Couple minutes while he was traveling at about 60 miles an hour. So it was pacing.
How
his
far
vehicle.
away from his vehicle?
It's probably a couple hundred feet in altitude. It was less than 1,000 feet, which is
Really?
also bad because from an airspace perspective, pilots would know this. Anything under 1,000 feet? No. Unless you get special clearance, and you only do that over controlled airspace, like a military test ranges, right? Like
Right.
people fly low and that kind of thing.
So is he on, what kind of a highway is he on?
A conventional civilian highway.
Civilian highway. So anyone could have been on it.
Yes.
And it just happened to be this guy. Did he have any other experiences with this thing?
No, this was like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. He kept it to himself for a couple years, but then he, the task force
what was
came
his
out.
name?
I don't. What he's
Okay.
That individual's still on.
Let's
active
call him
duty.
Bob.
Yeah.
But did anybody say to him, hey, Bob, what the fuck happened to your car?
That's a good question. I don't remember if people asked him about his car. So he took pride in his car. So it actually was probably more upsetting to him personally.
What kind of car was it?
It was like a Toyota or something. So
Okay.
yeah.
So all of a sudden his Toyota's fucked. So
Yeah.
Okay. And so did he have to report this? Is this something that...
He did not report it, to my knowledge, to anybody. It wasn't until he reported it to us about 5 years later that it happened.
So are these kind of experiences something that a lot of these pilots are embarrassed about discussing or have apprehension about discussing because they could be ridiculed?
Yeah, a lot of people that are on flight status, they don't want to be sent to the psych, right? There's a whole aerospace physiology kind of empire in the military. If you're an operator or a guy, a missile key turner, you're on what they call a personal reliability program. If you're taking Tylenol, you got to report it. If you have a fever, you got to report it because you're in control of nuclear weapons when you're on duty. So
Right.
yeah.
And so this idea of being predisposed to fantasy, that's also something that they sort of talk to these people about or try to get a gauge of.
Yeah. These are people that are very sober-minded. I mean, this individual was early in the morning, going to work, not under the influence of anything. And that person had a similar clearance as mine, TSSCI. So, we've gone through
What's that?
top secret, Sensitive Department of Information clearance. And, just like myself, I've been through multiple polygraphs in my career. So did this individual. So
Does he have any idea or any theories about why this thing was following him?
No, that's what freaked him out the most because he didn't have any experience in his life like this. It totally blew his mind when he looked out his moonroof and then looked out the side of his car door and saw this 300-foot triangle. It was like pre-dawn sky, but it was darker than the pre-dawn sky, and it had this like plasma edges, like it was like purplish glowing edges, and these 3 lights that had like these omnidirectional, like almost like pool lights. You know how you can't really tell where the light source is, and it was totally trippy. And that's just one example of many anecdotal with some evidence, pilot stories. And that's what made me dig deeper. And I started, cultivating my network. Like, has the government studied this before? This wasn't just OSAP and ATIP and Blue Book and all this shit in the past, right? This seems serious. So like, certainly the government has looked at this, and, I went to search for that program, and that's what I ended up whistleblowing on, right?
So how did you initially discover this program, and like what was your first encounter with the information?
A very senior individual in the intel community came to me when I guess I was asking a lot of questions because I'm a very inquisitive guy, and it was like, hey, I need to introduce you to somebody. He listed that certain person's academic credentials, which were beyond reproach, PhD level education, clearance, resume was insane. I'm like, well, okay, sure. I'll talk to this person. And I ended up meeting that person in a top secret facility. And, he started discussing like, hey, there's a program. I was on it. And, we were reverse engineering crash material that we've recovered over the decades, and he's like, I'm not joking, we're telling you because you guys have to report to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and Congress on this matter, right? And we were actively briefing like Secretary Esper, Deputy Secretary Norquist, other cabinet level folks, right? And it's like there's an oversight issue because you're the UAP task force. You should be read into this stuff because like why spend the taxpayers dollars looking at stuff that we already have data on?
Right.
So that spooked me, and that was like fall of 2019. And I don't take a guy's word for it. I'm like, you know what? Myself and my trusted colleagues that had a lot of special accesses like me, we cultivated our network, and we ultimately interviewed about 40 people or so, all the way up to multi-star generals, directors of agencies, mid-level guys that literally touched it, worked inside of it, all the stuff. They brought intel reports for me to look at, documents, and a lot of that I could cross-verify with other oral sources that my high-level colleagues or I talked to, and it checked out. Especially when I had enough information on, and I know who specifically to ask. Like, hey, well, I want read into this. Like, I'm on the UAP task force, and we went to those. I'll call them gatekeepers for the lack of a better term, and they basically said, "Fuck you" to me and my colleagues.
So why were these other people willing to discuss this with you?
Well, they determined I didn't need to know. I was already cleared at such a high level, handling presidential material and everything. It's like Dave needs to know. And they felt that coming to us, it was a form of a protected disclosure. They felt that they weren't really violating anything because, we were I'll call it the investigatory body for the Department of Defense and the intelligence community and Congress at the time. And they, you are allowed to, disclose to a government official in an official capacity. And I, did that. And, of course, I protected those people. And do know I took those people, a lot of them, and I brought them to the intelligence community inspector general when I filed my complaint. Because I don't want people to, hear it from a secondhand source. People call it hearsay, whatever. Though I have some firsthand knowledge, I eventually talk about someday. I'm trying to get it cleared, but through security processes, so they could hear it and hear the details, like who, what, when, where, why, where the shit is, who's in control of it, what are the cover programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's what deemed my complaint credible and urgent in July 2022, which is my complaint Yes was about reprisal too. I filed that separately eventually to the Department of Defense Inspector General. That's an ongoing investigation, but it was my congressional oversight UAP crash retrieval allegations that was deemed credible and urgent. It was sent to the Director of National Intelligence, and then it was sent to the Congressional Intelligence Committees around that time, July of 2022. And I eventually went to Congress in December of 2022, and it's a crazy story why it took so long. It's fucking nuts. But I provided total about 11 and a half to 12 hours of classified testimony to the congressional staffers and their lawyers for both the House and the Senate. And I went, full open kimono. I mean, I told them as much as I could within my time slot, if you will.
So this is obviously very compartmentalized,
Yes.
where there's only a few people that know about this information and they're not allowed to discuss it with other people. Mm-hmm. When did this all start? I mean, is this out of Roswell? Is it predate that? Like when did they first realize that there are things that cannot be explained or can't be explained through conventional means?
Yeah, I mean, the program goes back a ways. The precise beginning of it, I can't talk about, but I did, because of security stuff, but I did talk about publicly the 1933 retrieval, and I did that tactically, and I ran that through the Security Approval Office because I wanted to show that this is much older and it's international. It's not like a U.S. thing. I mean, this stuff is landing or crashing around the world, and unexpected countries have had this happen, and that's why I picked that, because I thought that was a interesting case. And then, of course, Pope Pius XII and the Vatican were involved, back channeling it through the OSS, which became the CIA later, to FDR, and that's how the U.S. knew something weird happened in Italy right before World War II. But
so this was 33 was the first documented.
That is the earliest one I can talk about. Yeah,
There's something that predates that.
You could infer that.
You could infer that.
Yeah.
So this 33 one you said was in Italy?
Yeah, Magenta. So it's I'm bad at geography. I think that's like a Lombardy region. It's like northwest Italy.
And what's the story behind it?
So basically, it looked like it crashed, right? The original shape most likely was like a lenticular disc-like craft, with like two dinner plates.
What
right?
does lenticular mean?
So like two dinner plates, smushed together, right? The hump, and there's like a bubble on top.
Like the classic
saucer. Like that.
Like that. Okay.
But it looks like when it hits, the edges broke off, so it became this like bell or acorn shaped thing. And there was nothing in it. It was like just an artifact. There was no biological remnants, if you will. So it's so funny because the Italians were so confused, they actually called up the Germans and they were like, is this one of your Wunderwaffe? Like, what the hell just crashed in northern Italy? Mussolini. And this is all publicly available information because some Italian researchers found all these original documents that some people were sitting on for years in Italy. They put a gag order on the press, etc. And Mussolini asked the Germans to come down. And of course, the Germans came down and they were like, that is not ours, but let's look at it together. So that's kind of perhaps a tertiary reason the kind of Axis powers got together. I'm not saying that's like the reason, but I think the Italians and the Germans were so intrigued with what they found from like an artifact perspective. There was at least some scientific and military collaboration during the war, the details of which I'm not sure of, but I know people that know that specific event that are currently still intel officers within this program in detail. But
so was there witnesses to the crash or some sort of an understanding that something had crash landed and then they discovered it?
Yeah, I forget the precise discovery. I don't know if it was like local police officers or local farmers found it in the field, something like that. I don't want to misspeak. I assume some of the Italian researchers might have some fact witnesses that can orally say, oh, yeah, my great-grandfather found it or something like that. But I don't remember off the top of my head.
What was the scale of this vehicle?
It was probably like 20 feet by 10 feet, something like that. Not super huge, but kind of big.
Do they think that this was a drone? Do they think that this was occupied?
There was nothing in it. So if it was piloted, if you will, by some sentience, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. So.
So what happened to that vehicle?
So we knew where it was being stored at a particular location after the crash, and then the military came in and we grabbed it towards the end of the war, 1944, 1945, because, like I said, Pope Pius XII already kind of let FDR know.
Why did the Pope get involved? Because it's
Well,
in Italy?
Well, interestingly enough, there's like a whole history of human intelligence prior to World War II and old money, the Vatican, the Italian mob, kind of the old country boys did a lot of informal intelligence collection for the U.S. And there's probably some books you can read on it, but it's really interesting. Human intelligence collection wasn't really formalized until the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, which became the CIA in 1947. You had Paul Mellon and all these other affluent guys of all these old money families that basically created the CIA. So that's probably the reason why.
So this thing that was recovered, this was the first documented one that the United States had access to?
I can't get into if it was the first or not, but it was an early one.
Very early.
Yeah.
So it's almost 100 years ago.
Yes.
And so they take this thing and then they bring it where?
Yeah, I can't get into those.
Can't get
details.
into that.
No.
Okay. So they bring it somewhere in the United States. And was the attempt to try to back engineer this thing? Was the attempt to try to understand what it was?
Yeah, I mean, first of it, obviously, it's understanding the situation, right? What do we have our hands on? And like I've said in some other videos and stuff, that we took the Manhattan Project secrecy and overlaid it on this issue because that secrecy worked well for atomic bomb developments and whatnots. And certainly this whole program in a nutshell, if I were to summarize the 90 plus years of history, it is a reverse engineering program to garner some kind of insight. And of course, not a lot of the things that we've learned from it are directly, ripped off the technology we found, but it has inspired other innovations that made its way into other U.S. classified programs over the year for national defense reasons, and it's a myriad of different things. So
the UFO folklore is that this is where fiber optics were discovered first.
Yeah, I'm not going to break the seal on anything we've discovered or anything like that. And it's a place I can't go to.
How limited are you in what you can discuss and what you can't discuss, and why?
Yeah.
Why do they let you discuss any of this?
Yeah, so anything sensitive that I want to say as it relates to U.S. government activity, whether it be intelligence stuff, military stuff, etc., I have to submit it through what they call DOPSR, DoD Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. That is something anybody who's been an intel officer, anybody with a clearance, has to submit that kind of stuff. Now, obviously, if you're writing a book about gardening, you don't have to. But if you're going to talk about anything military and intelligence related, you have to submit. So it's kind of a catch-22 for this office, right? They're only looking at it from a security perspective. They're not vouching for it or anything like that. And that's like any author, right? They could write a book about Navy SEALs and they're not vouching for the story. They're vouching that you didn't say any nasty code words. You didn't burn a specific ongoing classified program. And for them, I mean, I'm not in their OODA loop, but certainly it's a catch-22 for them where if they want to redact and they propose a redaction, they're like, hey, Dave, you can't say these sentences. You can rewrite it and resubmit. We can't necessarily tell you what agency said to redact it, but you're not allowed to say this. They would be basically self-certifying there's a there. So in my opinion, probably the policy is if it has to deal with the subject, we're not saying anything. We're not proposing any redactions. As long as he's not burning a conventional program, we kind of have to allow him to exercise his First Amendment rights. And so I think it's a catch-22 for that office is kind of the short of the long answer.
So this is essentially one of the very early ones, 1933. Mm-hmm. How many crash retrieval incidents have there been?
It is double digit. The specific numbers I do know. However, I can't discuss that. And I know it sounds like, oh, I'm being coy or whatever, but this show, any other interviews I do, right? Foreign intelligence services are watching, and it's like, I'm not here to help Russia and China calibrate their intelligence collection. Like, oh, Dave said it's this number. We missed a couple. Shit. Let's put it out for the KGB, SVR, and GRU are now going to hit the streets to try to figure out which ones they missed. So I'm here to protect national security, and I'm just trying to put all the general topics out there for public conversation to hold our government accountable, really. So, because I'm here as a fact witness, because we have a constitutional oversight issue, because this program has not been reported to Congress in the appropriate way, and I can get into a senator I talked to that has died recently, so I can, explain to you why I'm so sure. Besides what I read, which we can get into what intel reports I read, I did get some stuff cleared. So during my investigation, I'm like, you know what? I need to talk to somebody at the highest levels, right? So, and this will give you an idea of the kind of people we talk to. And this is the only one I'm going to talk about using their name because they died 2 years ago. So in spring 2021, I actually flew with a couple colleagues of mine to Las Vegas. And I met with Senator Harry Reid about 9 months before he died. And of course, he's a private citizen now. And I wanted to brief him on the topic, and I wanted to get his kind of thought leadership on it because, he was a Gang of Eight member, right? Which is the top most cleared senators and congressmen. He was the majority leader, for God's sakes, of the Senate. And I knew, he helped sponsor the OSAP program that I mentioned, and where they looked at Skinwalker Ranch and some other things. And I wanted to understand, like, what does Harry Reid actually know? Like, why did he give $21 million to DIA and Bigelow Aerospace for this? So I'm sitting there in Harry Reid's living room, right next to him with some other witnesses that were there with me. And he straight up says, he's like, yeah, I knew we had UFO material. I was denied access for decades. I tried to get access. And then he explained some of his efforts during OSAP. And I was like, holy shit, did the former majority leader just say, did he just confirm this to me as well? I was already talking to these amazing high-level people, but I have Harry Reid literally saying, yes, we have material, and, he knew it was non-human.
Did Harry Reid have personal experience with this?
I don't know if he's had any personal stuff in his personal life.
I mean, did he see it? Did he
said,
witness?
In terms of seeing the material himself, he said he was denied access for years, decades was his term. And he actually told me on behalf of me, he had like a weekly call with President Joe Biden at the time. And he straight up said to me, he was going to talk to President Biden about this issue, literally. And then what he was telling me about OSAP, I was like, holy shit, I have like 20 other people that told me this, dude. So the real history, what fucking OSAP was, because I think there's a lot of people out there that think they were looking at ghosts, Skinwalker Ranch. Yes, they went to the ranch as a secondary and tertiary objective. But the real reason, so like there's a document that came out a couple years ago through FOIA from the Defense Intelligence Agency. There was this special access program request that Harry Reid, you might have seen this, I think like George Knapp and company have reported on this, that he sent to the Deputy Secretary of Defense, William Lynn. And it was asking for one of the most serious SAPs you can ask for, what they call a bigoted, waived special access program. So waived means it's limited congressional reporting. That is a class of special access programs. And bigoted means it's like by name. And it was like, you can read the FOIA document. It was like, Harry Reid, James Inhofe, Lou Elizondo, etc. And I'm like, why are you asking for the most serious SAP to be created for a program that ostensibly is looking at Skinwalker Ranch and stuff? And it doesn't make any sense. So what really happened there And, Harry Reid, God bless his soul, made this disclosure a couple weeks after we met in the New Yorker. And you can look this up. I think it was like a May 2021 New Yorker story where he says, I knew for decades, and he made this disclosure, not me. So I'm going to say the name of the contractor. Harry Reid said this. We knew that Lockheed Martin had this material for decades. I tried to get access and I was denied. And specifically with the Lockheed Martin stuff, he was talking about during the OSAP program. And for the people who are on this program, I submitted this shit to DOPSR, got this cleared, so don't freak out, but I'm telling the truth here. So Lockheed Martin wanted to divest itself from this material at a specific facility that's known to me that I provided to the Inspector General. Like street address, all that shit, right? And the idea was if they made a catcher's mitt, a security catcher's mitt for this shit, most serious SAP possible, the contractor and the other government customer, which was the Central Intelligence Agency, for that specific Lockheed material, and it was shit that they recovered from like the 50s and stuff, and it was like bits and pieces of like hull structure, shit like that, and so they were going to tech transfer it, and the $21 or $22 million was actually for Bigelow Aerospace to build out, facilities in Las Vegas and material analysis equipment. And I saw the staff meeting slides, I saw the paperwork. Like there's a paperwork trail I've seen on this shit, and I talked to the people involved in this program, and even Jim Lakatsky, who ran the program. Who's a retired DIA officer, PhD in engineering, even made this disclosure in his book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, page 152 to 153. And he also made a disclosure a couple weeks ago, I think it was on Weaponized podcast with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, where he's like, yeah, we had a whole craft and we broke into the hull and we gained access. And he ran that through the same, security process as I did. And so Jim Lakatsky, who ran this program, is also going on the record that he is aware, personally aware of intact vehicles and everything. But
so they gained access. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? And by what method did they gain access?
The way he wrote it in his book, I can only infer it sounded forcible. So through some kind of means, I don't know if it was like CO2 laser or something. I don't actually know how they gained access, but imagine it was not permissive access. They like broke into the damn thing.
So this thing is essentially sealed, and it's some sort of, what was the shape of this thing?
Lakatsky didn't disclose the shape on this particular vehicle, as far as I recollect.
What about the dimensions?
I don't believe he did in his book. But I think it's like chapter 11 in his new book or something. I glanced at it. But he did make that disclosure on video as well. And I do encourage both the Aero Office, which is the DOD's UAP task force successor, and Congress to ask Dr. James Lakatsky to come in for classified testimony, because the disclosure in his one book that he wrote with Colin Kelleher, George Knapp, and in the second book, well, the guy saying he has close personal knowledge, he needs to go to Congress. So I don't know James Lakatsky, but I do encourage him to be a fact witness. But going back to that transfer with Lockheed, long story short, can't get in all the nuanced details, but basically the CIA said fuck you to DIA and Lockheed, and it was totally killed. So Harry Reid's request to get the material transferred to the OSAP program was totally killed because of bureaucracy and kind of fiefdom stuff. So they used that money, and then they wrote those defense intelligence reference documents, the DIRDs, as a lot of people who's familiar with it listening will know about. And then they did look at Skinwalker Ranch because they thought that studying kind of the more woo-woo phenomenon aspects of this, and I've never been to the ranch, so I've never experienced the ranch for myself, but obviously I think we both know a bunch of people that have been to the ranch and have seen some trippy stuff, or at least allege that. They thought that they would be able to gain currency with the program, and in this case CIA, to unlock the key for the Lockheed Martin stuff, which actually, I'll tell you right now, it's like so weird to say that, but I ran that shit through security Yeah, to me, it's like an out-of-body experience to talk about that kind of detailed sensitivity, stuff like that. But basically, they studied the ranch to gain favor, to be like, hey, look at all this stuff we're figuring out, this paranormal stuff that's somehow connected to the phenomenon on the ranch. But ultimately, they never gained favor with the government customer. And then the program kind of died a slow death because of a lot of politics in the Pentagon. So that's kind of the long but short of it with the OSAP program, that, I wanted to make sure the public knew it's not what you think it was. There was some other stuff behind the scenes that, I wanted to speak truth to power on.
So this particular vehicle that they had recovered from the 1950s, what was the source of it? Where did they find it?
Those details, I did not get cleared. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
So they have in possession this thing. They gain access to this thing. And what do they report once they've gained access to it?
Oh, those details I do not know. That's probably a question for Dr. Lakatsky. I presume he knows those details. I don't know.
So this thing is housed somewhere
It is, yes.
currently.
It may still be in the same location that I know about, yes.
And how many people have access to this, and how did they prevent this information from being released?
I mean, it goes back to the compartmentation and kind of the ecosystem of secrecy in this community, right? Only a limited amount of people, at least at the time, on Lockheed Martin's side. And Lockheed Martin was complaining basically like, look, like the secrecy's ridiculous. We can't even bring the right engineers. Like, imagine you're like a hot shot engineer. You might be hot too, I don't know. But that, you're fresh out of grad school. Maybe you're like the best PhD electrical engineer. You want to do cool shit. You want to publish an IEEE. You want to climb the ladder corporately, and that kind of thing. A Lockheed Martin executive comes to you, yeah, dude, I can read you into something really crazy, but you're never going to publish papers on it. You're never going to be able to tell people what you worked on, and it's probably not the most career enhancing. But if you want to work on something cool, but I can't tell you because it's unacknowledged until you sign this piece of paper, non-disclosure agreement. Sorry, but here's the raw deal. And, a lot of people are like, fuck you, no. And it's not like Lockheed Martin could broadcast this to universities like, come work for us.
Right.
You'll work on crazy shit. But that is very akin to a lot of other black programs in the government that are unacknowledged in nature. You don't know what you're signing up for until you get bred in. And I've been briefed to a lot of that kind of conventional stuff in my career.
So that's one of the problems that Bob Lazar, and I'd love to get your take on Bob Lazar. One of the things that he talked about was that science can't really operate in a vacuum.
Yeah.
When you separate the metallurgists from the propulsions experts, from the biological experts, and they're not allowed to communicate with each other, and they're not allowed to bring in other experts to have different.
Well, that was the frustration that I had some friends that I've known my entire career, like almost 14 years, right? I literally know them personally. I had a relationship with them, but they ended up, spilling the beans where, look, we're on the program. I'm an engineer for X, Y, and Z. We can't even cross talk across like the cubicles, for God's sakes. Like I'm looking at material X, doing some X-ray diffraction testing on it, which is like shooting a stream of electrons and seeing how it bends and looking at the atomic arrangements. I can't even crosstalk that with another aspect of the program. This is ridiculous. And that's kind of their frustration. I knew you were probably going to ask me about Bob Lazar. I know. I figured as much.
Why did they do that, though? If everybody
Yeah.
was already sworn to secrecy, everybody already has NDAs, it seems the most effective way of reverse engineering, or at least gaining an understanding of how these things are structured.
Well, that's exactly how Manhattan was, right? People working on the fuses for the bomb didn't necessarily know it was going to a nuclear weapon. And I've seen this kind of compartmentation, this obtuse secrecy in other programs, and it is debilitating for progress. And honestly, as a former fiduciary of the taxpayer dollars, it's not the best modus operandus to do it that way. And very few people kind of had that top down, could look across the silos and see what was going on. It just became very dysfunctional, and they were afraid of people being too cross-briefed into the different silos for counter-espionage, counterintelligence.
Right.
They were going to remember a bulk of this program was done during the Cold War. And, we were afraid of Russian spies, Soviet moles. And so we made it ultra locked down, but to the detriment of national security. And that was one of the crazy things that got me that I wanted to whistleblow on, because I'm like, this is so stupid. Like,
Right.
we should be making more progress on this.
Were there any breaches that you're aware of where foreign agents were able to gain access to materials or an understanding of what we know?
So I'll tell you about some intel documents I read that kind of obliquely answers that question. So there were sensitive human-derived foreign intelligence that I read. So I had access to kind of the ATIP, OSAP classified archives, and I was like thumbing through everything, and there's some other people were bringing me documents to evaluate. And I'll never forget, I had, stolen by the U.S. Intelligence assessment from a certain foreign adversary discussing the U.S. reverse engineering program. And I was like, and that was actually another like, what the fuck? And so I had an adversary also confirm this program literally because of exfiltrated intelligence. And so they certainly had a limited knowledge, at least fact of, that the U.S. had a program like this, a particular adversary. And actually, I was like, well, I want more. Like, I know who wrote this, literally, or who got it, right, on behalf of the United States government. So I went to that certain agency through the approved and official way. And this is kind of part of the myriad reprisals against me. The agency was like, oh, yes, we have what you're looking for, Dave. You're going to need to sign a one-time read-in to something, come visit us to, go to the vault and read it, right? Hard copy. Mm-hmm. But yes, we have what you're looking for. And ultimately, from what I was told by friends in higher places, my request kind of went up the flagpole at that agency. And all of a sudden, the agency ghosted my boss and I for like 2 months. And then when I really pressed them hard to gain access, because I'm like, I have a need to know. I need to evaluate this intelligence for fucking Congress. And they debriefed me from all my accesses over in that other sister agency and made up some bogus excuse, like I shouldn't have been briefed to anything in the first place, literally. And basically gave me an administrative middle finger, like persona non grata, don't ever fucking ask us about that shit again. I'm sure the person who made the oops that told me they had what I was looking for probably got admonished and slapped on the wrist, because I never heard from that person again, even though it was somebody I actually used to work on occasion with. So that was also another way I knew I was, there was a lot of smoke and fire, because I, had stuff like that happen to me.
So but knowing that our adversaries were aware of this reverse engineering program, are we aware of their reverse engineering programs?
Yeah.
Which countries have
you could probably guess.
Okay. Yeah, the big ones.
And you wouldn't be it won't be too shocking.
Okay.
But I won't acknowledge what the US may know.
Right. So are we aware of numbers in terms of like at least a rough estimate of how many are available to these other?
Yeah.
How many?
That's like super
But there's
sensitive.
more than one.
Yeah. You can read into that.
You can read into that. And has anyone made any progress?
Yeah, I can't get into if we've made progress, if they've made progress, because that's like straight up some national security stuff. But like, just to be clear, I want the U.S. populace to learn a lot of this. And this is why, another reason why I went public is like, I need to call everybody out. I'm not here to admonish the entire government, mind you, but there is an element of the U.S. government and its clear defense contractor base that, we have a 3-branch of government oversight issue, like going back to Harry Reid. Harry Reid didn't even get access. I fucking talked to him myself to confirm that. And he said he was going to go talk to Biden. because I think there needs to be a disclosure plan. And this goes back to what's currently in legislation right now. That's super fucking important. Because 90 some odd percent of this should be open for public discovery, public analysis and academia. This should be like, at very least, true nuclear programs such as nuclear physics, you study in a university. Nuclear weapons, classified, because that makes people in the pink mist. That's really sensitive. We don't need everybody to know how to do that. So I think the stuff that is like legit weapons related stuff, that's like straight up national superiority stuff, sure. Reasonably classify that, but these programs, we need a change. And that's why you saw the Schumer amendment, right? And I think you might have read that on air or something in a previous episode, if I remember correctly. You know, Chuck Schumer, and I knew about the amendment a couple months before I went public, and that's kind of another reason why I did what I did. I'm like, fuck. I'm like the only guy that kind of has the opportunity to do this. I know what's in the chute, so to speak, that Chuck Schumer and his staff had with the Schumer Amendment, which is 67 pages of literal, we want to disclose. And I'm like, I have to spike the football by going public because, you know, I can read the tea leaves on the Hill, and I think that they were hesitant to do anything without being able to point to something publicly. And I'm like, oh, I'll be that fucking guy and just send it. And then, of course, a month after I went public, I guess I pushed Chuck Schumer over the ledge. And I do know he talked to the White House about the amendment too, because it's not like Chuck Schumer is going to propose groundbreaking legislation like that without talking to the National Security Advisor or president. Like, I imagine he did so. And, you know, so you have the 67-page amendments, right? It's called the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023, known as the Schumer Amendment. Co-sponsors were Young, Gillibrand, Rubio, Rounds, and Young. And, you know, kudos for those senators for stepping up to the plate because they know this is real. I know what meetings that they've had with certain other individuals that are, you know, even more credible than myself. And so this act, which is like super important, is currently in conference as we speak in Capitol Hill. So the amendment is wrapped in something called the Fiscal Year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. So that is the act that funds the military basically every year, right? So it's an amendment within this bill. And the act is really long, but the main meat of it is about halfway through the act. It talks about a presidential panel or agency, which is 9-person, and a controlled UAP disclosure plan that's 6 years in length, conceivably from 2024 to 2030. In this panel, and you can read this is public law. Anybody can read this. They want a scientist, economists, sociologists, etc. It's kind of like who you would want to help craft the plan for the president. And this whole bill was actually built off the JFK Records Act, which I know they're like, well, they never released all the records. Well, we put some teeth in the bill, some eminent domain, some other stuff to, kind of force the issue. Now, granted, the chief executive, the president, has the final say. The panel can't compel the executive to do it, but I hope the president does, and I support that. But so the Senate already passed it. They're chill with this. This is we're good to go. But there's pushback in the House right now that is, pardon my language, fucking ridiculous. So they're saying, for one, it's duplicating the DoD Aero's office activities. They're doing good things. They're looking at UAP reports, trying to figure out what's balloons and air trash and what's weird stuff. And of course, they are doing an historical review to try to understand the U.S.'s history on this too. But the problem is with that agency, it's within the DoD and IC, not above. So you have an issue reaching into Department of Energy, other, cabinet level agencies. So you need a presidential level panel that can declassify stuff, reach into other agencies and tell, certain secretaries, we're coming in, we want your stuff under presidential authority. So what's happening in the House, from what I'm told from people on the Hill that are working the issue right now, You have the chair of the House Intel Committee, Mike Turner, who's blocking this, from Ohio, Dayton, Ohio area, right, Pat? Weird.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wright Pat meaning Wright-Patterson Air
yes,
Force.
yeah. And Mike Rogers, which I'm kind of surprised, from Alabama, who's the chair of the House Armed Services Committee. So I have a problem with Mike and Mike right now. So Mike Turner, now remember, I went to his committee in December of last year. He wasn't there, but his staff and lawyers were. And of course, he goes on Fox Business after the hearing, doesn't use my names like this whistleblower. He has no idea what he's talking about. I'm like, really? Tell me, Mike, have you ever been an intel officer or served in the military? Oh, wait, you've been the mayor of Dayton, Ohio. You were voted most corrupt person in Congress a couple years ago. And pull up his PAC donors. Who are his biggest donors? Lockheed, Raytheon, Boeing. Okay, so, and first of all, if you thought you needed more information or wanted to talk to me personally, why didn't you call me back when I reported to your committee? So, and furthermore, besides blocking the bill, I'm sure you're familiar with like Representative Tim Burchett of Alabama, and he's been very outspoken on the issue. And we may not agree with everything Tim says about conventional stuff. That's, here nor there. But, he's been a champion on the Oversight Committee. And he was, one of the members that I testified in public under oath regarding this. So and Mike Turner is looking to fund, according to staffers I've talked to last 2 weeks, an opposition candidate for Tim's reelection in 2024. So why is Mike Turner going out of his way to destroy the career of a courageous Tennessee representative on the Oversight Committee? And why are you blocking a bill? And it's not going to cost much, a couple million a year max, for the panel, which is like vaporware in U.S. government speak, right? If there's nothing to see here, why are Mike Rogers and Mike Turner in the House blocking this bill that is, in my opinion, the most important legislation for transparency in American history? If there's nothing to see here, if I'm fucking crazy, multi-star generals I talk to are crazy, the intel docs that I read are incorrect, they're fucking forgeries or passage material or something like that. Good friends of mine that worked on the program are bullshitting me in some concerted operation against me and my colleagues, that it would be totally crazy to even conduct that because I took precautions. Then why don't we just pass this and see what happens?
And what do you think the answer to that is?
Special interests want to keep the genie in the bottle, even though the toothpaste is coming out of the tube. And I think it's like a death rattle in this industrial complex that doesn't want change. And I'm not here to be like some total adversary. I think there needs to be a truth and reconciliation process on this issue. I'm not here to throw people in jail. I'm not here for big contractors involved to lose money. I think this would be a boon. And I think the leadership in these companies need to think about this, where if we're more open with this, you can hire people, you can push the subject into undergraduate, graduate, and postdoctoral programs of research to study this in an unclassified, just like nuclear physics. And this answers a fundamental question, for humanity. Are we alone, or what happens when we die? Well, I don't know about that, but are we alone? Well, the answer is we're not alone, and I know that with 100% certainty. Which, as an intel officer, you never say 100%, but all things pointed towards, based on the people I talked to, like Harry Reid, and I use him as an example, but I talked to the highest of the high people you could possibly talk to, if you catch my drift. So unless all of them are lying and they're covering up something else, which I don't even know what it would be at this point, because the phenomenon is real. It's been going on for thousands of years. People have been seeing strange things, and not everybody's mass hallucinating. So that's kind of my long diatribe about what's happening.
What do they think these things are? The people that you talk to.
So they specifically, the people on the program that handle the material, that were in executive level briefings with intel community leaders and other folks over the years, last 20 years or so, they did use the term extraterrestrial, ET or whatever. Okay, that isn't a possible origin, but the Schumer Amendment, if you read it, it specifically uses non-human intelligence, NHI, very deliberately because we want to catch everything, because what if some of this stuff is not ET and they're going to use that as an escape clause? Like, well, this stuff that we don't even know if it's extraterrestrial, so this doesn't apply. So that's why we wanted to be as broad as possible. I mean, besides ET, I mean, a lot of it would be my own personal opinion. I think we have a couple conceivable buckets, and I'm using the work of Jacques Vallée, other people that have thought deeply on the issue, on how the phenomenon has changed since antiquity. It showed itself in a different way. Like a good example is like witches sitting on your chest phenomenon with paralysis in medieval and Enlightenment era became this alien abduction phenomenon in the modern era. And is it the recipient and their analytical overlay cognitively seeing the phenomenon based on a modern interpretation, inside out? Or is the phenomenon, this is like Jacques Vallée's book, Passport to Magnolia, I can never pronounce it right, 1969, where he talks about the phenomenon seems to like masquerade itself as different stuff over the years. But, we've seen roughly the same stuff. You look at the Foo Fighters of World War II. There are declassified Air Force OSI reports from the 50s people can Google that talk about flying butane tanks with the same measurements, approximately what we saw in the 2004 Tic-Tac incident, but they called it flying propane or butane tanks in the 50s. So from a morphology, or in the Air Force intel, we call it VisRecce, visual reconnaissance, like they basically look the same, and we can back azimuth that, decades, if not hundreds of years in the past, wheels of Ezekiel, right? They're seeing these like disc type objects, right? And unless Ezekiel is tripping, or this is an allegory or fable in the Bible, let's say the event happens. Just like in the Vedic text, you have the battles, the blue people, and the battles in the sky that sound like nuclear and directed energy weapons. Like, what's going on there? I mean, maybe that's a Graham Hancock or Randall Carlson type thing. They know more than I. So there is a real phenomenon that origin undetermined, but it's trippy, and sometimes it presents itself in like a non-corporeal form too. Orbs, balls of energy. They don't appear as like some kind of bipedal hominid like some people have espoused. So I think that might be, call it interdimensional, call it shadow biome, cryptoterrestrial. I mean, there's a lot of different theories.
What are the primary theories? The primary theories are from another planet or from another dimension.
I think those are the primary. I mean, there's certainly origins that we probably can't conceptualize as humans because our meat is stuck in 3D and we don't understand, and our IQs are only so high. So there might be some origins that we don't understand.
In terms of like interdimensional travel.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you talk to mainstream physicists, they say like crossing dimensions physically is kind of a trope of sci-fi. And, that's why I used an example, and I know some physicists don't like me talking about this theory, but it is a theory, so the holographic principle, which was originally conceived to explain how information is encoded on an event horizon of a black hole, which is a distance away from the singularity of a black hole where if you cross it, you're fucked because you're going to get ripped to shreds or you're not coming back. And that principle talks about how information basically from higher dimensional space can be encoded in lower dimensional space. And the easiest example is like us casting a shadow on a sidewalk, right? 3-dimensional object, 2D shadow on a sidewalk. If you lived in 2-dimensional space, flatland, you'd be tripped out. What the fuck am I seeing? But they just don't know that it's really just a person in higher dimensional space. So is some of obviously we have physical material that's in 3-dimensional space that we've recovered, but at least maybe some of the phenomenon is really operating in higher spatial dimensions, but is either being projected or quasi-projected into our 3D plus time space which is really trippy to think about, but we literally do it on a day-to-day basis, like casting shadows. So, and that might be some of what we're seeing too. But I mean, I presume we know more. The people I talked to did not espouse they had full knowledge either. Like I said, the normal colloquialism was to say ET or extraterrestrial.
Could
So,
you
yeah.
dumb down this
Yeah.
concept of interdimensional? Like,
Yeah.
what I know in physics, they have theorized that there are multiple dimensions other than those that we can currently detect.
Yeah, and a lot of that is based off of like large. This is my bachelor's degree talking. I know there's going to be like some physicist who has a PhD who's like, "Oh, Dave, you fucked that up." But basically, from high energy particle collisions and based on the deflection angles and all this stuff, what happens when the particles collide, confirm certain theoretical frameworks about extra spatial dimensions. And, I can't speak with any real authority on, precisely how that works, but a lot of, whether it be string theory or quantum mechanics are based off of higher spatial dimensions. And, so that is a mainstream physics theoretical framework. That's not like wacky or loony or anything like that. So, but that's basically a possibility. But like I said, like we don't really have a good theory if you lived in like 5D space, for example. It's almost like remember the ending of the movie Interstellar, right?
Yes.
Where he's pushing the books. He's like in a tesseract, which is like a 4 to 5D structure, but he's trying to interact with 3D space. And of course, he like leaves that space to come back to his daughter many years later at the ending of the movie. Great movie. But so that's a way to conceptualize it in something you may have watched in film. It's kind of like the ending of Interstellar. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I get occasionally called by somebody from inside. And what I think they're doing, first of all, one, we may be faking a UFO situation for reasons that I don't understand.
If we are faking a UFO situation, do you think that there's technology that's available to people in the United States that is beyond our current understanding of what's possible?
90% no.
90% no.
Because
Wow.
it's very hard. It's very hard to imagine physicists continuing to work on nothing for their entire careers. The number of people who are going to be retiring shortly, having never actually done physics as a physicist. We're talking about wasted lives. People are going to be very weird when they realize that they blew their entire career. And I believe I can say what many of these problems are. And if you want to humiliate me at a leading university, just ask me to talk. You can put it on video. You don't realize how many things the standard model has subtly wrong when we explain it to people. It's not that the Lagrangian is wrong, not that the rules are wrong, but we say wrong stuff. We say like there are 3 generations that are only of matter that are only distinguished by mass. In other words, there's 3 copies of this stuff here. This is like the wood version, and then there's the plastic version, and then there's the metal version. There aren't 3. There are 2 generations plus an extra imposter generation, which looks like a generation. I mean, I can get into these things. And that should be a provocation. Somebody says, let's call this guy up, have him out, and figure out what he's talking about. Doesn't matter. I don't think we're doing physics.
What do you think they're doing?
I think we are playing paintball rather than going to war, and we're giving prizes for generals who command the best paintball army. And then we're referencing everyone else who's actually trying to figure out how to fight to, well, have you submitted to the paintball competition? It's like, no, I don't want to do paintball. I understand that it keeps your skills up. I understand that some of them are transferable. But I mean, like, you've been in street fights?
Not since I was a teenager.
Yeah, well, I understand. Like, I haven't been for a long time. It's different than what you guys do in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. There's lots of stuff you're not allowed to do.
Yeah,
Right. You get in a street fight, it's a completely different thing.
sure.
What we're doing is not physics in the same sense.
So what they're doing is
We're doing safe stuff.
Exercising.
Yeah, exactly.
they're exercising.
And the exercises are keeping people limber. They're keeping people in a fighting mentality. It's not that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu has nothing to do with fighting. We've seen people use it in the street for sure, right? But small joint manipulation is part of street fighting. Eye gouging is part of street fighting. Pulling a knife is part of street fighting. These things are not part of any reputable gym that you might go to. So I want to do the thing that isn't paintball. And I didn't want to do it up until recently because the danger of unleashing a neutron on the world is so high. Now I realize I'm done with that. You guys are willing to play footsies with Putin? You're not going to survive. You're not the responsible adults I thought you were. Like, if I unleash a neutron and it leads to some sort of proliferation of deadly technology, it's on you. It's not on me. You're already taking risks that you shouldn't be taking.
So if you think 90% sure that this is not coming from here, you believe this because you don't think that the proper science in order to achieve these kind of results is being done by the people that you believe are capable of doing it?
That is correct. I know that, for example, when I talk to Nima, or when I talk to Juan Maldacena, or when I've talked to Natty Seiberg, these people are absolutely brilliant. And they don't know the answer unless they're the greatest actors I've ever seen.
So the most brilliant physicists are looking at these supposed videos. What is the best, most compelling?
Sorry, that's UFO stuff.
What are you talking about then?
They're not talking about things that can extend Einstein.
Right.
Therefore, to get back to your technology question, might have engineering applications, because it's the engineering applications that are terrifying.
Right.
The discovery of the neutron was one thing. The Teller-Ulam design was its weaponization. So suddenly, you can do the Tsar bomb or Castle Bravo, these unbelievable explosions, which, like, the difference between there were Civil War veterans who saw action in the Civil War who lived to see Ivy Mike in the Pacific. So the Civil War was almost a thermonuclear war in terms of human scale. It's less than 100 years different. People have forgotten how terrifying, important, wonderful, jaw-dropping, and awesome physics is because it hasn't done anything that completely screws your mind.
Like Hiroshima or Nagasaki.
Or Castle Bravo.
What's Castle Bravo?
That was the test in the Pacific where we thought it was going to be like controlled and or what is it, Starfish, where we did an atmospheric explosion over Hawaii, and then the Russians hold my beer, Nova Zemlya.
Yeah.
We remember, I'm the guy 5 years ago who was saying we need above ground nuclear tests because all you people have lost your fear. Like, yes, Eric is crazy, but he's correct.
What's this one? That's Castle Bravo. Oh my God.
Right.
So they detonated it in that facility, and they expected it to be far smaller than it was?
They detonated in the Pacific.
Right. But it's right next to that facility that was in the video.
Yeah.
Was that the facility that was initially filmed?
Yeah.
What is this facility?
That's it. Was it Inawak? I forget. Atoll. So,
it's crazy how long ago that was and how close it was to the Civil War, if you really put it in that context.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to tell you.
Look at that. That's so insane.
Have you done this in Oculus?
No, I have not.
I highly recommend. If they're not going to let us do a nuke above ground so that we can save ourselves by fear.
Oh, look at that.
Right, this is religious stuff, Joe.
Yeah, it is religious
stuff. We have announced, if somebody is listening to these tests that we did, my belief is very shortly before you get the ability to traverse the cosmos, if that is possible, you let off a nuke. Right? It's like you've had kids. There's some stuff that happens right before they figure out how to break out of the crib.
That's part of UFO folklore too. Fat Man and Little Boy. That's a big part of UFO. That once they dropped those, that's when all the UFOs started appearing.
So the question is the analogy I give. So I talked to Avi about the following thing. I am a fan of something I call the doubly scientific method. The usual scientific method makes a hidden assumption that it never voices, which is if we're going to study orcas, we assume that we are smarter than orcas. Or if we're going to study cephalopods, right, like an octopus, we think we're smarter. And what do? We disguise ourselves. We create artificial environments. We do all sorts of crazy things based on the fact that we're smarter than what we study, from everything from rocks to orcas. The doubly scientific method says, okay, assume that you're studying a rat in a maze, but you yourself are the rat in somebody else's maze. Now you have to look up the intelligence scale, not just down. And in the doubly scientific method, you have to assume that whatever is studying you is hiding from you the way you are hiding from your subjects. So if you see somebody in a duck blind, for example, and he's studying ducks, you understand that somebody may be hiding from you. And they might be able to use multiple dimensions of time. They might be able to cloak themselves and disguise themselves. Or for example, if you take microscopic UFOs, this cup has a radius of r and a circumference of 2 pi r. The disk that it spans is pi r squared in area. But if you look at this cup, it's much larger than pi r squared because we pushed it out. You could have a sphere where if you could cheaply engineer space-time, not through the Einstein field equations, but through the successor theory that recovers Einstein, you could have an entire stadium inside of a tennis ball. Just the way this cup doesn't blow your mind until you realize that its area is much greater than pi r squared. Why look for a giant floating thing in the sky? If you could bend space and time and you could play with the rulers the way I'm saying, I would put this in a tiny little profile.
Whoa. So we're only looking at it in terms of our understanding of the distance between objects, planets, gravity. We're looking at that. All that stuff where if it didn't exist, if somehow or another we lived in some contained environment and we had no concept of space whatsoever, and then we gained access to it, we would be unbelievably overwhelmed. If you lived in some sort of underground facility your entire life,
love this,
and then one day you got a chance to go outside and see the Keck Observatory in Hawaii in a clear night with no moon, you would be overwhelmed. You wouldn't be able to believe that the world was as big as it really was, or that the universe was as big as it was.
Yeah, it's an impedance mismatch. If you watch meteor showers the way my family does, it's religious. It's transformational. It's transcendent. Yeah. The problem, as you know, from the default mode network, right, is that mostly what your brain is doing is not communicating information, but screening. Right, your eyes, your fovea is precious because that's the thing that can resolve at very high levels.
Yeah.
But like I can barely see Jamie out of the corner of my eye because my peripheral vision can't be at the same level as my fovea. I'd be overwhelmed.
Right.
So we're talking about tapping in to a picture of the world that we are not, our brain is not prepared for the idea that time is multidimensional. That was the whole point of giving Lex another watch. We don't have a way to think about, I'll meet you at 5:15 and 12:30, according to two different scales of time. Or for example, time and space, if I'm correct, the 14-dimensional manifold that has all the quantum going on it is split probably 7 and 7 dimensions because we have 6 extra time dimensions and 4 extra space. Add 6 to 1 and 3 to 4 and you get 7. So space and time are interchangeable. There's a duality between them. All of this stuff is like, okay, it's how you hit on chicks in a bar. Hey, let me tell you something about space and time you never thought about.
Oh my God,
but,
does that work?
What? Worked for me. That's why I'm not in better shape.
So do you think, now when you were talking about these people that keep mananaing you and not giving you access to whatever they're talking about, do you think they're talking about some sort of an engineering solution to this type of technology?
I haven't met anyone in striking distance in 3 years.
So how could they have something that you don't, that's going to change your way of looking? Is it possible that you've missed something?
I can just be wrong. First of all, like this is my life's work.
What's the way they phrased it to you?
Which part?
The part about it changing the way you see the world.
Oh, Eric, like I'll complain about data and like, that's not the data we have. What we've been showing the public is downsampled, meaning that it's fuzzier, it's low resolution. Like, how clear is it? As clear as you want. How clear are you that there's something to see? You can see it with your own eyes. There's no question.
Dude, if I was you, I'd just shut the fuck up and let them show me. I'd be like, let's go.
I'm not under any NDA.
I know, but I'm saying,
But you want to know.
I want to know.
Yeah, but I want to know in a different. Look, my life's work is a theory. It's one theory. My entire life is really about one theory. Okay, like I do this entertainment thing and I talk to people and all this stuff. Bullshit. Really, what I am is an academic who realized that you can't do academics inside of the university system and watch it disintegrate into madness as we speak. I figured this out a long time ago. I want to know whether this is right or wrong so much better, so much more than I want to know whether UFOs exist. UFOs, to me, are an indication of whether I'm right or wrong. You see, it's data. It's an input to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because
so if you're right, that means...
If we have a future, it means we can leave not the planet, but the solar system. We can explore. The cosmos are traversable. If we can leave, anything else can visit. If you look at the entirety of the universe and you imagine that ultimately there are societies that destroy themselves because they get atomic weapons before they figure out how to leave. Some societies are smarter than that. And they'll be able to leave and colonize the cosmos. And for them not to be here would be madness.
He paved the way, and we're here
Yes.
today.
Well, he made interesting subjects. You know, like I remember when they were talking about things like the face on Mars. And you're like, what? That sounds so kooky. And then you see pictures, you go, hey, man, what is that? Why don't I hear about that in school?
Yeah, well, we had Richard Hoagland on
Yes.
night after night after night after night for weeks on end
Yes.
when that came out. And
Yes.
actually, that face on Mars had a lot to do with my career path, actually. 'Cause
Well,
I-
so what is your take on all this? Because one of the things that happened was with the face on Mars is the initial images were very grainy but fascinating. Because it did kind of look like a face, but maybe even more remarkable because sometimes there's faces like in the side of a rock, it looks like a face. More remarkable was the geometric pattern of the base of it.
Yeah.
And so I kind of dismissed that when the second images came out. So this is the original image. This is the original image that freaked everybody out.
Yeah.
They were like, oh my God, there's a face on Mars. And then they came up with these upgraded images, and I was like, well, that's not a face. It's just weird shadows, and it's probably just a mountain. But man, that's an odd shape.
Or that face has been doctored.
It could be true.
Yeah.
But also, then I looked at it and was like, that shape is interesting. Like it almost looks unnatural. Then the new images from very close to Cydonia that show a very clear square. This one's nuts because this one is somewhere in the neighborhood of between plus 300 meters. Like they don't know how much longer it is than 300 meters, but it's the minimum size of this thing is 300 meters across. And it's a full-on square. Right angle, right. It's like, what the hell is that?
Well, as
Pull that
a,
picture up, Jimmy.
as a geologist, I was fascinated when Hoagland first started talking about what was happening here. So,
What's up, Jamie? Oh, that one. Yeah. The one that we bring up all the time.
Well, anyways, which one though?
Oh, it
'Cause
don't matter.
Some of
Just
them are
click on
doctored.
any of them.
Some of them are doctored though.
Yeah, the non-doctored one, the one next to it, like right there. Look at that. That's absolutely
well,
crazy.
so I don't know if I'm very familiar with this image. I don't know if you can see with your mind's eye. You're looking the lower left. That's a 90-degree angle. If you can see the rest of the 90-degree angle up at the top and over at the side, if you can trace out, that is one massive right there. Now you can see it. Yeah, the computer has cleaned it up. Nature does not work in 90-degree angles. You're not going to get wind erosion. Wind is called aeolian erosion. Fluvial erosion is water erosion. You're not going to get 90-degree angles from wind or water. So one of the tenets in archaeology, when you see 90-degree angles, there's an intentionality underlying that structure. If it were a one-off, you could say maybe it's a fluke, and it's not. And this is on Mars. Jamie, I don't know if you can do this. Through Freedom of Information, NASA had to release all of the lunar images up through the Clementine mission. And they didn't want to do that. And when they did release them, they ended up pixeling out a whole bunch of stuff, which made it look even more obvious than it was.
They're just fucking with us at this point.
So you got to say, what is it on the lunar surface that we paid for with our tax dollars that we're not supposed to be seeing? And these were tower structures. Can you see the Clementine?
Are there any undoctored, unblurred versions of it that some
I haven't
nerd
seen them
has
in the
snuck out of
public.
the office?
I haven't seen them in the public domain.
But you've seen them privately?
No, but what I'm saying is through freedom of information,
Right, but have you ever seen the undoctored
forced,
images?
No, what they were forced to release. Why in the world would they be pixelating the images that are on there that actually make them look even more obvious than they are? So what we're seeing, what Hoagland was talking about, what you're seeing on Mars is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening, we're seeing the same thing on the lunar surface to varying degrees. On Mars, there were 3-sided, 4-sided, 5-sided pyramids.
Look at the one in the upper right-hand corner. That's odd.
I think it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very odd.
So here's the kicker. We're sending the Viking probes, Viking 1, Viking 2 in the 70s, went to Mars. 19,000 images were captured from the orbiting part of the mission. The other craft landed on the surface. And I can just imagine being on the surface seeing this. It's like this thing's like a spider comes down a cloud of dust, and this little tube pops up, and some sticky dental floss stuff shoots out, and then they reel it in to collect dirt and microbes, and they reel it into broth because they're looking for evidence of life on Mars, and it's happening next to massive monuments and geometric structures that are now dated about 50,000 years BP before present. So they're looking for microbes and signs of life next to the most massive signs of life, that you could imagine.
These, you said they're dated to 50,000 BC, these structures? BP, before present.
Before present, yeah.
So how do they know that?
Those were when the Cydonia mission, that's the Cydonia scientists are estimating 50,000 years, and the same with the lunar. I'm hesitating.
But the Sidonian, how do they estimate that? If they're using probes from that far away?
They're using probes, and I think geologically they're using, it's relative dating. They're looking at strata and things like that. And from the lunar sites, they brought back samples. And yeah, I'm hesitating because I don't know how deep you want to go with all this. But
as deep as you want.
Well, the samples that came back from the lunar surface had traces of metals that do not occur naturally in nature. They are the product of advanced machinery. And
what metals are these?
These were metals that came back when they brought back from the Apollo mission, and I think they brought back. Oh, I don't even remember the names. That's one Jamie can look up. What the metals were that came back, and they don't know where those metals came from. So is this
metals from Cydonia, or is this metals from the moon?
This is from the lunar sites in the craters.
So the structures on the moon, how old they think they're the same age as the structures on Cydonia?
They're estimating 50,000 BP. There's a race for the moon right now, and I'm fascinated by this. There was a time only 2 nations on Earth had the money and the technology to go to the moon. It was the former Soviet Union and the former United States, because neither one's the same country anymore. And both those countries have been so broke, they haven't been able to do it. India and China are now sending the probes to the moon. We were going to the moon during the Cold War, and it was a crazy time. It was actually a very civilized war. I mean, the governments were at war, but the scientists were still cooperating. And there was an agreement that we would not share publicly what was found on the lunar surface. And Russia did the same thing. But China was never part of that agreement. So China has said when they land, they're going to televise live what they find on the lunar surface to the people of the Earth. My sense, Joe, and this will lead into a whole conversation we're going to have here, I think they'll find the archaeological structures that we know are there, that we've seen in the photographs, the inscriptions on those structures, we're going to be able to read, because there's a thinking that those structures are from ETs from another time, but the evidence suggests they're from us, from a time in our past, a cycle of civilization where we did great and beautiful things by working together until we destroyed one another through war, and that we're repeating that cycle again. So when they
Isn't
send...
that like drawing a lot of conclusions? Isn't there other possibilities for what happened to them?
Well, this is where I'm going with this. When they see what's on those temple walls, they're going to see inscriptions in languages that we already recognize, and that will be the smoking gun, like cuneiform.
Why do you think that?
Because this is what the researchers who are working on these projects right now, and they're combining this with so many of what the ancient texts have always told us. And this is where, it gets into a really a kind of a sticky conversation, because it depends on how people interpret these things. I'm excited for it for this reason. This is obviously no ordinary time in the history of our world, and they're pushing for war. We're on the verge of global war. What would it mean if we found on the surface, on the lunar surface, evidence of us, humans from another time, leaving a message in our own languages, cuneiform, Sanskrit, those kinds of things? It could be one of the most unifying factors right when we're on the precipice of war.
I completely agree, but we have to make a lot of leaps in order for that to be real. Like, we haven't seen any writing, so why would they assume that there's a bunch of different kinds of writing in different languages?
Actually, I think they have seen.
Who's they?
Well, when our space program, I think you've had guests on that have talked about this in the past, I think. When our space program was active, there were broadcasts from the lunar surface that were cut off, and astronauts had seen things that they were not allowed to see and not allowed to share.
That's what I heard. It sounds fun.
Yeah.
It sounds really fun. I want to believe that.
Well, and
But
some of them are leaving this world now, and on their on their deathbed, they can't believe that this hasn't been made public already. So there have been recordings and videos and things, and I think they're authentic.
Right, but this does it. There's like, we haven't got boots on the ground in Cydonia, right? So
no,
like,
not Cydonia. Cydonia is Mars.
Well, exactly. So how are they seeing these inscriptions? Are you saying these inscriptions are on the moon?
Yeah, lunar surface. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
lunar
I
surface.
was confused. So these astronauts are saying that on the surface of the moon, they saw writing.
They've seen structures.
Structures.
Massive structures.
But what about the writing?
There. There were reports that they had seen the writing, but we can't verify those.
Okay. So this is just podhead talk.
Well, yes and no.
Kind of, a little bit, because if there's no evidence at all, that there's not even an interview with a guy who talks about, when I was on the moon, I saw writing.
Well, then this is where you start going into the ancient texts.
Okay.
And the traditions that are relating our relationship to intelligences from beyond this world.
Yes, there's a lot of that.
And there's a lot of that.
There's a lot of that in various religions too. It's very fascinating.
Well, this is what I think is important. It is in religions, but I think you can break out. There are historical texts and there's religious texts. So if you're reading the Bible, there's religion and history in the Bible. If you're looking at Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian texts from the Mesopotamian era, they're telling similar stories, and you've had guests on talking about this, where the stories are similar, but the religion is not part of that. And so I think what we're doing, we're kind of beating around the bush to a deeper conversation here, and that's why I've hesitated a couple of times, because I just don't want us to, to get so far down one side that...
Oh, don't worry about that. That's what this show's all about.
Okay, all right.
We should call the show Rabbit Holes. Because people are always in the middle of talking about one thing and they pivot. It doesn't matter.
Well, I think this is all tied into disclosure and what's happening, the reluctance to have the full disclosure.
Right. We've talked about that multiple times.
Yeah.
I'm sure you... Were you in that documentary, The Age of Disclosure?
No.
You've been in a lot of documentaries.
I have been in a lot.
It's hard to remember.
I've been in a lot,
and
and a lot of what I said was left on the cutting room floor.
Always.
And there's a couple of reasons for that. One thing I learned, Joe, and maybe you've learned this as well, if you're going to be in the documentary, ask if you are on the front end of the filming or the back end of the filming.
What does that mean?
Here's the reason. Are you one of the early interviews or are you one of the later interviews?
Okay.
And here's the reason. They'll develop an arc in a storyline. And if you're early on, they're going to ask you questions to support that arc and that storyline. 5 interviews down, somebody's going to come on and they're going to introduce something, and the producer going to say, oh, there's a new arc and a new storyline, and now everything that you interviewed for may not be relevant in that conversation anymore. So,
well, I don't think you can control that. So
you can ask. You just ask. You say, where am I in the shooting process? And if you're the first one, say, maybe come back and interview me.
Yeah. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Seltzer. Most hard beverages overcomplicate everything. Happy Dad keeps it simple. Low carbonation, gluten-free, and only 100 calories in every can. Barbecues, golf rounds, hanging by the pool, chilling after work. Happy Dad is perfect for whatever you're up to. Everyone is drinking all these skinny cans loaded with sugar, but Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal can. You can grab a variety pack featuring lemon lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. And don't sleep on the grape collab with Death Row Records. It's a fan favorite for a reason. Happy Dad is now available nationwide in the USA and Canada. Go to your local liquor store or visit happydad.com. For a limited time, use the code ROGAN to buy 1 Happy Dad trucker hat and get 1 free. Enjoy a cold Happy Dad. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Hard Seltzer NT Malt Alcohol, Orange County, California. So
A little bit later on.
is it your belief that there was a civilization on Mars that were us and that we migrated to Earth and then eventually populated Earth? Is that what you're thinking? Or that we coexisted in both places?
I think we did. And
it sounds so crazy to say.
Really?
And yeah, it does. It does. Well, you probably travel in different circles. But I mean, to the rational people, most people hear that and they go, what? There were people on Mars? But as time goes on and more discoveries, we find out just about the structures that are on Earth and how old they might be, and the actual age of Homo sapiens, like how old we might actually be. Where a lot of, like, they found that skull in China the other day. That was have you seen this? It's a 1,000,000-year-old Homo sapien skull, but apparently there's some debate about it. They're going back and forth, but at the very least, it's in the conversation of human beings possibly have existed, at least in this form, for 1,000,000 years, which is kind of nuts.
yeah, I
Find that the other day.
Oh, the
They found
story
it
was
in
published the other day,
yeah,
right?
but they found it in 1990.
What?
Yeah.
What, I found it the other day?
No.
So I read it on the BBC.
I know.
the other
I was
day.
going through the story yesterday. What happened was some team reconstructed parts of that skull with new methods that are now available, and they suggest that it could say that it was. I think it was actually one of those we've talked about, the big head, the longi.
Oh, right.
It's one of those.
Yeah,
is
one
what
of the
they-
elongated.
That one's fascinating because that's a larger human being.
Was it Homo sapiens?
Yeah, well, they're
It's like a branch from the Denisovans. It's one
Right.
of those.
So this is the thing.
what is it called? What?
I get confused. I remember longi was the thing that they were saying. This skull
Juliennes.
was- Yeah. Okay, that is the
That's
other one.
it. That's the big-headed one.
Anyway,
point being.
I'm skeptical about those because they find one fragment and there's a lot of interpretation that's going on there. The consensus has been for a long time that we appeared. I'm just going to preface this by saying I'm a degreed geologist. I believe in evolution. Evolution is a fact. I've seen it in the fossil record for plants, animals, insects. Darwin's theory of evolution breaks down when it comes to humans, and it breaks down for this reason. We now can do what used to sound like science fiction. If you ever saw the first Jurassic Park, where they pulled the DNA out of the fossilized remains of ancient forms of life, in the movie they brought them back to life. To the best of my knowledge, we haven't done that. What we have done is we can extract that DNA from the bone marrow of fossilized remains of beings that we used to believe were our ancestors. And what's happening is, and this is a mind blower, we know that we didn't descend from Neanderthal. We shared the earth with them, certainly, and some people have some Neanderthal DNA because of that, but we did not descend from them, and we didn't descend from many of the other forms that you see on those traditional trees. You know, you've got modern humans here and all these lines connecting, but if you look close at the lines, most of them are broken lines, Joe, because there's no solid evidence. It's called inferred or speculative relationships. I've got a picture of it here if we want to see that. But what they're showing is that we showed up about 200,000 years ago. And now there's a little evidence that may have been back as far as 300,000. But the kicker is that we can now look at the DNA and reverse engineer it and say, what did it take to get where we are? And what scientists are now calling the smoking gun, and there's still a lot of controversy around this, is human chromosome number 2. Human chromosome number 2 is the second largest chromosome in every cell of the body. It's got about 1,200 or so genes in that chromosome. And just one of them, gene TBR number 1, is responsible for most of the brain that we have for our neocortex. So our humanness, our empathy, sympathy, compassion, love, our cognitive abilities, the mirror neurons, all these kinds of things are because of that one gene. Well, where this gets really interesting is where did chromosome 2 come from? And scientists have the answer, but they don't like the answer because chromosome 2 is the product of a fusion. Proceedings from National Academy of Sciences, the volume Genetics, says this very clearly. We conclude that the origin of human chromosome 2 is the product of an ancestral fusion, of telomere to telomere fusion of 2 pre-existing chromosomes. That does not happen in nature. It can't happen in nature. So here's what they're saying. You got two fully formed, fully functional chromosomes, and on the end are the telomeres that protect those chromosomes when the cells divide. And that's why they're on the end. They take the hit. It's a trauma in a cell when those chromosomes are pulled apart and some of the DNA doesn't make it. So nature puts telomeres on the end to take the hit so the good DNA remains intact. And that's why it's on the ends. Human chromosome 2, those telomeres are right in the middle of the chromosome where they shouldn't be because those chromosomes were fused together. About 200,000 years ago when we appeared. And if that was the only one, you could say, well, maybe it's a fluke. Chromosome number 7. I'm a musician when I'm not doing what I'm doing now, long before I was a researcher. And one of the things I always used to wonder about, we share 98% of our DNA with chimpanzees, but you don't hear chimpanzees sing. You're never going to hear a chimpanzee sing Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. And you ask, well, why not? I mean, 98% of the DNA is we share with them, but it's because of chromosome 7. And for about 175 million years, this chromosome was stable in all primates, all of them, orangutan, gorilla, chimps, all the primates. All of a sudden, there was this little switch of a couple of genes that connected our tongue and our brain and our jaw, and we can sing and we can have complex speech like no other form of life. It happened 200,000 years ago. Now, what are the odds of that happening when chromosome 2 is fusing? So I've worked with scientists my whole life, both in academia and in the corporations. I was a problem solver for Fortune 500 companies through the late 70s, 80s, and 90s. And one of the things I've seen about scientists is fascinating, is that there is one way of thinking that says we take all the evidence and we force it into a pre-existing model, like all the new discoveries trying to force that into Darwin's theory of evolution, or we allow the new evidence to lead to the story that it tells. And this is where science is stuck right now, because the old theory, Darwin's theory of evolution, is in trouble. And it's the DNA is the reason it's in trouble. It's no longer superficial or fossil evidence. I mean, the DNA is telling the story. And the new story suggests, at the very least, a scientist has to say there's been some kind of intelligent intervention. And this is where science gets stuck, because science says it's not equipped to talk about any kind of an intelligent intervention. But that ties in to everything that's happening now. If we're going to talk about ancient civilizations, or if we're going to talk about we've been here before, are we going to talk about what it is that is the disclosure, all of those kinds of things. So science is kind of at the crossroads right now. There is something called the standard model, and that applies to evolution. And what the evidence suggests is that we are the product of an intelligent and an intentional act. Who or what that is, that's where it can get sticky. The universe. We've had physicists on here, and really good physicists, and some of them are not aware of some of the new information that's come out now. But when I was in school back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, I was taught that the universe is dead, inert, just cold, and we happen to be lucky biology. That's kind of what they used to teach. Now, physicists are suggesting the universe is alive, it is intelligent, and it's conscious. And one of the reasons for this, and you can go to the NASA website and you can look at some of these images, the James Webb Space Telescope. They're showing galaxies that are in proximity of something that is dangerous to them, like an exploding, whatever. And what they'll do is they'll create jets from the center, both directions, these jets that actually move them out of the way. And I talk about, I've got a new book, and I talk about that in the new book. So it's documented in the book. They actually move them to a safer place. And you say, well, maybe that's a fluke. It's a one-off. And now that they have found that, they found it happens time and time again.
So space itself is conscious in some form.
Conscious and intelligent. And those are two very different things. But that is a very different story. If our universe is alive and intelligent and conscious, and we're the product of an intentional act, we solve our problems, Joe, and we build our world based on the way we've been taught to think about ourselves. We use our resources. We apply our technology based on the way we've been taught to think about ourselves. And we have been taught that we are a flawed form of life, that we are powerless victims of the world around us. And because of that, this is going to lead into this whole conversation. Because of that, we need a savior. And that savior is being touted as technology. So now we are living at this time where we're being encouraged, indoctrinated, coerced, mandated sometimes, to embrace the technology outside of our bodies, because we have been conditioned to believe that we are a broken, flawed form of life. And you're seeing this play out in the AI conversation. You're seeing it play out in what's called the transhuman movement, the intentional movement to replace our humanness with computer chips in the brain, chemicals in the blood, RFID chips under the skin. And it's all playing out right now, Joe. I mean, this can't go on for, another 20 years because it's moving too fast. This is the generation, right? Now, I'm very passionate about this. The experts are saying unless we change our trajectory right now, we very probably are the last generation of pure humans that the world will ever know. That by 2032, when you go to the supermarket or go to the airport, the people you talk to will be some hybrid, maybe some more and some less, but will have some kind of technology embedded into their bodies. I was on a panel recently, and I was with a group of scientists, and they said, well, what's wrong with that? Isn't that the next step? Isn't that our natural step in our evolution? And I said, no, it is not, and here's the reason. When we replace our natural biology with synthetics, our natural abilities begin to atrophy. Cells will, let me just give a perfect example. We used to be taught, when I was in school, I was taught that we're born into this world with a fixed number of brain cells. And every beer I drink in college,
Yeah, I remember that.
all right, I'm going to lose some brain cells. Well, what I'm going to say next is not a reason to drink the beer. But what they found, there's a part of the human brain, it's the hippocampus, that is producing new brain cells until the last breath we take on this earth. There's a catch, and the catch tells the story. If we do not use those new brain cells in a meaningful way within about 7 to 10 days, the body says, oh, you didn't use it, so you must not need it, and those cells will atrophy and die.
That makes sense because I always feel dumber when I come back from vacation.
Yeah.
Can we just start with how did you get involved in this?
Okay.
And please just tell people your background.
Okay, sure. So I'm a professor of religious studies at the University of North Carolina in Wilmington, and I grew up in California. And I've always been interested in these experiences, but religion. And also I was going to graduate school during the .com boom, so I saw how technology was changing everything. Our schools were the first to adopt computers and that type of thing. So what I did was I was very interested in I was working. You know, when your parents, you tell them you want to study religion, and they're like, why not be a doctor, right? So I was going to college, but I kept taking courses in religion and philosophy. And when I got out, I got a job doing technology and things like that. And I made all right money, but I still read about religion and philosophy. So I figured if I could get scholarships to continue that I would. And I kept getting scholarships, and that's how I got my PhD in religion. In religious studies, by the way, we're not ministers or anything like that. We don't advocate for any religious tradition. We study them. And since most people in the world are religious in some way, it's a good thing to know. But how did I get into studying UFOs? So I studied Christian history, and that's what I did for a long time until I was what's called a full professor. You can't go any higher. You're a full professor. That's it. And I studied these things called ascent narratives. So ascent narratives are when people levitate in the Christian tradition. People either levitate or they see things that they call angels or demons and things like this. And I always studied them from a historical perspective. And I found that going through looking at these ascent narratives through the historical record at the Vatican, actually, I kept coming across aerial phenomena in the historical records from 1,000 years ago, from 500 years ago, from, very recently. And I recognized that this was happening in UFO literature. And so I started to look at abductions and UFO sightings and things like that. And I wanted to do a cross-cultural analysis of this. And that was in 2012. And that's how I got into this. I just want to point out that not all abductions happen in your sleep. A lot of abductions actually happen in daylight. But I do agree with you that something's happening in your brain and you're perceiving something, and you called it, is there some type of mental gateway? And I think there's absolutely a mental gateway. Does this discount that this is objective of us? Like, the question is this something subjective or is this something objective of us? My opinion at this point is it's something that is objective of us. There's something that we're accessing, and I don't think it's within our space-time reality, to tell you the truth.
So you think it's from somewhere else?
I do, but that doesn't, it doesn't have to be a location, a geography.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's where it gets weird.
It gets totally weird, but so does quantum physics. Quantum physics is totally weird.
It's the weirdest stuff ever.
Yeah.
And it's completely accepted that you could have something that exists in one place and also at another place. That's
now it is.
Moving
now it's completely
and
accepted.
Also still.
Yeah. The Nobel Prize in, 2022 was about that.
Yeah, which is like, what are you saying? You're saying witchcraft's real? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah,
Magic is
I
real?
think so.
Quantum physics is the nuttiest stuff of all time. I've
Yeah.
had 100 people explain it to me. I don't get it still.
Yeah. Well, see, okay, so you were talking about accessing this space. And if I can go back to something you were talking about, and I'm going to say this. So what I found was, and I had this experience too when I was around 13 years old, I felt like the world was going to end. I felt like there was going to be some kind of war, and it was a visceral feeling. It wasn't something that, it was something that made me depressed as a child. And it was real. I believed it was going to happen, and I believed it was going to happen at any time. After studying religion and studying, by the way, this kind of prompted me into studying religion and recognizing that, if you look at, say, Christianity or even other religions, people had ideas that the world was going to end, and extinction events have happened and things like that. So it could very well be that information like this is coming to us, but it's out of our space-time. So to us, it seems like it's going to happen now because our senses of linear time, right? So if we get a feeling and it's not from any of the input that we're getting, like our, people telling us this is actually going to happen, the news telling us this is actually going to happen, but it's coming to us as this feeling that you and I were just talking about, it could be coming from that space that we've just identified as, people are talking about. And yeah, I think that we're at the very beginning of doing a taxonomy or, looking at this space in terms of the scientists that you just referenced and people that, I think that actually people have, indigenous cultures talk about this space. They have language about this space. I talked about this in encounters that, religious traditions do talk about these spaces, but in secular culture, we've lost that language.
Well, it is interesting that language exists when you're discussing things like quantum physics, because that is a language of it's a bizarre, non-tangible, impossible to understand to the layperson when you're explaining that these things are all interacting with each other without physical contact. What do you mean? What are you saying? Can you show me these things? Are there photos of them? No, we're just drawing it. We're writing it down on paper. We're pretty sure we have these equations and we know what it is. What?
Yeah.
Why am I supposed to believe you? Because you guys are PhDs? What? This is nuts. Because this is in a field of science. This is a field of study that's universally accepted. We've given them a pass to talk about crazy stuff. But if you want to talk about crazy things in terms of encountering some sort of thing, some entity, some consciousness that exists in an alternative realm that has access to this realm occasionally, or perhaps that you can transcend your normal state of consciousness and access this other realm occasionally through some methods, whether it's through meditation, through psychedelic trips, through something, near-death experiences, something happens that perturbs the normal state of reality, and you have brief access to this transcendent experience that everyone has talked about. All of the great prophets, all of the great saints and religious figures have talked about from the beginning of written history.
Yeah. So I think that it's not just that we give those physics guys a pass and girls. Okay. We just don't. What they produce actually creates our world, right? The computers we look at and the technologies we use, even the structures we live in. And so this is what prompted me to go back into our historical record, and look at the writings of Plato again. And some of these people that you're talking about, the great minds, right? And I recognize that, say, Plato, who writes about his mentor Socrates, who's, by the way, killed by his country, is killed by Athens, the town he lives in, not the town, but the state he lives in, and he's executed for being an atheist, by the way. And if you look at what he's talking about, he's actually talking about this space. He's actually talking about having a vision of something that we can't see, and he calls it the good, and he says it's the best thing. Okay, and he says it makes you do things that are just. And you don't do them because they're the right thing to do. You do them because you really want to do them. And so to me, I thought this was fascinating. So I went back and I recognized that he was what's called a math realist. So he believed that, and he was one of the first people, well, not just him, but people we're talking about the 300s before the Common Era, so many, many, many years ago. He's already identifying these things called platonic solids that now we can prove exist, but we weren't able to prove them. So he was using, and he even has this language too, Joe. He has this language. He says that we can actually perceive these through our minds, but it's not normal intellect. It's not your normal abstract thinking, but it's a type of thinking. And he relates it to protocols, like physical protocols. Like, did you know he was a wrestler?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, I did know that. Yeah. I'm sorry.
In fact,
Yeah.
his name even means that he's really not just a wrestler, but an awesome wrestler. So
Socrates, that name?
no, Plato.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. These guys were all physical. They were all it was basically this like philosophy, almost like a fight club, I think. These guys, they were wrestlers, and they believed that this was good. They believed that these protocols helped them use their brains to access the good.
So what was the methodology behind that? Was it the breaking down of the normal states of consciousness through rigorous exercise and exertion?
That's my opinion.
Like a runner's high?
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
So when I talk about it, because I like to teach my students about this, because I honestly think that this is what progresses civilization, this kind of thing. So I think when I did American Cosmic, which was the first book about UFOs, again, which I never thought I'd be studying, I encountered this man, Tyler, and he works for the Space Force, and he's been working for the Space Force since the whole space shuttle program. Okay, and he's a special kind of person. He's a mission controller, but he does a lot of other things too. But he's also a multimillionaire space rocket scientist. I mean, just so strange. And I called him Tyler after the character in Fight Club, because that's who he reminded me of. He reminded me of that character in Fight Club, because he had this, first of all, he has more than 44 patents, and they're all related to space. And the Space Force has a special place for him, like he's special, right? What I found was that he was practicing these types of protocols. I call them protocols because they reminded me of Plato and monastic traditions, the traditions of monks and things. So he would make sure that he got sunshine. He would make sure that he got plenty of sleep. He would not have too much caffeine. He exercised a lot. He boxed, right? So he was also a fighter. And he tried to stay away from people. I know it sounds weird, but that's what monks do. They try to stay, they try to like monitor their input of people because those people can actually take them off their game or something like that. But so this guy was put into another mental state. And during this mental state, he said that he could receive calculations, he could receive information, he could receive things, and then he could gather a group of scientists, and he wouldn't tell them where he came from, because he honestly thought they were coming from these things outside of space-time, kind of like ETs or something, off-planet intelligences.
Which Tesla also believed.
And the people who started our own Space Force believed it. So this isn't common knowledge. That's what I found, is like a lot of people they don't know this history of the American Space Force and the Russian Space Force, very much the same. These people were doing these things. And this allowed them, you see this in sports, right? So I was just using this example in a class yesterday. I saw this basketball game 2 or 3 years ago with Steph Curry. And, the way they were playing, it was almost as if there was an emergent phenomena that was bigger than each of the people, because they somehow anticipated what the other guy was going to do. And I used to do sports, and I know that this is something that can be done. There's a flow state, right? And I think that this is what Plato was trying to get his group into through these protocols.
Well, that makes sense. And one of the things that happens in flow state is that you stop being there.
That's right.
Yeah, it's not you.
Yeah.
And you're just experiencing this thing.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah. You experience it on stage doing stand-up.
I imagine
when you
that.
do it right.
Yeah.
When you get it right, you're on a ride. Like you're just like sort of like making sure that, okay, feed this into the machine and go. And it goes. And you're sort of like you're in tune with what you're saying, but you're almost outside of yourself.
That's exactly right. And you know, there is science that shows that this is the case.
Right, with brainwaves.
Yeah, the problem is that they're like when Joe's out there on stage, they're not going to hook you up to an MRI, right? They can't do that kind of, because when it's happening spontaneously. It just happens, and no one can actually predict when it's going to happen. But you hope that it happens.
And also, if they did hook you up to it, you would also be aware that you're being monitored, and it would change
and
the
you'd
state.
lose it. Yeah, you'd lose it.
It's like when you're in a lucid dream, and you go, "Oh my God, I'm in a lucid dream," and then wake up.
Yeah.
Damn it! I've had that happen so many times. I'm like, wow. I know there's a way to facilitate lucid dreams. I know there's a study behind it, but I've never. For whatever reason, it seems so stupid that I've never done it, but I've never even had the desire to do it. I just want it to come to me when it comes to me, which is dumb.
Not necessarily. I respect that.
Yeah, but a part of me doesn't. Part of me is like, you're just lazy. Why don't you just go start the practice and study it and figure out how to make it happen more often, you know? But for whatever reason, I have zero desire to do that. I don't know why.
There might be some wisdom there.
I don't know. Yeah, I go back and forth with whether or not it's laziness. I don't know what it is. You know, but there's obviously a fascinating aspect to lucid dreaming, to like what is going on there. Like, how are you
definitely
managing this weird thing that for most of us, you wake up and you go, God, what the hell was that? Why was Godzilla in my dream? You know,
right.
Why was I on a skateboard?
That's right.
It's just like weirdness to it. And then there's people that try to interpret that with far too much confidence.
Yes, I think so too. I think so too. So in Tibet, there's a Tibetan dream yoga.
Ooh.
And that's what they do. They basically teach you how to do, and you have to have a teacher, by the way, because they say it can be dangerous.
Dangerous.
So I think that's probably why you think you're not doing it, because I don't think you're lazy, frankly. Like, I know the kinds of things you do. I know that that's not part. So,
yeah, but I am lazy. That's what's crazy.
Well,
I really am. I'm lazy, but I'm disciplined.
Okay.
I'm both of those things. Like, I do all the things that I'm supposed to do, but God, it's a sludge. It's a struggle. It's like, ugh. But I always do them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's that. You'd be up for Plato's. He'd invite you to his school.
The only time things are not a struggle is when, like when I was competing. When I was competing, then my discipline wasn't a struggle. Then it was an obsession. So it was like, people would say, God, he's so disciplined. Like, no, I'm mentally ill. I'm crazy.
Yeah, I understand that.
There's a giant difference between discipline. Like Mike Tyson said this on the podcast. He said, discipline is doing something you hate, but doing it like you love it.
That's right.
Yeah. So when you love it, it's not really discipline.
No, it's not.
It's obsession.
And
there's a different thing to that.
That's what I was telling you about when I saw your picture out there of Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, I was an artist. I really liked to do art. And I remember the first time I became obsessed was when I was doing this drawing of Jimi Hendrix. And it went on for about a week. And my parents were like, what are you doing? You know, and I was just obsessed with getting it correct. It had to be absolutely correct. And I did get it correct, and it was pretty amazing. And I gave
Do you have it?
No, I always give my stuff away.
Do you have a photo of it or anything?
No. This was like pre-cell phones.
Oh.
So I gave it to my best friend. And
that's cool.
I don't regret it.
That's cool.
Yeah. But I mean, it was the experience, though, that was the best part of it.
Yeah. The reason why this podcast is called the Joe Rogan Experience is because I think Jimi Hendrix is a religious figure.
He is. He absolutely is.
The guy died at 27, which when I was 27, I was a fucking moron. I had never done anything good. This guy had transcended the normal boundaries of what music was and had tapped into something, whatever it was. But when you listen to Voodoo Child, to this day, I've listened to that song thousands of times. But like if I'm on my way to go do something cool and I listen to that song like loud in my car, it's just like he tapped into something that was just out of this realm. inaccessible to the average person that plays a guitar, inaccessible to the average artist. He hit some crazy vibration. And I've always got that feeling when I listen to his stuff. It's always like moved me in a very weird way where I'm just completely captivated, like immersed in the sounds, immersed in his music.
Me too. So he knew that he was doing that. So he, as you know, I'm sure you know this, but he had a guitar when he was 5. And he was so good at it. He was immediately like he streamed sacred information through his music, and he knew he did. He called it his electric church.
Yeah.
So he knew he did that, and how incredible. And yes, we can hear it.
Yeah.
And I think probably part of the reason I felt that when I listened to his music, and I somehow put that into that picture, that drawing that I made, and it was a beautiful experience. And that was, it sounds so strange, but that's part of the reason why I was interested in studying religion and things like that, because of that experience.
Yeah, that you're tapping into something that's higher than normal consciousness.
Yes, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's exactly what Plato said it was. It's you do it for its own sake. You don't do it for anything else. You do it because of it. You don't do it because after this I'm going to make up a lot of money, or after this it'll make my parents happy, or after. You don't do it for those reasons. You do it for in and of itself.
Well, the people that I know that do it for those reasons, I'm going to be famous, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that, they never make it. There's something about it. They just don't. They just don't. Maybe some of them will become pop stars. Like someone will plug them into the right songwriter and the right producer, and they'll figure it out. But it'll never be transcendent. It might be catchy. It might be okay. But it's not Hendrix.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. That kind of what we like to call genius. Like what is that? But it's not. I mean, clearly it's him. He's a vessel. He's a receiver, an antenna, whatever he is. But he's getting something from a higher state.
No doubt.
And the wildest thing with people, what I always want to tell people about Hendrix and a lot of the particularly impactful people from the 1960s is that you have to understand how different the 60s were from the 50s. Like, the difference between 2014 and 2024 is nil. There's very little difference other than the ubiquitous technology, AI, things that are much more powerful than they ever were before, the impact of social media. But there was an impact of social media even 10 years ago, right? There's something about the 60s that were very different than the 50s, and I connect it to psychedelic use. Because all of those people were doing psychedelics, all of them, all those transcendent people, all the Beatles. When the Beatles, from their early days to the psychedelic days, it was like a completely different band, like completely different style of music.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah,
I mean, completely different impact. There was something about it. What had happened in the 1960s was a stunning revolution in culture.
yes.
And it's hard for us to understand it because we weren't teenagers when that was happening. You know, I wasn't even born when Hendrix was in his prime, or I was just, a baby. When you listen to that now, it's hard to put it into context of how revolutionary that was.
I think you're right. For most people, I think that's, unless you lived through it.
Yeah.
Right? And yeah.
And that's also the terrifying aspect of what government can do. Because through the Sweeping Psychedelics Act of 1970, they made everything illegal. And they did it to squash dissent. They did it to stop the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. And they did it so that they could arrest all these people that were involved in all these groups, because all of them were involved in drugs. And so they figured, well, this is the best way to just make everything. It's obviously these people are doing acid and ruining our country. Let's make everything illegal and then lock everybody up that does it. And then you get the 80s. And the 80s is like this confused child that was raised improperly was then cast out into the world with a distorted sense of values that was like expressing these values in like some of the most clumsy and goofy art human beings have ever done.
And the drugs changed.
Yeah. Right.
So,
they became ego-driven drugs, the worst kind of drugs. Yeah.
So, it's really interesting because that wouldn't be the 60s wouldn't be the only culture that's informed by psychedelics, right? Or entheogens, as they're called, and Native American churches or, that. But what's interesting to me, and I don't know if you have any ideas about this, is that most likely it was through the government that the drugs became available.
Sure. Yeah.
And then once the effects seemed to be counter to how, who knows, maybe there were just two factions of government. One that was pro, let's see what happens. Let's do this experiment. And then the other was, push back and, let's change the change the culture through taking, making these illegal. But what you see now is you definitely see using these for therapeutic purposes.
Yeah, the MK Ultra experiments, when you realize what the government was involved with and what they were doing, how they were running the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, and they were administering psychedelics to people in brothels without their knowledge and observing them, and what they did with Charles Manson. That's very well detailed. I don't know if you've read Tom O'Neill's book, Chaos.
Yeah.
Have you ever read that?
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, I know.
It's insane because
So-
Tom is so detail-oriented. I mean, he's so crazy that he studied this one thing for 20 years, and really kind of like tanked his life. And then finally got the book out there, and the book is just holy shit.
Yeah.
Because it's what the facts, the absolute undeniable facts in that book, just those alone, forget speculation, forget theory, just the facts alone are insane.
Yes.
They most likely created Charles Manson, most likely gave him psychedelics, gave him LSD, taught him how to mind control influential young people or easily influenced young people, and get them to do horrific things and demonize the hippie movement.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, like what's going on right now.
That's exactly what I think.
I don't think they're as good right now. I think right now they're baffled by this thing called the internet. And I think the internet threw a giant monkey wrench in propaganda because it made people so much more resistant to bullshit.
Yes.
And then when you see things like, especially coming out of the pandemic, when you see how incompetent these people that are supposed to be leaders are and how foolhardy they are and how stupid their decisions were. And then you just look at the undeniable transfer of wealth to the upper small area of the country that gained billions of dollars in wealth and how much it devastated small businesses. And like, did you guys do this on purpose? Like, do you know what you're doing? Are you idiots? Like, why are you telling us what to do? You guys are fools. And especially when it comes to, like, does anybody believe that Joe Biden's ever had a transcendent experience? Does anybody believe that Joe Biden has ever, like, met God and came back with a message for mankind? No. It's like everything is, like, bizarre, ego-driven, narrative-driven lies and propaganda and just nonsense that's supposed to make it look like they're doing the right thing always.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea of justice.
Yes.
But it's the appearance of justice.
Yeah.
Without actually doing the right thing.
Yeah, and it's just it's also it's got all the aspects of a cult. All the people that go along with it, no matter what the evidence shows, the people that aren't like stepping back and going, wait a minute, we are being run by people that have zero feelings for the actual populace, and all they're trying to do is feed this machine that's got them to where they are in the first place.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's terrible, and it as it moves forward, it creates the need for resistance, and it creates that's what I've always thought about evil and negative things in the first place. Like, they are necessary because they motivate change and they motivate evolution. They motivate expression of disdain, of people that are completely displeased, people that are very upset with the way things are. They know this is the wrong way.
Yeah.
And it motivates the zeitgeist to move into a different direction, which I think is happening.
I hear that. This was actually a comment from a student, the exact same comment that you just said, is that, there's this structural evil, right? There's this evil. And it actually does some good in the sense that it motivates people to transform.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. And I'm at the same point. So through my looking at the UFO phenomena, and I knew all of this. I grew up in Northern California. There were the grove, I can't think of the name. It's right above where I live, the Bohemian Grove. And, so I kind of already had an idea of this kind of thing, of the group, the cult, as you call it.
Yeah.
All right. And it's easy to see. Well, for those who can see it, it's easy to see. Some people don't want to see it.
Right.
Okay. So once you see it, you're like, okay. But then to live it, this is what I felt like happened to me. So in 2012, after I started the study of UFOs, I recognized that the management of that message of the UFO for the American public had been organized not just from the 1940s, but really from earlier, from the early 20th century. And once I started to recognize and even meet the people who were responsible for managing this in a very cohesive, tight way, very specific, that's when I recognized that it was that, I felt it. I guess that's the difference, was that before I just saw it on the sideline, like we talk about it now, you and I, and it looks like we're talking about it from the sideline. We're saying, yeah, this is really bad, what they're doing and stuff. But I was part of it. I saw it. I know those people. They talked to me about it. They talked to me about why they were doing it. And they said, Diana, you don't want to help these people. They will kill you if you had something that they wanted. Like, these are not good people, is what they were saying about
these people specifically.
The general population. They were talking about the general population.
The general population would kill you. That's
what they were saying. They were saying that these people only do good because they have to do good. They are actually bad. And so this was the argument I was getting. So it caused me to eject these people from my life, for one, but also to do, to understand more deeply. And believe me, I've already thought a lot about the problem of evil. I've spent my life reading about it and doing, talking about it with people, and, what can we do? I recognize we can't do anything except work on ourselves. And that's where I had to reread some of those texts, like the Plato text that I talked about. He talks about your idea of evil, that, perhaps, or he calls it injustice. And he says that perhaps people are unjust just because, there needs to be injustice for other people to recognize it and then to do this thing. How do we create a just society? That's his question.
Right.
And I don't think so he doesn't actually answer that question with words, but he does it through giving stories. And one of the stories is the allegory of the cave, where, that allegory, it's like the Matrix, right? It's like, where people are they're being tied up, and there's puppeteers who are showing them these shadows on the wall, and they take that for reality. But somehow some person gets out and they see. Well, what he's talking about is this mystical tradition that you and I have talked about early when we started talking. We talked about, if we do those things that we love and we're carried away and we become, you said it was obsessed, you're obsessed with it. And I call it doing it because it's pretty awesome, right? That's my word for it.
Yeah.
When you do that, justice happens. Like, you're not worried about, so it's almost like an emergent phenomena from these communities that do it. And they're small communities. So there is structural injustice and there's structural evil. And it doesn't seem like we can fight. That's what I learned from doing the UFO. I learned that there were these things, UFOs. But more intensely and more personally, I learned that the government was doing this. And that's what was upsetting to me most.
So I want to take it back to that, because a lot of this is probably hard to follow for people that aren't well read in this. When you say that they have been engineering or orchestrating public perception of this experience from the beginning, what's the earliest known instance of this?
Okay, so the one that is unclassified is Project Blue Book, and that's from 1952. But I know that, and I have to explain how one knows this. So we have documents that talk about Project Blue Book, and that's they're managing the perception, the public perception of UFOs. It goes back to like 47 even, with Roswell and that kind of thing. There's another, and this is what I've found, is that there's an oral tradition that is part of the communities that run these programs, like the UFO programs, right? And that information is carried within people. It's not written down. They even have a word for not writing it down. When they're going to have these meetings, they have this special term, and everybody puts down everything.
What's the term?
It's called pencils up.
Pencils up.
Yeah.
So pencils up means they're just going to discuss these things, and then that's the only record of it.
It's the oral tradition. Now, why I was able to look at this is because I had done work looking at oral traditions in religious communities. Like oral traditions go back 10,000 years, whereas written traditions are like 2,000 years old. Oral traditions are actually more accurate than we think they are. We tend to think of it as telephone game, but you can get a lot of information from oral traditions. And this is actually how a lot of classified information is kept, through oral tradition.
Especially in a very disciplined and structured environment like high-level military.
Yeah.
So they have a perception, and one of the things that you said earlier is that they think that the greater population is not good, and that they will turn on you, and that they're evil, and
that's one faction. So what I found was that there were several different factions within the perception management of UFOs, and one of the factions was responsible for sadly harassing people who do research. And I found this out by being harassed.
How so? How were you harassed?
Okay, so, here I am, just your average professor doing their work and doing it pretty well. At my university, I was the chair of my department, well regarded by my colleagues and students, and never really doing anything weird, right? And then I start to study UFOs, thinking that they're not real, thinking that it's just a new form of religion, and then quickly having people come into my research sphere, who are part of CIA, part of FBI, that kind of thing, and then getting a shock that, whoa, this could be dangerous and maybe I shouldn't be doing this. And thinking, but...
just simply because those people are contacting you, or specific reasons why you would think it's dangerous?
It indicated to me that there was something that I shouldn't maybe be doing, that it could be dangerous.
Right. That you could suffer consequences for your curiosity or for your research.
Yeah.
And that they would punish you. Or you could be punished, or
That's
you could
what
be
I thought.
targeted. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, most certainly.
And plus, I had done some research on UFOs by that time, of course. And
but what is it about the research, and what is about what you could possibly uncover that would be so dangerous?
Okay, so of course, that's a question that's loaded. So
Yes.
I'm going to talk a little bit about. I'll answer it in part.
Okay.
So in part, this is before the crash retrieval became a term that the Congress used.
Right.
So I was.
What year are we talking about?
So I started in 2012.
Okay.
By 2015 and 16, I was already in full shock mode of, wow, this is bigger than I thought. And I had been invited to go to a crash retrieval spot in New Mexico that was under a no-fly zone. And I still didn't believe, though, in UFOs at this point. You have to understand that. So I just thought that I thought the person inviting me is Tyler. He's a scientist. He works for the Space Force. He believes this, and I'm wondering, how does he even believe that this is real? We're going with Gary Nolan, who's from Stanford, and he's out But at the time, I called him James in my book. And I'm the one actually who invited him to go because I didn't really want to go by myself, you know? And so I insisted that Gary go with me. And Tyler figured out who Gary was, and he said, okay. So we went out there. We had to actually wear blindfolds. And it was out in the middle of this place in New Mexico. I don't know where. I know what was near it, but I don't know where the actual place was. And we were looking for parts, right, that had been put out there. And during the time period, so I think part of it was the danger was that parts exist, right? So things like this do exist, and there are anomalous materials. This is what I was finding out, and I think that this is what I'm an okay researcher. It's not like I would make this up, nor would I lie. You know, I'm publishing with Oxford, so my reputation is at stake, right? So I'm doing the best I can to kind of adjudicate, like, am I being fed disinformation or, you know, what's going on? Gary now will be able to identify by taking these parts back and analyzing them through his laboratories, whether or not they're engineered or not. And he's been doing that ever since. So these are the kinds of things that I would have found out. I think part of it was also that I was finding out that there was an oral tradition and that the perception management was very tight. And I think this is what they were afraid. But I've said this now publicly, so. But I did get harassed, though. I did get harassed, and it still happens.
How'd you get harassed?
Most of it is doxing and email harassment at my university began, and both to me and Gary at the same time, and people showing up.
People?
Yeah, people in my town showing up.
Like what kind of people? Schizophrenics?
No, but
No?
but people you wouldn't want to meet. Yeah.
Loons.
Yeah.
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 But you think that's targeted? Do you think that's on purpose?
It's for sure.
But do you think that also that might just be people that are obsessed with this particular subject?
These are people that are affiliated with the people in those that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt.
So tell me about the crash retrieval site.
Yeah. So this is so now you have to understand this is a long time period. So I start this in 2012. I get this shock where I'm being, people are asking me to meet, people from these programs and from the Space Force. And I'm actually not meeting with them because I'm waiting. I'm kind of thinking I've got to think this through. It wasn't until about 2014 that I actually start to meet the people, like the affiliated people. And they show me some things, and they asked me to go to this crash retrieval site in New Mexico.
No, this is a recent crash?
No, it's okay. So this crash is part of a series of crashes that happened in the 1940s.
So the Roswell.
It wasn't Roswell, actually. It was one of the crash sites that's near. It's in New Mexico, but it's not Roswell.
So there was more than one crash in New Mexico.
Yeah, I think they
allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. They said that there were probably 4. Maybe even more. I don't know.
What a bunch of shitty UFOs keep
I
crashing.
know. That's what. Well, they don't believe that they crashed. They use that term, but they don't think it's a crash. They think that it's. They personally, I'll tell you from a professor's standpoint, like their idea of this is that it's a donation. They call it the donation site. So they think that these were donated materials and they're going to get information, and they do. And that's how Tyler was able to create a lot of the things that he created through, and he would fly these on the space shuttle, by the way, these experiments and so forth. It was very, very fascinating to me. I mean, I think anybody would be fascinated with it, to tell you the truth.
When you say fly these, you don't mean physical materials.
So he would have an idea that he would get through these protocols that I told you about. So he practices these protocols, and it would be related to something that he would then want to fly on the space shuttle, because this was during the time the space shuttle was happening. And the space shuttle had anti-gravity environments, and he needed these environments in order to create this. And now this is actually a whole field called biologics. So there's a real field now where people are doing these experiments in space and creating things that we can't create here.
Like what?
Medicine, certain types of metals, kind of like ceramic metals. He created something. I actually wrote about this and published about it. Totally academic paper, so most general readers would never read it. It's because it has academic jargon in it. But I talked all about it.
Jamie's got something here. Researchers have capitalized on microgravity in space to accelerate drug discovery and development. That was one of the speculations about the type of metals that were retrieved supposedly from these crash sites, that these, whatever these metals were, they were layered, and that they could only be layered specifically the way they were done in a zero gravity environment.
Yeah, that's right. They were engineered. So
Right.
I actually did talk to Gary before I came on your podcast because I just wanted to be sure, because I don't want to represent his research incorrectly.
Right.
So I said, can you please recap it? He always thinks I'm an idiot too. He's like, how many times have I told you this? So yeah, so he has parts from various of the crash sites that are clearly engineered. Not by humans.
Right.
But he doesn't. He's not going to jump to the conclusion that it's extraterrestrial. He says we just don't know.
Right. It's just something that is outside of the realm of our current understanding of how we create physical materials.
That's correct.
And how much of this stuff do they have? Do they have full crafts?
I've never seen any full crafts.
What did you see when you went to the crash site?
So I saw two types of materials. One I can say looks like kind of metallic frog skin, and another.
And this is on the ground at the crash site,
Okay,
or do they
so
have it in
that's
warehouses?
another thing. I have to tell you a little bit about how we came about this. Now, remember, this is the first book that I wrote about this, so I've written 2 books about it, and I wasn't a believer. So when I went there, I even wasn't a believer. I was like, I think they're trying to give me misinfo, or
Right.
Something's going on.
Right.
Maybe they really believe this. Well, they both really believed this. I know that for sure. So we're there, and we had to wear blindfolds in order to go, me and Gary. So Tyler's taking us. We drive to a certain place. He says, put the blindfolds on. We had to leave our cell phones. We couldn't take any technology with us. And so we go out. It takes about an hour to get out to the site. We're blindfolded. We get out to the site. We get out. We were wearing, like, I guess there's rattlesnakes out there. And so we have to wear certain boots and, things like that. So we get out. We take our blindfolds off. And the first thing I do is I look around because it looks really familiar to me, even though I've never been out there. And Tyler looked at me and he said, looks familiar, doesn't it? And I said, yeah. And he said, it's you've seen it in the X-Files. And I was like, what? He goes, they had an insider on their team. And I honestly thought, okay, this actually fits into my research that, we learn everything we do about religion from media. Like, you want to know what, Moses looked like, you just watch, the 10 Commandments and things like that. Like, it's not true, of course, but that's how most people learn about their religions. And so this made me understand this is what's going on. It's like people are believing this through this, and then I'm coming to this, and I'm going to confirm that it indeed looks like this, and it is a crash site. It's just too weird for me, but this is what I study, so I'm going to study. But that gets to your point, like, how did we get this stuff? So he actually did have metal detectors that were configured for specific types of metals that he had these built.
Is there a scientific term for these particular types of metals?
They're called metamaterials.
Metamaterials.
Yeah.
What?
I think that's just a fancy word for saying we don't know what this is. Mm-hmm. Frankly, because they're meta.
Okay.
Right?
And they're layered in some sort of a way where it's like literally like atom upon atom.
Yeah. Well, I don't actually know the science of it. I just know what these guys tell me because, they're doing the research at, their laboratories.
These people are very cagey about it. Like Jacques Vallée was very cagey about the way he was willing to describe it and the way he was willing to describe these things. It's almost like they don't want to blurt out too much because it'll cut off access.
Okay, so that could be. But I know that the reason that I don't want to is there's some type of national security issue and I am an American.
Right.
So there's something like that going on.
Right. Especially if someone else can figure out how to use these things.
Yeah.
So when you go to this site, do you see the physical ground where this thing hit?
Okay, yes.
And
So
what does it look like?
Okay, so at this point, the whole site is covered with rubble that looks like rusted rubble, and it's not sand. So there's the sand of the desert, right? And then there's this rubble everywhere. And I'm stepping on the rubble, and I'm kind of looking at it. And
How big are these pieces?
Well, this is all just like less
Gravel?
than yeah, it's like gravel. It's like, and so I asked Tyler, "What's this?" And he said that after the government retrieved the crash, and they didn't want anyone out here looking, so what they did was they dropped a bunch of tin cans out here in the 1950s, and these have disintegrated down into this rubble. And so I put that in my book because that's what he said. And when I put that in my book, the editor of my book said to me, "You can't say this because it's ridiculous." And at the time, I was like, it is ridiculous, but this is what happened, and it's data. And even though we don't understand it now and it seems ridiculous, we need to keep it in there.
It doesn't seem ridiculous to me at all.
Well, this is a person who absolutely, the editor, who absolutely doesn't believe in UFOs at all, but knows that I'm doing good work on a new type of religion, therefore is keeping the Oxford brand, Oxford University, straight and narrow. But I convinced her. I said, it's data, so we've got to keep it in there. And I'm really happy I did. I kept it in there. I kept a lot of stuff in there that didn't make sense to me at the time. But when I look back on it with everything that's coming out now, I'm like, okay, I'm glad I did that.
Well, the strategy for disseminating disinformation along with real information is long been used.
Yes.
Where they'll say a bunch of really ridiculous things and connect them to something that's probably real.
Right.
And that way everything gets thrown out. It's the baby with the bathwater. The whole thing gets thrown out.
Totally.
And if you have a site where they've picked up these anomalous metals that defy our understanding of metallurgy, and you're calling them metamaterials, and no one knows where the hell it comes from, what's the best way to confuse people? Well, just throw a bunch of regular metal everywhere.
That's right. That's exactly
Yeah, just throw tin cans.
But we were out there all day. So we were out there for probably 10 hours. And I know, so at many points in the day, Gary and I would go aside and kind of confer without Tyler listening and saying, is this a setup, And so he goes, well, let's just try to find some stuff and I'll analyze it and I'll tell we'll tell you.
So do you notice that the ground has been disturbed? Is there an indication that something hit there?
Yes. So Tyler took us and showed us everywhere. Like, he's been a part of this retrieval site for like 40 years or so. And he knows the people that, like the original people and the story and everything like that. So he gave us a tour of the whole place. And we found parts, by the way, and some of the parts were so deep down into the ground, like there were rocks and things like that. And Gary, I'm afraid he's going to get bit by a rattlesnake, frankly. He's putting his hand down there and, spending like hours at this one place trying to get something. He found some things there. And I thought, if people are trying to fool us and put things down, they did a really good job, because they would have had to come here like a year ago or something and put that down there. So honestly, that's my personal opinion, is I don't think that this was put out there for us. We did find things. What's interesting to me is that after we found these things, and we did all this kind of data collection and everything at the site, very much like anthropologists do, by the way, documenting what we found, when we found it, what it looked like and things like that, and putting into special containers. Then I was like, I don't want this. I don't want any of this stuff. And they both looked at me and laughed. And so Tyler told us what was going to happen when we went back to the airport. He said, once we get back to the airport, Gary said he's going to take the stuff. Gary's going to get stopped. Oh, Tyler can go through airports, by the way. He doesn't have to go through the normal thing that I have to go through, like the TSA and everything. He just goes through. So he went through I had to go through. Gary went through, and he did get stopped. And everything happened exactly as Tyler said it would. There was going to, they were going to look through everything. They were going to like take everything apart. Then, all that was a signal to someone in DC that somebody had these parts, and this is who. That's what he said was so. And I don't know if the signal went to DC, but everything else happened. And Gary and I were both sweating, right? We were like, oh.
So they essentially allow this.
Yeah.
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 Is it because they want different perspectives from different academics?
I think so. My personal opinion is that, and in fact, there was a conference at Stanford like a month ago, and I was at that conference. And part of what was said was that this is information that we can't keep siloed because it's too important, and we need to have the best minds on this information, this data, this material. And so they're kind of like outsourcing.
How big were these pieces?
So these pieces that I found weren't very big. I mean, they were one of them was about like this big, right?
Okay, like so the size of a pack of gum?
Yeah. And the actual frog skin type thing was probably about this big.
Like a small notebook?
And we found a couple of those.
Mm-hmm. You found a couple of those just wandering around this area?
Well, we weren't wandering. We were actually digging in and looking. And yeah.
Wandering's a bad word.
That's
but
okay.
Exploring.
Yeah.
This frog skin, what is it? Is it malleable? Is it?
Yes, it's malleable. And you could crunch it up and it'll go back to its original form.
I've heard of that before. That was something that they talked about at Roswell, that there was some bizarre metal that you could crumple up like a piece of paper and it would flatten right back out. And that's what you experienced?
I don't know if it was the same material, but yes.
Similar.
Yeah, it was like
what did that feel like when you did that?
It's hard to explain because you have to understand I was really resistant to the
right.
10 years ago, think about it. This was a time period when we weren't talking about UFOs.
Right, it was ridiculous until 2017 to the New York Times story.
That's right. And my book was in press during that time. So during this time period, I'm doing this research, and I am not going to believe that this is. But so many indicators were telling me that it was, yes, this is Diana, this is what's going on. There is something. And so much. And when I looked back at the Space Force, our Space Force, and also the history of that, I could see, okay, there are so many things that just don't add up here, that this is probably. And I met too many people that had been long timers in the program, like seriously long timers, like their whole lives, live and die by this, live and die by it. When they die with that information.
Whoa.
And it's traumatizing to them and their family too.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. The people that worked on Roswell that spoke about it many, many years later, they have that sort of same weight that they're carrying around with them. Like Philip Corso and all those other people. When they describe the experience like many, many years later, so there's a weight to the information that they're carrying. It's almost like they want to tell the world, but the world's not going to even believe them. And how could they unless they experienced it? And even though they experienced it, they're still baffled by it.
That's exactly the feeling I got. It was a weight. There was a sense of duty to the American, to being an American, of course, and there's a patriotism there. But there was also a sense that these were the true actors in history, and we will never know their names.
So you spend 10 hours at this site.
Yeah.
And is there any guidance? Are they describing things to you? Are they telling you what you can and can't do? Is there any?
No, it was just me, Gary, and Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
There was no
one else.
No.
So who transported you there?
Well, Tyler did because it was his
so
site.
Tyler blindfolded you?
Yeah. He's the person who worked on this site for 40 years.
So obviously he has permission to do this.
He does. In fact, he had to get permission for Gary to go. He had already received permission for me to go, and he had to get permission for Gary to go.
And what kind of information are they giving you in terms of what their conclusions are? How many different possibilities that they have surmised? Like, do they have a summary of all the different aspects of this phenomenon that they think it could be or might not be? Or
So, yes. So the story actually begins there. And then I continued to work with Tyler because I'm pretty fascinated by what he does, and I'm fascinated about the programs, and I'm fascinated by the fact that the true actors of history are unknown. And
What do you mean by that?
Because these are the people that are doing things that actually change history. Like, think of the first people that decided, hey, let's give these people LSD and see what happens, right? Well, they probably weren't Richard Alpert, Ram Dass, and Timothy Leary. They probably weren't them.
But Charlie West.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
And most people don't know who that is. Okay. So that's what I'm saying is, like, there's a whole nother level to our history. And I already knew this anyway, being a historian of religion. But I guess I was a patriot, right? And I still am. And so when
As am I.
So when I learned about this, I really wanted to share the story because I felt like these people, even if they remained invisible, they should get their due. Like, because these people keep us safe in ways that we just don't know. And they're dedicating their lives and they're getting no recognition for it. Okay, no recognition. And so that really prompted me more than anything to write about it. So I was working with Tyler, and I was scheduled to go to the Vatican. And it was at the Vatican where we encountered, where a lot of things happened for Tyler that I saw made him understand that this was something that had been going on historically for a very long time period. See, we didn't just go to the Vatican. We also went to the Vatican Archive, which is hard to get into, but I could get into it. And we also went to the Space Observatory Archive, which most people don't even know that the Vatican has a space observatory. And how that all happened was not set up, Joe. It was not. It was so organic. Because it happened before I even met Tyler. And I put off going there because I had at the time very young kids, and I didn't want to leave them and go to another country for 3 weeks or whatnot. But I had been invited by Brother Guy Consolmagno to go to the Space Observatory because I had been studying about the space research, and I said, does the Vatican have like a lot of space documents, documents about space? And he said every single thing that the Vatican does, and we do, he said, comes to where I live, which is at the Space Observatory. And we have a scholar's residence, and you're welcome to stay for as long as you want. You have full access to the Space Observatory archive. And
What is it like?
It's great.
It's
great.
Describe it to me.
Okay. Well, for me, it's great.
Right.
Many people may think, oh, how boring, right? But original Keplers and Copernicuses and, every single thing that scientists from 1200, 1300 on up thought about space and about magnetism and propulsion and things like that, it's all there, every one of them. And so you go in there, and we had full access to it. Tyler and I.
Why does the Vatican have that?
Well, the Vatican would have it. So because, who was doing this 500 years ago? There was no United States.
Right.
So of course they're going to have it. They also have an amazing meteorite collection. They have a lot of really cool things there. And they're these monks. They're astrophysicist monks. And they're just hanging out there. They've got the best lattes, by the way.
Italians.
Yeah.
They know how to eat.
My experience, though, of the Vatican itself was different than the archive. And I've actually heard you talk about the Vatican, and I agree. Like you said, I saw you talking about it, and you said, I'm looking around and I see all this stuff, and they stole it from all these, countries. It was like all this booty, the Vatican is filled with it. That was my experience as well. So when I went, we did the scholarship, of course, but we also did the touristy thing. So, we went and looked at all the museum and everything like that. And everything I saw seemed to me to be like, colonization, the colonization of these people and taking their stuff, and the colonization of these people and taking their stuff. And they have it all there. And when you're inside the Vatican, by the way, it's different than when you're outside of it, because, when you're outside of it, there are those guys that the Swiss guards. Well, those guys are militia when you go inside, and they're everywhere.
The thing that fascinated me about it was just the volume.
Yeah.
The volume. It's like they're hoarders for insane art.
Yeah.
I mean, there's stuff that should be in its own room, and it's just stacked next to other stuff that also should be in its own room. It's almost like they don't have enough space for all the stuff that they have.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah. It's kind of like this place. If you see our stack of art that we have out there, I have like stuff that I need to put on the walls. It's just I have too much of it because so many people send me cool shit.
This is such an awesome studio.
Thank
It
you.
reminded me immediately when I walked into it. I was like, okay, I want to take photos of everything, but I wouldn't. I didn't, but I did want to.
Well, you can. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just art.
It's amazing. You
Yeah.
have some really amazing stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to be connected to so many fascinating artists that send me stuff or that I buy their stuff. Like, I bought the Hendrix painting. There's the thing about the Vatican. Well, I got very fortunate that we had a professor that took us on a tour, and my children were pretty young at the time. And when we went, we were outside in this courtyard area, and there's where the pine cone is. And he said, "Do you know the significance of the pine cone?" And I said, "Does it represent the pineal gland?" And he said, "Yes." And so he got
I
so
did not know
excited.
this.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
it's also in the Pope's staff. If you look at the staff that the Pope carries, the staff has a pine. See if you can get a photo of the staff the Pope carries. It has a pine cone in the center of it. The pine cone, which is it's depicted in many ancient pieces of art, religious art, and it represents the pineal gland because it's similar in appearance to a pine cone. And so this pine cone, which also I'm sure probably represents the Fibonacci sequence, which also represents itself in the pine cone, that's the seed of the soul. That's where DMT is made.
This might be the gateway place.
Yeah, the reason why they have it, an immense pine cone, I mean, that's not an accident.
No, of course not.
No,
Yeah.
so here it is.
Fascinating.
So he has it in his staff. And that massive pine cone that is the sculpture at the Vatican, that's what that is. That is it's representative of the pineal gland. And this is what this professor was telling me. And like you see it there in that ancient Mesopotamian art, it's probably Sumerian with that god that has that. I mean, that's the Anunnaki carried that thing. And that the fact that they're holding it specifically, that they're telling you like this is what's up. This is the connection. This is the connection to the gods.
Did you guess this?
Well, I knew that the pineal gland looked like a pine cone.
And so when he asked you, you just knew this?
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Well, I'd already had a lot of experiences with DMT.
Right.
So I already knew. I knew there's a realm accessible to anybody that gets in contact with that stuff that is beyond imagination. It is more real than reality. And when you go there, you've been there before. The most bizarre feeling about it is this terrifying fear while it's happening, and then incredible peace when you get in there, and a recognition like, oh, I know this place. I've been here. I'm here all the time. I know these things. I know these beings. These beings are, they're truth. They're something from somewhere else. Somewhere that's probably around us all the time, that's influencing us all the time. I know a lot of people have had very negative experiences, like horrific experiences of demons and negative encounters. I've had none. I've had no negative experiences like that. My experiences are all in these very enlightened, bizarre creatures that contact you. And they seem to know like what's wrong with me. Like right away. And they seem to like also work on you. Like there's this bizarre feeling like they're like, let me get in there and fix your fucking wires.
Well, that, of course, sounds like the abduction experience, too.
Yes. Very, very, very similar to the abduction experience. I think they're all connected. I really do. I think that's one. I mean, I know you're saying that some of them do happen during the day. I'm sure some of them happen during the day. Most of them happen at night. The vast majority of them happen during when people are sleeping.
That's true.
And that seems to be completely connected to that. It's the only explanation that makes sense to me. Initially, a lot of people were dismissing your concerns, and they were saying that this object is nothing but a comet, and it's very normal. But then as it got closer and as we got more data, it seems like you're correct.
Well,
This is a very unusual object.
there is something really important to recognize here, that usually when you deal with scientific matters, they have very little impact on the future of humanity. Very little. If the neutrino has a little bit of a mass, doesn't really matter. When we discovered the Higgs boson, the biggest impact was to confirm some idea we had back in the 60s. And, obviously that affected, those people who got the Nobel Prize. But most of us continued as if nothing happened. However, here, if we ever encounter alien technology, everything will change. It will affect the financial markets. It will affect politics in a major way. So my point is simple. This is different than other scientific matters. And the intelligence agencies know very well that events with very small probability have to be considered seriously because they could have major implications. Just think about October 7th. The Israeli intelligence agencies had a theory that the Hamas will do nothing. And they got data that indicated something is going on out there, but they dismissed it because of their theory. Now, as a result of their mistake, which was clearly a blunder, a lot of people died on both sides. That this could have been avoided if they were to consider a black swan event, an event that you put a small probability for it happening, but you look at anomalies in the data and say, look, the implications are so huge, we have to consider it. And, this idea was already considered by the philosopher mathematician Blaise Pascal. He talked about God. And he said, look, of course, you might think that God doesn't exist. The probability for that is small, but the implications, if God exists, the implications are so huge that we have to discuss it. That was the argument, Pascal's wager. And the intelligence agencies know that. Believe me, the Israeli intelligence agencies will not make that mistake again. Now, here comes an object from outside the solar system, and it shows anomalies. The scientists would say we should be as careful as possible at talking about anything other than a rock. Now, they say that when they know that humanity launched a lot of space junk, a lot of technological objects to space. And we also know that there are 100 billion stars like the sun in the Milky Way galaxy alone. Most of them formed billions of years before the sun. And there are billions of Earth-Sun analogs. Now, we all believe that we came out of a soup of chemicals. That's the scientific narrative of how human intelligence came on this earth. And so it's quite likely that, we are not the first one. Sorry to break the news, Elon Musk was probably not the most accomplished space entrepreneur since the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. And therefore, we should consider the possibility that things like us existed long before us. And you can ask the question, how long does it take our own technology, the Voyager spacecraft that we launched out of the solar system, how long does it take it to move to the opposite side of the Milky Way galaxy? Thousands of light years away, it takes less than 1 billion years. And that means that all these civilizations that had their history initiated billions of years before ours could have done it. And all we need to do as responsible scientists is to check if among all the rocks that come from outside of our backyard are really rocks, or maybe one of these objects might be a tennis ball that was thrown by a neighbor. And the reason I say that is, we live at our home, on Earth, next to the sun. We look around us in the cosmic street, and we see a lot of houses just like ours. There are billions of them, probably. Now, my colleagues, those scientists who think traditionally, they say, well, microbes came to Earth very early, therefore they must be everywhere. So let's define our highest priority, searching for microbes on other houses in our cosmic street. And I say, Good. You can do that from the vantage point of your home. You can look through the window and search for microbes in your neighbor's yards. But you would need to put $10 billion to develop a big enough instrument that would be able to detect the chemical fingerprints of microbes, on exoplanets. And think about the possibility that there is a resident in one of those houses. That resident might show up in your front door at some point, or you might see an object that arrives to your backyard or your mailbox from that resident.
A black swan event.
A black swan event. Or you might see some construction project from a distance. That might be easier to detect than microbes. So we should hedge our bets. We should invest billions of dollars on both fronts. At the moment, the scientific community is willing to allocate more than $10 billion to searching for microbes, but no recommendation is made to allocate any federal funding to the search for intelligence. And I say that is an oversight.
Now, they have found evidence of microbes on Mars, correct?
Well, it's not conclusive.
Evidence?
We need to bring materials back. It's called sample return, and NASA has plans. We need to bring a sample back to Earth so that in our laboratories we can do isotope analysis and make sure that whatever signatures we see on the rocks there that do look as if they were made by microbes, because we know that Mars had an atmosphere like the Earth. By the way, Mars may have had life before the Earth because it's a smaller body, so it has a bigger surface area for its mass. The mass of the object tells you how much heat it can retain from the formation process, and then the surface area tells you how fast it can cool. And Mars could have cooled faster than the Earth. So life may have started on Mars, actually, because it had rivers, lakes, oceans of water, and it could have been actually delivered to Earth. We might be all Martians. And when Elon Musk, considers going to Mars, it might be the second trip around. We might be going back to our childhood home because there were tiny astronauts inside rocks that were chipped off the surface of Mars that arrived to Earth and seeded the Earth with life as we know it.
Panspermia.
Yeah. And in fact, we can find out if we get this material back to Earth, as NASA is planning to do, hopefully within a decade, then we can make sure that these were microbes. And perhaps we can infer whether the building blocks of these microbes are similar to the ones we have here on Earth, whether the DNA, RNA kind of process took place in both places.
Have you ever done any research on the structural anomalies that are on Mars, particularly the right angles that appear to be a square, this enormous structure?
Yeah, I've seen the data. It's not conclusive, but it's intriguing because both Mars and the Moon have no atmosphere right now. So what happens on Earth is that when an object roughly the size of a person, or smaller, goes through the atmosphere, it burns up, creates a fireball, just like an atomic explosion, and actually you have an object of order a meter colliding with Earth every year. Every year there is an atomic explosion size fireball in our atmosphere. It's not reported in the news because it happens pretty high at an altitude of 50 kilometers, so it doesn't do anything. And 71% of the Earth is covered by oceans. But these meteors, and they are quite important. Obviously, we know that the dinosaurs 66 million years ago were extinguished by a giant impact by an asteroid the size of Manhattan Island. And we are aware, by the way, that such an impact could endanger us. And that's why the U.S. Congress tasked NASA to find all objects that come close to Earth with a size bigger than a football field, about 140 meters, so that we avoid the fate of the dinosaurs. So we think we are smart, we can see these rocks coming, but just imagine alien technology. It will not follow a path that you expect if it has some intelligence in it. And that's a risk that was never attended to. And I wrote a white paper to the United Nations and to the International Astronomical Union to develop a strategy for monitoring interstellar objects that come from outside the solar system, like 3i Atlas, that could that show anomalies that could potentially be technological in origin.
The structures on Mars, like what do you think when you look at them? When you see that one that looks like
I think
a
it's very
square?
intriguing. Both Mars and the Moon have no atmosphere, so the objects that come into them do not burn up, as I mentioned before about Earth, and therefore they serve as museums. Okay, so any space junk that might have landed on Mars over the past 2 billion years would not have burned in the atmosphere. It would have landed, and we need to check the surface, even if we know that there wasn't any civilization out there over the past 2 billion years because conditions are really harsh.
Right.
Mars may have collected technological debris from other civilizations because it would stay on the surface. It's just like a museum.
This is an enormous structure. It's at least I think they think 300 meters, but
yeah, but that's not enormous because
quite a bit longer.
3I Atlas, the size of 3I Atlas,
Right.
is at least 5 kilometers in diameter, and I derived it in a paper a couple of weeks ago because we know that it's losing mass. So it's mostly from the side that is facing the sun. And you would have gotten some recoil as a result of that in the opposite direction, just like a rocket. And I used, together with two colleagues, 4,000 data points from 227 observatories around the Earth of 3I Atlas that monitored its motion across the sky. And we were able to say that the trajectory is sculpted only by gravity. There is no evidence for this recoil. And that means that the object is very massive. And I derived a value of 33 billion tons. A huge thing, which if you take solid density, it means it's more than 5 kilometers in diameter. So when you mention a few 100 meters, that's nothing.
Right.
And this object, by the way, was discovered just over the past decade of surveying the sky. So who knows how much debris collected on the surface of Mars or the Moon, because they are good museums, and by the way, I see that as their most important value. Let me just say one thing about my fundamental point of view.
Okay.
Each of us would live for about 100 years if we are lucky, right? That's the kind of... It's pretty depressing, right? Because there is so much we would like to know, and we have only 100 years, so... And, that already tells you that you need to be modest and humble because you don't have a lot of time, right? So why engage in conflicts? Why reduce the lifespan of other people, in wars? It makes no sense, all of this.
Right.
You have limited time. Let's just use it for something constructive. Anyway, we are born on this rock, which is just 3 millionths of the mass of the sun. It's leftover material from the formation process of the sun. Some debris was left over in a disk and the Earth was made out of that. That's it. And it's just a speck of material, nothing significant. And this Earth was moving around the sun 4.54 billion times before the Vatican even existed. And why do I say the Vatican? Because the Vatican put Galilei in house arrest when he said, I don't think everything moves around the Earth. I see some moons through my telescope. I see some moons around Jupiter. They don't seem to revolve around the Earth. They revolve around Jupiter. Therefore, the Earth is not at the center. So they put him in house arrest. Today, they would have, canceled him on social media. and my point is, that's the first sign that, humans they want to think that it's all about them,
Right.
And it's not surprising. But the Vatican admitted their mistake. In 1992, they issued an official letter saying Galileo was right. That was 350 years after he died. And, it's the worst public relations affair that you can have to admit that you were wrong for 350 years. And how could they have avoided that? Very simply, if they said, we have more money than Galileo, we will build an even bigger telescope to figure out the truth, and we would prove him wrong. And then they would have found that he was right. And so then they would have corrected course shortly after.
Or they would have put more people under house arrest. That's probably what they would have done.
Yeah, so my point is, it's really important in cases like this or 3i Atlas, it's really important to get as much data as possible. Because once you reach a certain threshold, you can't shove anomalies under the carpet of traditional thinking, the way that my colleagues do. Just to give you an example, the first interstellar object was Oumuamua, okay? And it was discovered 2017, and it was really strange because it was shaped like a pancake based on all the data we have, and it was pushed away from the sun by some mysterious force without showing any evaporation, no gas or dust around it. What did these conservative comet experts say? Most recently, just in December 2024, there was a paper of them saying, it's a comet. It's a dark comet. In other words, a comet where you can't see the cometary tail around it. So it's just like experts, specializing in zebras. And they go to the zoo and they see an elephant. So then they say, oh, the elephant is a zebra without stripes. And I say, no, it's a completely different animal. A spacecraft would appear differently than a rock, than a comet, because it will not have a cometary tail. It could be propelled by something else. So let me go back to the big picture that I mentioned before. So we live on this Earth, moving around the sun, and my colleagues in academia, one thing I often say is common sense is not common in academia. Because my colleagues in academia know very well about the story of Galileo. They know very well about the possibility of black swans. And they say, it's an extraordinary claim to imagine something like us, as smart as we are, near another star. And I say, no, it's an ordinary claim. Why would you think it's extraordinary? And by the way, if you decide not to collect evidence, not to look for it, then you will not find it. So I say, extraordinary evidence requires extraordinary funding. You really need to put resources to find the evidence. By not attending to this possibility, you will by not imagining this. And by the way, I much prefer to listen to imaginative science fiction writers, first class, because they're much more interesting than second class scientists who don't have an imagination. And they not only have a problem with discussing alien intelligence, they also have a problem with whoever discusses it, and they would try to suppress that voice. And I think it makes no sense whatsoever, because the public really cares about it. My essays on medium.com, they get a few million readers a month now. The public cares about it. The public funds science. Therefore, scientists should attend to this question, are we alone? It's the most romantic question in science. It's like, so just to finish my big picture before we get to more. So then, we live on this planet. Everyone says, okay, we are not at the center of the universe, but we might be the only intelligent species out there. Again, we need the next Copernican revolution, the next Galilean revolution, to realize that there is a smarter kid on the block, okay? And it's just like the experience of my daughters on the first day to the kindergarten. At home, they thought that they're at the center of the universe because they had their learning was based on a data set that was limited to home. It's just like LLMs, artificial intelligence systems that learn from their data sets, and they had limited environment. And then when they went to the kindergarten, they realized our kids just like them, some are smarter. So we are yet to mature in that sense. And that's the big picture. Now, why is it so important for the future of humanity? Because, the Earth would not exist forever. By the way, when people talk about global climate change and so forth, they don't realize, the issue is not the Earth. The issue is humanity, the future of humanity. And the Earth itself would be very likely, based on detailed calculations, it will be engulfed by the sun in 7.6 billion years. And here is something that you won't find much discussed. The moon, because of the friction on the envelope of the sun, will crash back to Earth. And then the Earth will move all the way to the center of the sun. Nothing will be left. No monument will survive 7.6 billion years ago. into the future. And we have an obligation, if we want to be remembered in cosmic history, we have an obligation not to go to Mars. That's not really a great vision. Going to Mars is just like, you have a group of chimpanzees living in the jungle, on some trees, and they have some bananas and so forth. And then one of the chimpanzees looks far away into the horizon and says, "Oh, look up there! There is another region that we can go to." And it actually it's clear that there are no bananas there. So the same is about Mars. Like Elon says, let's go to Mars to save humanity, but it's actually not a great place to be on.
Yeah,
there is
you
no
got to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere if you want to populate a planet.
So here is my point.
Okay, here's your point.
It makes much more sense for us to invest in building a platform in space that can accommodate humans, not rely on another rock that happens to be near us with much worse conditions. It's a desert, no atmosphere. So let's build a space platform, go on it, and make sure that it's safe for humans to live for long periods of time. We can produce artificial gravity by rotation. Now, you say, well, it will cost a lot of money, but we're spending $2.4 trillion every year on military budgets. If we were just to change our priorities and say, we want to build Noah's spaceship, in analogy to Noah's Ark, to save humanity from the great flood or catastrophe that will happen on Earth, you build you put a fraction of this $2.4 trillion a year. And I'm willing to bet that within this century, our engineers, architects, scientists, if you put a level of funding of $1 trillion a year for the next several decades, we will come up with a concept that can accommodate humans in space much better than Mars can.
Okay. I want to get back to Mars because the structures on Mars, why would you think that they came from space debris rather than a prior civilization?
Because, Mars...
Let's take a look at it first. Jamie, will you pull up those images? So what's fascinating about the images is the right angles, right? Like that one that's good. Like that's kind of crazy, isn't it?
It is.
And that doesn't strike me as something that landed there from space. It looks like a structure. It's too even.
Yeah. Well, it could be.
It could be
if the evolution of intelligence on Mars was accelerated by a factor of 2. That's not a big factor of 2.
Right.
Meaning that intelligence arose on Mars 2 billion years after it formed, rather than, in the case of the Earth, 4.5 or so.
Right.
And, one thing I really want to do is if I ever have a say or go to Mars, I would like to visit those caves, the lava tubes in Mars, because they are protected from the surface, bombardment by cosmic rays and all kinds of things happening, the ultraviolet radiation. So in those caves, I want to check if there are any prehistoric paintings or any technological objects there. I completely agree with you. A factor of 2 is not a big deal. And you can ask also whether on Earth there was a sophisticated technological civilization before us that somehow, either through self-inflicted wounds or because of a natural catastrophe disappeared.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that, especially now that they're looking at the pyramids and these structures that appear to be underneath the pyramids that they're examining. Those Italian scientists that have found these structures that are up to 2 kilometers deep.
Right.
There's some wild stuff in Egypt.
Well, I want to see that data. I haven't seen the paper itself. I just saw reports about it. But definitely on Earth as well. And the problem of Earth is that documented human history is only 8,000 years old.
Right.
And 8,000 years, is just a millionth of the age of the Milky Way galaxy. It's nothing.
Are you including things like Göbekli Tepe in that? Because that's 11,000 plus.
So but it's not really documented in written form,
Right.
So I'm talking about, But you are correct that our knowledge of what happened on Earth is really limited because the human species existed for a few million years and we have documentation at the level of 10,000 years. If you go back to that, it would be 11,000.
Not a lot.
not much more.
Yeah.
But
The issue is actual evidence, right? There's just
Right,
not a lot
exactly.
of evidence because
Exactly.
a lot of evidence just gets swallowed by the earth.
Exactly.
Especially over long periods of time, which is why it's so fascinating looking at that thing on Mars, because if there was any kind of life that was capable of building structures on Mars, it had to be a long time ago. Like, when was Mars? There's a bunch of theories. Maybe you can help me. Like, what do you think is the predominant theory that explains the lack of atmosphere on Mars? Do you think it was an impact?
No, Mars is a less massive planet than the Earth, and therefore it has less gravitational grip on its atmosphere. And as to why the atmosphere was lost, there are various ideas. It may have to do with an eruption on the sun that removed it, or the magnetic field, the lack of a strong enough magnetic field to retain the atmosphere. We don't know for sure, but we know it happened about 2 to 2.5 billion years ago, at the middle of its life.
Can I ask you this? At
Yeah.
2.5 billion years, was it closer to the sun?
No. It was roughly at the same place.
Exactly the same distance?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And
And then so 2.5 billion years ago, it lost its atmosphere.
Yes.
So if it did have life, that life would have to, so we would have to be looking at something that's literally 2+ billion years
Yes,
old,
yes.
the remnants of a structure, which also seems kind of unlikely, right? It also seems like there probably wouldn't be much there.
I actually did a calculation. The biggest risk for anything on the surface is all these impacts by asteroids, and I calculated that.
And micrometeors, everything, right? Because there's nothing stopping.
That's right. And I calculated the amount of energy over a few billion years that was deposited on the surface of Mars is equivalent to, hundreds of Hiroshima-type nuclear explosions per square kilometer. It's really huge.
Right.
And because you're integrating over billions of years.
So that square probably wouldn't be there anymore.
Well, there could be some relics that somehow stick, like it depends what it was originally, if the Empire State Building, even
if
after.
it was enormous and made completely out of stone, like the pyramids, maybe that's what would be left of it.
Maybe. I think we should be definitely open-minded and guided by evidence. That's the key.
Well, that's what's interesting is because that is evidence.
That is evidence. We should go there, clear the dust and see if it's just a rock that happened to be shaped like that. I mean, you could have rocks that are shaped like that.
Let's bring it back to this. Is it 3AI Atlas?
No, 3I Atlas.
3I Atlas.
So 3 means it's the third object identified by survey telescopes. Over the past 8 years, we didn't have the technology before that. Mm-hmm. And so we just don't know how much traffic there is of interstellar.
We missed a lot.
So we had, the first survey telescope that found Oumuamua was Pan-STARRS in Hawaii. And the reason it was constructed is because the US Congress tasked NASA to find 90% of all objects bigger than a football field passing close to Earth. These are potential killer asteroids that can destroy a region on Earth. We want to protect the Earth, so we want to know about them. And they asked NASA and the National Science Foundation to search, to build observatories that will search for such objects. And that's why Pan-STARRS was established. And then it saw a near-Earth object, so they flagged it for that reason. And they realized it's moving too fast to be bound by gravity to the sun. And that was Oumuamua. And then it looked weird. Now, I had no agenda. I was working on cosmology. At the time, I was working on black holes. I was the founding director of the Black Hole Initiative at Harvard, and Stephen Hawking had Passover at my home in 2016. This object was discovered a year later. And I said, well, okay, that's interesting, but it has anomalies. The amount of brightness coming from it by reflecting sunlight changes by a factor of 10 as it's tumbling. That's really strange. And I started getting more and more into the anomalies. And I noticed.
So you had no, previous to that, you had no real connection to the UAP phenomenon?
No, zero.
So you're just basing entirely on the data that you were getting from.
Yeah. And
how do you say it? Oumuamua?
Oumuamua.
Oumuamua.
And, I am driven by curiosity. I'm no different than the kid that I was. I grew up on a farm, and people who knew me back then say I didn't change. I'm not willing to change what I say just for political benefit or for just to be liked. But I don't have any social media accounts. I don't care about that. But when something
Thank
looks...
God. Somebody.
Well, it's thanks to my wife, not God. My wife said, you should not have any footprint on social. So she's really wise.
She's wise.
And that was more than a decade ago.
Wow, she spotted the problem real early.
Yeah. And now with AI, we're talking about social media on steroids.
Yeah,
it's really bad. By the way, the
propaganda.
main problem with AI that I see is not so much that, they will bring calamity on their own. It's that they would drive people to do crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they will manipulate the human mind in ways that will make us the robots.
Right.
It will not need access to the physical world. It will control the minds of people in a way that will create a lot of damage. And we see that already.
It's already happening
exactly.
with AI.
That's
using
the biggest
bots
risk
on social media.
And nobody is attending to that. And the question is, how do we suppress the amazing polarization that we see in society where, bullets are being shot?
Yeah.
And I really worry about it because, and so humans may actually bring their own doom by self-inflicted wounds because AI manipulates their mind.
I think you're right. I think in that regard, I think people need to stop using it. I really do. I just think it's not good
That's
for
what
you.
I'm doing.
I just think
I'm not using AI at all.
You can use it sometimes, but I treat it like a glass of wine. Like, don't drink wine all day.
I don't believe that some of the events happened on accident. I think that there's been a lot of events that are on purpose. Some have been for show. Some have been for, there's a variety of reasons. But I think a lot of it is a control system that's really pushing humanity in a very specific direction. And
so, like, they've got a time frame where they've had these events take place. Is that what you think?
Yeah, and they also time travel, which is different than what people think in like a movie where they sit in a machine and all of a sudden you're in the 1930s and you got to go save humanity. When you use the technology, there's a time difference between what they're doing inside of an artificially created bubble of gravity of sorts, and then what's on the outside. So if you're on the inside of one of those machines, everything would be skewed more black and white. There would be like a red shift, and everybody would look frozen. So you literally could fly around and grab a Coke out of someone's hand and put it in someone else's hand. It's really...
Where are you getting this from?
Well, take a wild guess. Look at the people I'm surrounded by,
So the people you're surrounded by are telling you this? Is that what it is?
Well, I don't want to get into that, but the people I'm surrounded with and myself, are very close to this stuff. But the physics, the physicist that's a co-founder of my company, To the Star, he's a Nobel nominee. He wrote the book on plasma physics.
What's his name?
Hal Puthoff, Dr. Hal Puthoff. And he created remote viewing. Do you know what remote viewing is?
Yeah.
He's the creator of the CIA psychic spy program, but he also has done like really exotic, advanced forefront propulsion work for the past decades and decades. Actually, I mean, he's deep into the quantum this and that. So he's the one that actually told me about the redshift. Yeah.
And so they have experienced this physically, or is this just theoretical, or they know that it exists? Like
the technology?
Yes.
I believe that the technology not only exists, we've figured out how to play with it, but I'm not going to really get into that here. That is what we're doing at my company, though. That is the announcement. So Steve Justice was head of advanced programs at the Skunk Works, and the Skunk Works are who built, the famous secret bases you hear about. Skunk Works did, the U-2 spy plane, the SR-71 Blackbird, the F-117 stealth fighter, and
it's all Groom Lake out there,
all
right?
that kind of stuff. And he literally was in charge of all the advanced programs. So you got the boss, and you got him, and he came. He just finished his career over there within the past 2 months, I think it is, and he was on stage with me when we came out and said we're going to be building one of these things.
So when you say that all this technology exists, have they explained this to you, or have you seen it physically?
Oh, I haven't seen anything physically like that. I wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere if that does or doesn't exist.
So they've just explained to you that this exists. And that this is in the hands of the U.S. government?
I think no. I don't want to get into that kind of stuff, but if you don't mind.
Well, why is it that you want to not get into certain things?
Well, I don't want to I represent more than myself these days.
Right.
So I definitely have to watch what I say.
Well, who do you represent when you say you represent more than yourself?
The team that I'm with. So when you look at the people that are a part of my company, it's Undersecretary of Defense and Senior Intelligence Service.
Is there a list of these people that we could see?
Oh, yeah. I thought you guys would have had that.
Yeah, but I mean, is there like a list where folks could see it online?
Yeah, they can go to thestarsacademy.com and scroll down, and you'll be able to see who they all are. So
how did you get linked up with all these people?
That story might be a better way to start, because a lot of people don't know this part of the story, and I think you're going to find it pretty fucking odd as well. But okay, so we'll back up a couple years. So I was obviously, I started the band Blink, and Blink went places, and then, but we always had a weird band relationship, like most bands, and we also thought that we would never be big, so we started companies on the side, and I had a company that incubated a lot of small startups, like software and apparel and hardcore skate surf companies and stuff like that. Well, I learned a lot from that, and I pulled out an entertainment startup called To the Stars. And I knew I was going to be doing kind of like science fiction franchised stories, just like Disney, but science fiction for adults. And what that means is, I make a story, I title it, I brand it, and I put out the book, and I put out the merchandise, and I go make a movie, and it's a vertically integrated kind of model. Well, one of the stories I knew I wanted to put out was Secret Machines, which was kind of a historical fiction, but based on real events about the UFO phenomenon. But I also knew that I knew shit that most people don't know, because I've studied it for so long, and I happen to put some pieces together that most people don't put together. So before I came out with that book, and before I came out with the plan to take that, make major motion pictures and all that kind of stuff, I knew I needed to ask permission. So I flew around to places. I can't say who they were, but they listened to my pitch, and then I got a email out of nowhere that says meet us next to the Pentagon at this day and time, and I did that. And from that,
you got an email from just a random person?
No. I just can't tell you who it's from.
Okay.
And so then I go out.
Meet you next to the Pentagon? She just flew to the Pentagon?
I flew out to Pentagon City. Yeah. It's dude, this gets...
Were you freaking out?
I'll tell you when I started freaking out. There's more shit. It gets way worse. This is nothing. So that started me out near D.C. taking some other high-level meetings, and there was somebody at a very high level that closed the door, looked me in the eye, and says, "Okay, I'm going to introduce you to somebody." And that person comes to San Diego, puts me on the phone with a general, and the general is listening to my little stump speech about what I want to do with this franchise, because I definitely didn't want to, I wasn't looking to like force disclosure, and I wasn't looking to be rogue and break secrets. I was like, look, I know what's going on here, and you guys are doing a kick-ass job, and I would have done the exact same thing should I have been the guy at the top that had to make some really hardcore decisions 70 years ago. So I want to support you. I think people are cynical because there's a vacuum. You guys can't say what you're doing. So all these people are just coming up with a bunch of bullshit to say, oh, they don't want us to know, or we can't handle it, or it's all about oil and money and all this weird shit.
But you would put these pieces together independently.
I did.
And so based on books that you read?
Yeah, people think that like places like the CIA and the DIA, all these intelligence organizations have, a monopoly on information. They don't. They get their information from the real world too. They do have access to archives of information. They do have access to some amazing, satellite data and stuff like that. But if you're smart and you take your time, you know where to look, and you find patterns, you can pretty much put together all the same shit they can, kind of, and that's what I did. And so when I pitched what I wanted to do, he said, come up and meet me tomorrow. And so I flew up to NASA, actually, NASA Ames, and had a 2-hour meeting there. And after 2 hours, that person says, he looks me in the eyes, I'm going to introduce you to someone else. And he did. And so I got on the phone with this person, And this person, go, I'm a skeptic. And then at the end of the conversation, he goes, fly out and see me. And so I did. And that's when things really started happening. So I fly out to this airport and I sit at a table in a restaurant at the airport. No one's in there. And this gentleman sits down and the waiter comes up. He waves off the waiter and he looks me in the eye and says, it was the Cold War and we found a life form. And that's when I started shitting my pants because I know a lot about this stuff, but you always wait to talk to somebody that is one of the inside people. You always want to have.
So he sits down at a restaurant with you at the airport and tells you that they found a life form.
Yes. And
during the Cold War?
During the Cold War. And everything that they did and every decision they made at the time was because of the consciousness of the Cold War.
And why has this guy decided to meet with you at an airport?
Because the only way you meet with these people, the only way you ever would have anyone talk to you is if you can provide a service that they need. Mm-hmm. And my service was pretty interesting to them because I said, look, you guys, you struggle with saying disclosure. You want to tell everybody everything, which I don't think everyone should know everything. And then you say they can't handle it, so don't tell them anything, And I'm like, there's a middle road there. And here's the way I would do the middle road. And it resonated with them, And so we had a pretty epic conversation for like 2 hours.
Why you? Like, why? What is it about what your message was?
Because
what your idea was that made them want to tell you some top secret shit that they've tried to keep away from the American people. I mean, you take a guy who's like a big celebrity who's in a huge rock band like you, and you just say, hey, meet me in an airport. I'm going to tell you about a life form that we found during the Cold War because you're famous or because you know things?
No, because I have a service. So it's not, it sounds easy when you play it like that, but
service? A
service. Like what can you do for them that they need help with?
And what could you do?
Communication. They don't have a way to make a movie, a book. They don't know how. They don't have a way to make documentaries. They don't have a way to go on a big show like this and communicate with young people. They don't do that, and nor should they. They look at. You got to look at what they're doing.
So they look to you for a spokesperson role?
I wouldn't say spokesperson role.
Communication role?
A communication role. It makes more sense.
So they would give some information to you and you would get it out to people. And now why wouldn't they do it themselves? Because they wouldn't have the same platform?
They don't have
access to the same platform that
you
would have?
And the other reason is people have tried to do movies and stuff like this, but none of them know. I was fortunate enough to know the core story, and most people don't.
So explain that then, if you don't mind going back. Like when you said that you were able to put things together that other people weren't. What are those things?
Essentially, it's the book Secret Machines, where you have a lot of private finance, you have some world bankers, and you have a lot of people internationally working together to figure out a plan of how to push back against something that's been coming here for a very long time, but using off-the-books finances and using mechanisms that we're not totally aware exist. And what people have to realize is, the UFO phenomenon isn't a phenomenon. There's the universe is fucking gigantic, and there's life everywhere. Every fucking where. And there's a lot of life that's way more advanced than we are. And just like Voyager left our solar system, a little dinky satellite from the 70s, and just like my company's going to be building, this electromagnetic craft that really can do the same thing to time that I've been telling you about. Other civilizations have that too, which means you can traverse those distances of space. And what you have to think about is what happened when we first discovered that and what did we do about it? And there's no, you got to look at 47 in a very peculiar way. 90 days after the Roswell event, CIA was created, the Air Force was separated from the Army, the National Security Act was created, and all those things are mechanisms to start learning more and to start getting private industry off the ground.
So that had nothing to do with World War II. You think it had to do with aliens?
Oh, I absolutely think it. Well, both, because what I believe crashed at Roswell was, I believe it was German from Argentina, but it had hallmarks and technology based on alien technology. So we put out a story saying it's alien, and then we put out a story saying it's a weather balloon. But the real thing it was, we didn't want anyone to guess, and that's why we put those two things out there. And that's kind of how they do it. I think they did that with the moon. It's like, we went to the moon, and then they put out this meme kind of thing like we didn't go to the moon, but they didn't want people really going, well, what's on the moon? That so these things are managed until they can figure it out, because you got a bunch of normal dudes in suits sitting at a big table like this, and it's their fucking responsibility to figure this thing out. And this shit is monumentally big. But back to
how have they managed this then? These regular dudes without access to communication like you have, how have they managed to disseminate this information and sort of confuse everybody?
I think, I can tell, I don't know how they did it. I do know that they infiltrated UFO groups. That was the very first thing they did in the 50s.
Sort of like how FBI agents and undercover cops infiltrated Occupy Wall Street and pretended to be radical hippies and started fights. Yep,
they did that. They get access to what the civilians are learning, how information transfers from one group to another, and then they start deflecting all their knowledge and putting in leaks and this and that, and getting them off the main track, not because of a disdain for citizens and not because of any other reason than picture ISIS. We don't know what ISIS is. They got a nuclear bomb, and we caught a guy trying to sneak in this bomb.
Right.
Are they going to stop and come sit on your couch and tell you all about it? No. And if you're like on the radio and there's all these people going, oh my God, we're going to die, a bomb, a bomb, a bomb. They'll hold up a second. You're not going to fucking die, but we need to learn more about this, and we got to figure it out before we sit down and talk to you about it.
So what was the connection, though, specifically that you had figured out, that they knew that you had figured out, that other people hadn't put together?
Well, let me go back to my story. So I put out this book, and this book deals with...
what's the book called again?
Secret Machines. And it deals with secret, international finance, private industry, a secret space program, and a bunch of other things.
And how'd you research this book?
What do you mean?
How'd you get the information?
Oh, it's just 25 years of reading shit and watching videos and studying physics and studying, the secrecy acts and all that kind of weird shit. You put it together, and a lot of it's bad information. But after a long time, I just realized what was going on. I studied enough of international finance, some mechanisms that happened after World War II, what the Nazis were doing technologically that no one really talks about to this day. They were 100 years ahead of us about what their guys did at the end of the war in South America. And the paperclip. Paperclip was like, there's two levels of paperclip. Paperclip is the operation that brought over all these ex-Nazis into NASA and into all of our aerospace programs. Why did we do that? Well, because they knew some shit that was very important. And we said there might be a bigger issue out there to deal with, so why don't we side with the devil or side with someone bad because there might be a devil out there. It's that kind of thinking. So they come in.
I thought it was about competing with Russia to try to advance rocketry.
I believe that there was, I believe that there's a reason why the Cold War never got hot is because we were working with Russia on this specific issue.
You think the reason why the Cold War never turned into an actual war? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So it had nothing to do with the fact that Russia was a communist empire and essentially we outspent them and they really went under and collapsed.
Yeah, but there's different levels. It's like when someone goes, the U.S. government did this. Well, what do you mean? What does that mean? Does that mean the CIA did it or the DOD did it or Homeland Security did it? Mm-hmm. You're dealing with it's $1 trillion organization. It's like if somebody in Apple leaks an iPhone, are you going to say, oh my God, Apple's like, well, shit, we're a $800 billion company. We have so many things going on worldwide. It's impossible to say the entire organization believes one thing. And the government's the same kind of way. It's just like, that's just a word. The U.S. government's 2 words, right? 3 words? How do we want to count this?
Okay. United States government.
Three.
Yes.
Okay.
U.S. is.
You got a calculator? I'm going to figure this shit out. But and you have many, many layers of what's going on. And so you have some people worried on technology, some people worrying about what's happening to the civilian population. You have some people worrying about how to keep everything afloat, how to keep everything going. And you have a whole bunch of weird military excursions and they're bumping into each other. And all these people aren't read in to what's going on with the UFO thing. So as all that shit...
So who gets read in?
That's a good question. If I had to guess, Very, very senior technical brass.
And rock stars.
And I wasn't read in, trust me.
No? They didn't tell you anything?
No, they possibly did, but I wasn't read in. I wasn't brought into a skiff and they said, this is what's going on, even though I've been in a skiff a few times.
Okay.
Do you know what a skiff is?
A boat?
A skiff is a special compartmentalized information facility. It's where top secret shit can be discussed.
Oh, I thought maybe they talk on boats because nobody could hear you.
They
Just
do
go
that
out there in
too.
the middle of a rowboat.
They do that. They actually do, because you can sweep for bugs on boats a lot easier than you can on a building.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they tell you what?
Okay, so I'm sitting at that restaurant, and
He says he found a life form. They found a life form during the Cold War.
Right, and I said,
Where'd
well,
they find it?
Oh, I didn't ask him that question.
Really?
Many places. I did one time bring up, I said, I'm thinking about talking about the crash in the late 40s. And they go, why just that one? That was the answer. So I had to figure out a language to talk to these guys.
Did you ever think maybe this guy's bullshitting you? Or he's a crazy person?
No. Fuck no.
No?
I'll tell you, that's why you got to hear the whole story.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm sitting with them. We talk about a lot of things. I bring up the incidents with our nuclear weapons. I bring up the incidences, a few other things that I want to get into. And he goes, what do you need to do your project? What are you looking for? And I said, well, I need advisors. I need people that are from different areas in the government, because everyone has their own perspective. You have people at the National Reconnaissance Office that have a perspective based on the satellite feeds they're getting, and these things are coming in and out of the atmosphere. Then you also have people from the agency that are worried about and collecting information of what's going on with people in different countries and here. But then you also have engineers that have a perspective on how the technology is made and what that might mean, because there's a lot of consciousness stuff that falls into this category.
Can I stop you right there? So there's satellites that track them coming in and out of the atmosphere?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
What kind of satellites are these?
I don't know. Usually forward-looking infrared, but I don't know what spectrum of the infrared they're looking at.
So there's some sort of a camera or some sort of a detection device that they have in the atmosphere just to check for UFOs?
I don't know if it's just for UFOs. They can pick up very, very specific heat signatures, and they have algorithms, because what you have is a satellite is a device that can pick up what you program it to pick up. Now, you put a sensor on there, but you got to tell the sensor what to do.
Right.
So if the sensor says, look, something traveling at this speed with this kind of heat, you got to record that, you got to focus on it, and that's what we call an ICBM. But if something comes in and zigzags, stops and turns left, and it's traveling 10 times faster than that, we need you to record that and focus in on that as well. But if something just is moving low and it's only going 300 miles an hour and it has these big wings and a low whatever, that's just a plane, So what it captures is based on, how it's programmed in the first place. But
so
yes.
it can differentiate between meteorites and
Absolutely,
spaceships.
yeah, absolutely. So,
okay. So how often are these things coming into our atmosphere?
Oh shit, I don't know, but I've had quite a few discussions. One of the people I've been in contact. One of my advisors was from the National Reconnaissance Office, high up, and they call it episodic visits. That's all I know.
Episodic, meaning like they have time periods where they like.
I saw a paper where they
semesters.
I figured out the Department of Defense figured out a physicist there, an algorithm of how to compute when the things fly in and collect smaller ships, like motherships, small ships, at what longitude and latitude, and what orbit it would land at when it would collect these other machines, and so they tested that, and all I know is it was successful.
So you think this is happening on a very frequent basis?
Well, let me tell you the rest of the story.
Okay.
So and it's important because you'll see. So he goes, what do you need? I said, I need advisors. And then, so next thing you know, I leave, and 2 weeks later, bam, 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 my email starts. I have all these admirals, all these generals. No intelligence people other than brass that were connected with the National Reconnaissance Office. But National Reconnaissance Office is half Air Force and half CIA. But they're all military. And so I start talking to them. I start meeting with them. I fly out to Colorado Springs, and there's a general and a colonel, and they look at me and they said, okay, do you need anything else? Are you good? And I said, well, I think you guys should talk to the Defense Intelligence Agency. And they go, why? I just don't want to upset them. I want to make sure everyone's kosher with what I'm about to do. And the colonel looks at me and he goes, do you ask your dad for permission after your mom's already given it to you? And I go, no. And he's all, you've been given permission, shut the fuck up and get to work. And I was like, all right. So I did. So I go out and I put the book out there and I start doing national radio, like the Art Bell, so Coast to Coast, Georgia, I do all that stuff. Next thing you know, I get approached by somebody at a certain agency. And that guy comes to San Diego and puts me in a small room. And I got what you would call interrogated for 2 days straight, saying, we need to know who the fuck you are. You know shit you shouldn't know. And
so what specifically should you not have known?
The book, what's in the book, everything I've been telling you today. When you're dealing with, there is a concerted international effort to deal with this stuff, and that was in my book. And it's not like Roswell crashed, and it was not like, like all the typical UFO shit that people dwell on isn't the story. It's just that there's something crashed, or someone got abducted and saw this, or someone pulled a little piece of metal out of their body, but no one's put together what we're doing about it. Because our countrymen since World War II aren't stupid.
What set them off though? Like, what was the thing that you said that you should not have known?
In my book, it is my belief that we have an incredible. We've made incredible strides creating assets to deal with this stuff. That's my belief, and I'm not speaking for my company. This is just me
assets.
Speaking. Yeah.
Mean some sort of a government agency that's been designed or put together. International?
International.
Okay, so some sort of an international collaboration to deal with the threat of alien life. And that was enough that they pulled you aside and wouldn't let you go for 2 days and just interrogated you?
So it was it was an interrogation, but it was a pretty heavy debriefing of how I got to where I was. And it's not like they didn't let me go home. This took place at a hotel near my home.
But they made you sit down and talk to them.
Oh, fuck yeah. There was 6 of them, I think, 6.
And so they let you leave and go to sleep and then come back, get something to eat and
came back, spent another 8 hours because I wasn't rogue. I wasn't like trying to hide anything. I was trying to explain to them.
How did you have all this free time though?
What do you mean?
I mean, how you have like if somebody said, "Hey, we're gonna have you in a room. We're gonna talk to you for 2 days." I'm like, dude, I don't have 2 days.
Well, that's maybe you don't, but if
you do,
fuck yeah. When you have these people that want to get a hold of you, you don't run.
I'm not saying run. I'm saying like, what are you guys looking for? Like, they're gonna just sit you down and ask you questions for 2 days because you put together this idea that somehow or another there's some sort of an international collaboration to deal with the threat of alien life.
No, they looked at it. They didn't know. They thought I was Ed Snowden. They thought there was a group of people leaking me classified information.
They didn't know that you're from Blink 182? They didn't know that you're like a huge
They don't care about
rock star?
That's what they don't understand. They don't care about who I am. They just care about the material.
Right, but it should take them like 3 seconds to realize like you're not Edward Snowden. You're a rock star.
But I'm saying some pretty provocative shit. You got to realize no one else has gone up there and talked about once again, I'm in a tricky spot right now because a lot of what happened back then, I can't really get into now because of the positions and the things I'm involved with. But read the book. And
so it's just because you printed this stuff in the book that they wanted to pull you aside and talk to you about this for 2 days.
And I was all over radio and talking about it, and I was saying some other crazy shit that I can't repeat. So people listening, if they want to go back and look at those interviews, that's a better way to...
Okay, so you had said something in those interviews that you can't say again because they told you to stop talking about it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Did they tell you to stop talking about the fact that you can't talk about it?
No, I mean, I don't think that's the issue. The more of the issue was, what are you trying to achieve?
Right.
And once they found out who I was working with, they were like, holy shit. And they only found that out when WikiLeaks broke into John Podesta's emails, and I was having video conferences and conference calls with he was Obama's senior advisor at the time. So the Wall Street Journal broke the story, like, what's this rock star talking about UFOs with Hillary Clinton's campaign manager? Mm-hmm. No, he was Obama's senior advisor, so it had nothing to do with Hillary, So we were setting these up, and when that broke, I had to call up my partner from the CIA, and I said, I got to say, now I can talk to you a little bit more about who these people are, and that's where I gained a really large amount of credibility with them, but also where they realized that we got to figure out a better way to do this. And what you see is me and some very important people coming together to do something that I think is really beneficial to society. But we have a lot of work to do because a lot of people they don't know what to think of it. At first, they thought I was nuts when I was talking about my book. I'm all, I got these advisors, And then all of a sudden, the Wall Street Journal broke this story, and there's all these multi-star generals and head of some really big aerospace companies, and then the big news organizations were like, holy shit, this might be real. A lot of kids still don't know, and they're having fun on the internet. And then I came out a couple weeks ago on stage with all these people. And now it's like, all the big, huge, I'm dealing with some crazy, big mainstream press that we're trying to keep at bay for a variety of reasons. But yes, it's all true. And what To the Stars is really after is how do we bring the public in on this and work together to communicate and educate this stuff? How do we bring the technology out of the shadows and build it for the world? And how do we tell the story in documentaries, nonfiction, fictional works over a period of years? And if we do that, the public owns it. The public has a say, they're a part of it. And then people will start to understand over time why they did what they did. They didn't lie to people just out of like ego. They were like, okay, there's this group called ISIS and they're here and we need to understand them and we need to fucking figure it out quick. But the problem is, these are extraordinarily advanced civilizations that have been coming here forever. That's why it's all in all the ancient fucking scripts and texts and carved into rocks and all that shit. But trying to figure it out, trying to connect the dots and looking at debris that they probably still have in a warehouse going, we have no fucking clue how to make this or back engineer this stuff. I mean, there's a piece of metal from a crash that I've seen, and I've seen the science on it, and it's atomically aligned, and it's layered in like 80 layers within just a few microns of purities of metal that aren't even in our solar system, and they think it needs to be made in an area where there's no gravity. So number one, it has to be made in space. Number two, even if we were to create a machine that can potentially do some of this stuff, 3D printing layers of different metals of obscene purities, it would cost hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We don't even have that.
Why do they think it was made without gravity?
Because I think it's the atomic structure. So what happens is when you radiate it with terahertz, it loses mass. Something weird. It resonates some kind of harmonic, and then it gets lighter. And if you hit it with enough terahertz, it'll float. So we're going to be showing people this stuff. We're going to be bringing out the hardware, some of the hardware. We're going to be bringing out implants. We're going to be bringing out videos. We're going to be bringing out some other stuff. So you're going to be
showing people this actual physical piece of metal that was constructed in a zero gravity environment in space, and if you hit it with enough energy, it becomes weightless.
No, I wouldn't say weightless. I don't know if we can make enough energy to do that, but yes, that is our plan. And show the experiment. So
okay, well, if you can't give it enough energy to make it weightless, can you give it enough energy to reduce the mass?
Yes.
So it weighs less?
Yes.
And you can prove this?
Yes, and that's why...
So you can have a scale, and you can put this piece of metal on a scale.
I'll do you better. It's not even that. It's warping the space-time continuum around the object. So you shoot... What you can do is you can shoot an electron over it why it's not being radiated.
A single electron?
And you collect it and time that. And
how do you shoot a single electron?
Fuck if I know. I'm not a physicist. They just do this shit. That's what they do. So, and I was actually on a phone call today about it. I talked for about 45 minutes in the car on the way up here about some of the...
How would they even be able to regulate whether or not they have a single electron?
Well, they're doing crazier shit than that at CERN. At CERN, they're taking particles of atoms and they're speeding them up to light speed.
Almost light speed.
Yeah, and slamming them into each other. So I'm not too worried about electrons and photons.
This is an enormous building that's, I think it's, what is it? CERN's like 10 miles in a loop.
Yeah, but you've seen an electron microscope, right? It's like the size of half of this table.
Right, but I'm saying they're launching a single electron at this thing.
I think that's what they do, yeah. They do that with photons too, by the way. I read a really cool study about single photons, and consciousness was interacting with it. Just by thinking, it was changing the way the photon went. It's crazy. So what happens is you shoot this electron, and you know how fast it is to travel over this piece of metal. Then you radiate it with terahertz, and then
What does that mean? Radiate it with terahertz.
You're electrifying and charging the piece of material.
Do you know what's a terahertz?
It's a high frequency wave. I don't want to pretend I know that much about it. I just know that the earlier tests were with radio waves like RF, and they need to do terahertz. So I don't know much more than that. So by shooting terahertz at it, the piece of metal can lose mass. And then when you shoot an electron over it, it'll be a different time than the other one when it's not turned on. Does that make sense?
No.
The time it takes for an electron to go over the piece of metal.
What's that, Jamie?
This is when I type in terahertz imaging.
Laser guided codes, advanced single pixel terahertz imagery. And this B, the image is sampled upon instructions from a laser. A, the terahertz light passes through the object. And then C, the information is collected to reconstruct the image.
Look at that. So with this stuff,
it's just an imaging technology.
But you're timing how fast it takes an electron to move over the surface of the metal. Then you charge the metal, and then you're timing the exact same thing, and there will be different times. And the positive result is that it lost mass, so it traveled faster or slower or whatever the hell is supposed to happen.
And so I would imagine that this piece of metal, if it exists, would be kind of game over. If you brought this piece of metal to the most advanced scientists in metallurgy or whatever they would be that would understand this kind of shit.
Yeah, and it's already been there, but the problem is there
anywhere online where people can read about this?
There actually is. There's some of this stuff, not this piece in particular. They came out as arts parts on Arts Bell a long time ago, and they're different layers of bismuth and magnesium. But this one came from a crash in 48, not the 47. And I know nothing more about it. But I don't think it's anything they're going to come in here with a chain of custody and say, this came from Air Force or something like that. I don't know who has this.
So you're going to bring this and demonstrate this to people?
Yeah, and the reason is because we're also going to show videos that just got declassified from our most advanced systems. I think they call it the Aegis system. It's a radar system and forward-looking infrared of UFOs. I have those in possession actually already. And so we're going to show the videos that the first time in history, by the way, that videos of UFOs have been declassified. There's been leaks and there's been people catching shit on their phones, but I have all the chain of custody, all the documents and everything. And we just got those a few weeks ago, and there's a shitload more coming. And so we'll release the videos, and we'll show the experiment as a proof of concept so everyone knows this shit's all real. Because right now they're just looking at a drawing and they're looking at this guy from the Skunk Works, and just going, how the fuck are they going to build a machine that plays with time and plays with the fabric of space-time? And so we have to kind of educate people and say it's possible, it's possible.
Is that it? This thing?
Yeah, that's it. There.
Advanced electrogravitic propulsion, is that how you say that?
Electrogravitic.
Gravitic.
So what that does, what the machine does that we're building is there's an electromagnetic wave that is the foundation of everything, of all mass, of everything. Like some people call it 0 point energy, some people call it the vacuum energy, but like 1 inch of air could power the United States for like hundreds of years kind of thing, or maybe more. So what they got to do is isolate very specific atoms to where all the noise of all matter and cell phones and everything that's going on Earth can be separated from this one atom. And if you can do that with the right material, you can get access to that electromagnetic wave that's powering the atom, the invisible wave pattern that's under everything of all existence. And once you do that, it's not like splitting an atom. This is the power behind the atom. It's extraordinarily dangerous, but it's also what will turn that thing on, and it'll turn into a ball of light and just disappear. And I could show you a video of something doing that. That's actually on YouTube.
Okay, tell Jamie what it is.
Well, I would have to. I could search it for a second. How about this? Well, there's no commercial breaks, is there?
No.
Well, fuck.
Yeah,
just search it.
I'll search
just
for it.
describe it. We'll search it.
You know what? If you type in Astra, the TR3B, Astra TR3B. And I'll walk over there. Can I walk over there for a second?
Sure,
I'll show them which one it is.
Go ahead.
Is his mic on too?
Yeah.
So we can all talk to each other?
Sort of.
So what you want to do is come down here, and do your people get to?
They'll be able to see
They'll
it.
be
We'll
able
put
to
it
see
up
it?
on the screen.
So what this is? Well, I don't really want to tell you what it is, but I want you to watch it. You can't hear me right now. Is this? That's not it. One more page. I'll find it for you. Just takes me a second. There's a bunch of this shit. This is the craft, by the way. That's in. Did you spell it right? Astro. That's why. Sorry. Astra.
Oh, Astro. Astro, not Astro.
Yeah.
If you're typing it at home.
Yeah, it's all right. We gotta make sure it's the right one.
We're looking on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in your car right now going, what the fuck is going on this show? The vast majority of the people just listen to this show. So for the people that are just listening and you want to go check it out, TR38 Astra Aurora Project
3B.
USAF. Oh, 3B, sorry.
This is the Craft and Secret Machines book. That's all I'm going to say.
And this thing is floating in the air.
It'll take a few seconds till they turn on the engine.
That looks pretty badass.
Oh, wait. You can see little lights dancing around on the bottom. But I think this was leaked on purpose because the guy's making it just hard enough to see, moving the camera around in and out of focus.
Yeah, right? Like it's got he's barely focusing. Boy, that looks like a drone.
Well,
it looks small too.
It's not. That's pretty big. I would think that one's about 40 feet.
Really?
Look, see the tail fins on the back? That's how you know it's not alien per se. It's built off, I think, technology that came from there, but, you know, they don't need vertical tail stabilizers.
What's that big light?
Okay, this is the engine. They turn it on. So right now they're accessing that energy I told you about. Now, and watch what happens. It's gone. There's a pilot in that.
If that was in a movie, I'd want my money back.
Why?
This movie can suck my dick.
Why? Why?
That looks so fake.
Oh, you think that? Yeah.
It did look fake. What is that? TR3B is real?
These
There's
ones
another one?
This is the same one, but these ones are stacked, and that's a drone that came out of one.
That's
I
a
think.
drone?
The small one is.
Oh, the little thing that came out the side?
Yeah. But if you can look up Black Triangle UFO and find hundreds of these videos.
So these are people, like civilians, that are getting this from the ground? They're filming this?
I don't know. I don't know where this one came from.
Jamie, this is not the same account as the last video?
It's a different video.
Started up next because it's probably a highly viewed TR3B video.
Right. How many views does this have?
474,000.
Damn.
And there's hundreds. There's
so many people know now.
There's hundreds of these out there.
Oh, now it separates from the other one?
But everyone thinks it's alien, and that's not my belief.
So you think this is something along the lines of like when they had the stealth bomber program and they
Absolutely.
were experimenting with these things? What do you think of Robert Lazar? Do you think that guy's real?
I'm putting out his autobiography.
So you do think he's legit?
You should read his book. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He's a fascinating character, right?
He is. His story's really interesting too. Where he really fucked up though, so for the people that don't know that are listening, he's a guy that came out. He's the reason we know about Area 51. He literally is the guy that broke the story of its existence. He got brought in for a job, and during the interviews, they said, "We have another idea for you." And they put him in a place he claims had all these discs, and he was on a back engineering team as a physicist. But what happened was, they rushed him in there because, per his story, they tried to cut into one of the propulsion devices and it exploded and killed a bunch of scientists. So the Nevada test site, which is the area where Area 51 and all that stuff is, released a statement that they were just doing a small little nuke test, but it was really because of this thing. And so they rushed him in there without doing all of his background checks because it takes 6 months to a year. And during those background checks, he was already working on this stuff. They found that his wife was going a little haywire because he couldn't tell her what he was doing, and he would leave in the middle of the night. He'd be gone for a week, and she was getting fed up, and so she started having an affair. And so they're listening in on all the phone calls and checking him out, and they're kind of going, his home life is unstable. So they stopped calling him to come into work while they figure it out. He knows. I mean, he's working next to a guy with a machine gun. He knows that that this is no fucking joke. No one knows what he's been doing. He thought he did something wrong. So as the nervous individual he is, he runs to his friends and says, "This is what I've been doing. This is what I've been working on. There's alien craft. It's over here at Groom Lake. And the tests are every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. And his wife goes, holy shit. And his friend goes, holy shit. And he goes, come on, I'll show you. So they drive 3 hours north of Vegas outside on public land, and they videotape and watch these UFOs come up and be tested and dart around and disappear. And he goes, that's the one I'm working on. And it's almost like, well, how did you know what time? Because I'm working on it. Well, he does this 3 times. I think it was 3 times. And on the 3rd time, they got caught because I've been there. There's security that travels those mountains. You always hear about those guys out there in Area 51. And when they caught him, they were like, holy fuck. He's like, what the fuck is he doing? You know, why is he telling everyone? So he runs to the news station with George Knapp, who's he's a host on Coast to Coast. And he tells him what he's doing, and he just goes live on Las Vegas News, and it caught like wildfire across the world. And so then these guys grabbed him, put him in a room, put a gun to his head, and said, when we told you not to say anything, we didn't mean say everything, you know. And he got really scared. They started fucking with him. I was actually in a meeting 2 nights ago talking about some of the things they did. One of the things he did, he went to a gym. He didn't have access to a lot of guns, but for some fucking reason he had like an Uzi. It was in his glove compartment. He goes to a gym and he comes out and his car doors are open. The glove compartment is open and the Uzi's just sitting on his chair. He got shot at on the freeway, and they erased a bunch of his records. And he's still to this day really nervous about it. He always claimed for a while he claimed he had part of. This is what I will say. He claimed the energy source was an element that was very heavy. And it was like unobtainium or something like that, 115 element. And 25 years ago, he talked all about it. And then literally 3 years ago, maybe 4, they added it to the periodic table.
What is this stuff called again?
I think it's called unobtainium. It's element 115. It's on, and that's the other thing. Is people don't realize, oh, holy shit, 25 years ago, he says, this element comes from a binary star system, and it's really heavy. There's a certain isotope that's stable. They'll find it. And then all of a sudden, I remember one day I was driving my car and I heard it like on CNN, new element added to the periodic table. I was like, holy shit, you know. But it's pretty interesting, crazy story. Yeah.
Well, they erased his what was the claim that they had erased his educational record?
Well, I think he might have people. I don't know if I think this because I don't know. I never researched it, but people that I know that have researched it think he might have kind of upgraded his resume a little bit, and maybe he didn't go to MIT.
Right. That was the claim. But they also said that he really did work for, what's that lab in New Mexico?
Oh, well, Lawrence Livermore and JPL.
JPL.
Yeah, JPL's in Pasadena, yeah.
But whatever it was in New Mexico, that they had found that he actually did work in the building, even though they tried to say that he didn't.
Oh, yeah,
so
maybe,
that he did something with somebody, and however much of his story was true, always gets fishy when you find one thing that's not true, like that he didn't go to MIT. So,
totally.
Stanton Friedman.
Yeah.
You know who Stanton Friedman is?
Yeah.
Stanton Friedman, who's a very famous UFO researcher. He's one of the main guys arguing that Bob Lazar is full of shit.
Yeah. You know what's interesting is there is a I know the guy that did all the research on that, and I know the guy that studied it for decades, and he's actually writing a foreword on the book. It's the journalist has won like 8 Peabody Awards and Emmys and shit. But George Knapp, who I told you about, and he's just got like, he can speak for hours on that entire thing.
He's always on the Coast to Coast show, right?
Yeah, he does like a couple Sundays each month. Yeah.
Did you find that element? Oh, yeah. What is it? Element 115? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Popular Mechanics article about it right here.
Welcome, Element 115. Now, what's your real name? Researchers create Element 115 in the lab for the second time overall in the first time in a decade, paving the way for its official status as a member of the periodic table. And so Google Bob Lazar, Element 115, because I would think that if he knew that, like that long ago, like that alone would make people want to take him more seriously.
Yeah.
All the stuff that he said. Well, first of all, we know that there is a Groom Lake. We know that there is an Area 51. We know they denied its existence until they wanted to expand the perimeter. Till they wanted to, because people would sit on a ledge and they would watch all these test flights of whatever the fuck they had, whatever it was they were doing, whether working on stealth bombers or whatever it was. People would film this, and so they wanted to expand the perimeter of prohibited area, and so in doing so, they had to admit the existence of the base itself. Yeah. I believe that was in the 90s, right?
It was in the 90s. They expanded the perimeter. Something else that the government had to do is they had to admit UFOs were real because there was some military people Look at it.
Yeah,
he talks about 115 all through this.
And
this episode.
What year is this, Jamie? Does it say the video on the bottom? What is it? When is it? Was this put out? This video?
Well, this one here is 2015, but the video was taken on VHS.
Old as fuck.
This is like 1990, maybe.
It's on the Sci-Fi Channel. Back when it was spelled sci-fi.
Yeah, everyone uses a lot of the
SYFY.
Yeah,
so that's old as fuck.
Yeah.
Play some of that though, because that dude's a trip. Because he's one of those weird guys where even if you're a skeptical guy, you listen to Bob Lazar talk and you're like, this guy's obviously smart as fuck.
Here
we go.
Is in the top of the reactor, and the base of the reactor apparently is a small, something similar to a cyclotron. It's a particle accelerator. A particle is accelerated to high speed and then deflected up a small tube, and it's aimed at the 115. This transmutes the 115, similar to the way we do that in a normal particle accelerator. This causes a reaction, a radiation emission that we really haven't seen before. It produces antimatter. This antimatter is guided down a tuned tube and reacts with a gas. When matter and antimatter react, they convert to 100% energy. This energy is converted, heat energy, is converted to electrical power in the reactor itself. This is done through a thermoelectric converter. And this electrical power is used to power other subsystems on the craft, though there is no wiring, as we would know it. Also, that's almost a byproduct of the reactor. The reactor also sets up a gravitational wave from the 115 being bombarded. This gravitational wave is present at the top of the reactor and is essentially guided in the same way microwaves are guided through tuned tubes. And this goes to their amplifying cavities and through the projectors that are in the bottom of the craft.
God, I wish I was smart enough to know whether or not he's full of shit.
Well, So what he's saying is that there's a gravity wave that's accessible on a really large element that extends beyond the perimeter of the atom, and when you bombard that element with one particle, kind of like what we were talking about before, it goes through a tuned tube, like a very tiny miniature CERN. CERN's like a big magnet. It holds a particle in a very specific spot. It hovers. It shoots and it hits that. It decays. It becomes this matter-antimatter reaction. These generators can convert all that energy into power, and then they can amplify that wave that's coming off and emanating from that element. And they amplify it like you would amplify a radio wave. Now, there's no wires in the craft because most likely it was 3D printed. We didn't know about 3D printing back then. I've talked to Bob about this, but not just 3D printing, just the materials, but atomically aligning the elements so consciousness and other types of things can move through those materials to operate the craft. It's really tricky.
They're operating it without buttons.
Right.
They're operating it. So that was one of the things that he said, theoretically, right?
Yeah.
Was that there was handprints and that, they were much different shaped hands than ours.
Yeah.
And this craft that he had found inside one of these bays in Area 51, he realized very quickly that it wasn't something that we had created and that it was somehow or another powered through intention that would go through like touch or feel or put their hands would be on this thing, and consciously you would somehow or another control all the various aspects of this machine.
Exactly.
Boy, it sounds good, doesn't it? God, I want to believe. So hard.
Well, I hope you do, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff on.
Well, I want to know what you've seen though. So you've seen this piece of metal. What else have you seen?
I've seen many documents on the studies of these things, and I've seen a lot of the science associated with what the technology is and what it does. Like I could show you if I fold up pieces of paper and stuff what's going on with it, but basically, these craft, they travel in a straight line, but they're folding space-time.
Like in Event Horizon, where they explain it by folding a piece of paper and punching a pencil through it. Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Great fucking movie.
But it's more like, here, I can draw it for you here. Not that this is it's kind of like when you have 2 points, we're used to traveling in a direction like that. And so when we look up, we see a plane that goes straight.
Right.
But these UFOs fold space-time like this, and so it looks like to them they're going in a straight line. So if you're in the ship, you see that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're on the ground, you see that.
Okay.
That's why you see them blink off and on. A lot of those videos, they're on, they go, it looks like they're jumping. It's just because of this.
So
they're
they
folding
have
space-time.
some way of interfacing with space itself that's very different than our idea of traveling in a linear way from point A to point B.
Space, the fabric, they call it the fabric of space-time because it's like a fabric. It's malleable.
Now, let me ask you this. How often into a conversation do people look at you and think you are fucking crazy when you start talking about this? And how long
all the time, yeah.
All the time, right? But do you ever get to the point where you're like, I don't want to talk about this?
No, because I always tell people you don't know what I know. And there's a lot.
No. I mean, like, do you ever get to the point where you're like, I can't do this anymore?
No.
Like, people think I'm fucking crazy.
No, because I'm involved on the most important shit I've ever been in my life.
So you think this is like the most important thing that you've ever done in your life?
Oh, fuck yeah. Like, I have meetings with senators coming up. Like,
do you?
Oh, fuck yeah.
What
I do.
senators?
I can't tell you.
Damn, it's all this I can't tell you stuff.
I know, because
So
this is some fucking tricky shit.
When is all this going to come out? Like, it seems like this is like eminent rather disclosure type shit.
Watch
right?
what my company does. That's what I'll say.
So what is your company? What are you trying to do?
Well, we created. So if you look at the people involved, we have senior. When you get to the senior levels of government, you're either called an SES or SIS, Senior Intelligence Service, Senior Executive Service, or you're a brass. But either way, the civilians have the same kind of ranking charter that the brass does. So a SES 3, SAS 3 would be the same thing as a 3-star general. So that's who these people are around me. So I had the head of the Skunk Works Engineering. I got a SIS 2-star from the clandestine Directorate of Operations. I have a guy Undersecretary of Intelligence for the Senate Intelligence Committee, and was
these guys are retired.
The quasi
Everyone's retired, quasi-retired.
Well, they all
left.
They are our current
public life. They now are involved with what you're doing.
The way they are current consultants to the the intelligence community.
Okay,
that's probably the most.
And involved in this project with clearance.
They all have their top secret TSSCI clearances. Yeah, I'm the only one that does it on my entire team. I'm the only one that does it. Actually, Lou, that just came out, I hired him away, so he was head of all. He was in charge of all classified operations for Secretary of Defense Mattis. So he was what's called a GS-15, right underneath the 1, 2, and 3 stars. He ran the Advanced Aerial Threat Program, and it's still continuing to this day, and he's with us now.
So the Advanced Aerial Threat Program under the United States government is essentially a UFO.
That's one of the
information gathering and assessment.
Assessment of all of what those machines are doing that gives off all these types of effects that people are witnessing. But there's also a very large group of people that have had within government that have had close contact, like hundreds, and it's connected to my group, and there's just more coming in that way. So that program is trying to figure out what those technologies did to those people and how those technologies work, even though it's more about tasking, our assets like satellites and other things to be able to find these things better. But this is different than the Secret Machines book, which is more of another thing altogether.
So is there communication between the United States government and alien life forms?
I personally, I don't know any of this stuff because I'm not invited to those types of meetings, but I personally wouldn't doubt it, yeah.
You wouldn't doubt it, but they've never alluded to it or discussed it with you in any way?
Not this group of people, no.
Is there any speculation as to what they're doing?
Resource extraction,
like minerals,
empire building.
Life,
I tell people
sperm, eggs.
I think it's
cheese.
I think it's tacos.
They're here
I think
for water.
they're here for the same reason I am. But I tell people like a good way to look at this is like look at Syria, and Syria's in chaos because the United States and Russia are having a proxy war there. Mm-hmm. Now look at the Earth. It's the exact same thing. Different races are coming here. And they're trying to win against each other.
So there's more than one
race.
Yeah.
How many different universe we're talking about? Right. I don't know how many. I don't know.
But there's a bunch of different creatures, and they all have the same sort of technology.
Yeah, and some are very human. Some look just like you and I.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, is there any sort of speculation as to why life forms from other planets, other galaxies, other solar systems, different kind of gravity, different environments, would create a life form that's exactly similar to us? Or are they imitating what we look like in order to infiltrate our world and hang with us?
I think probably
unknowingly.
I think all the above. I mean, look, if you look at like Syria, are you just going to say it's only Russia and America there? No, China's probably there. France is probably there. You know, I personally think the little aliens with the big black eyes, those are androids. They're biological robots. They're just programmed. They're no different than us cloning sheep. They just clone a being that can travel through space because space is
or some
very
sort
big.
of an artificial intelligence thing that
It
doesn't
is
have
AI.
a life form, right? I've heard that idea before, and it kind of makes sense a little bit, right? I mean, if you're a living thing and you're traveling through space, obviously you have biological limitations in terms of the need for oxygen and gravitational interactions and all these different things.
Well,
that would
one of the
fuck
scary
with us.
hallmarks of those ones, the rumor is it in the back of their head is a transmitter. So you got to wonder where it's sending shit. But at the same time, you know, I can tell you that when you look at the Bible, the angels and the demons of the Bible would be the humans and the androids that I just told you about.
So you think the grays are the androids, right?
Yeah.
And so you think they're like some sort of devil?
No, I just think that that's how we characterized it because they come in, control your thoughts, control your body, take you.
us in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Demons, you know.
So do you think these things are traveling from where? Do we have any idea?
There's things that have been put out there, but I've never asked.
Why would you not ask that?
What the fuck? You're going to tell me star system like 483? And
Well, you know about element 115. I would want to know about Starship Enterprise coordinate 115B65 Polaris, wherever the fuck it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know that there's connections to man, you won't even fucking believe it. I'll tell you that. You want to hear
Please.
it? Atlantis,
the sunken city?
Yeah.
There's a connection?
There's a connection.
What's the connection?
That there's a very advanced group that left after a catastrophe and hung around in a small outpost here and throughout time would push civilization forward, and that's who the Greek gods were.
Whoa.
Yep. And that's why it's very interesting on the Roswell wreckage there's Greek writing.
Is there?
There is.
I've never seen any of the wreckage from Roswell. Have you?
It's online. You see it. Type in Roswell wreckage. You can see it.
Well,
Type
all
in
I've ever seen is the dude standing in front of the bullshit, the weather balloon
No.
stuff, where they're
Look up
laughing and yucking it up.
Roswell wreckage, Roswell I-beam. You'll see it. And it's got these Greek markings and the witnesses that were there did what do they call it? Where they go on oath and tell. So that
actual I-beam showing the word Eleftheria,
which means freedom in ancient Greek. So
where is that from, Jamie?
Let me tell you. Want me to?
I don't know. It popped up when
Well, I'm going to tell you something else. So I went and met a former director of CIA and NSA. He was director of both. I won't tell you his name. And right when I sat down and told him about my book.
Pull that picture up again. Look at those little hands.
And right when I sat down and told him about this is a big deal.
Okay,
what I'm about to say. So I'm sitting with this guy. He was like, not that long ago, was director of CIA, and he went on to be director of NSA.
Okay. Well, I think we can find his name.
Maybe. But right when I sat down and told him about the book, you know what he says to me?
What?
He goes, I didn't read much science fiction as a kid, but I read a lot about Greek mythology. And looked me in the eye. I said, well, you're going to love the last page of my book then. He's like, am I? And when my book was about ready to go to pressing, I had a very important person call me up. He says, can you stop that pressing and maybe insert something about Greek mythology? And I said, I sure can. So something you got to realize is, for example, the 6th biggest defense contractor in the world, at least they used to be 6, is a company called Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC. Their headquarters are actually in San Diego. And in the front of the building, you have an obelisk coming out of a fake lake and 2 Atlantean on thrones. And they're both holding pyramids. And one says the past and one says the future. And they're 8-foot tall statues. It's fucking nuts, by the way. In SAIC, they went over to Lidos.
Michael Hayden, former director of NSA and the CIA.
What about it? No, that's not him. But I'm not gonna tell you if you try and find out. Look at you guys just fishing around over here.
I'll say a name. you blink.
Yeah.
I'll show you my.
No pun
Like
intended.
what you did there.
That was cute. I'll show you my dick. Like if you
Oh,
get,
wait.
Yeah, there we go.
if you
If you
come
get it
across
right or wrong, not sure what.
yeah, whatever you get, I'm gonna show you my dick.
All right. Let's leave that
What do
alone.
you think about all that Zechariah Sitchin stuff?
I think he was close. I don't think he was exact, but it's interpretive. You know, if I was to show you some symbols,
For people who don't know what that is, explain
Zechariah
that.
Sitchin is a Palestinian scholar that decoded a lot of ancient Sumerian texts that were written in Akkadian. Sumer was like kind of the first civilization that was advanced that we even know of, just out of nowhere here, like 3,500 years before Christ. There's mathematics, astronomy, and all this different shit. They knew all the planets. They said there's an extra planet. But Zechariah Sitchin was the one that really spent a lot of time doing that. And there's a lot of other scholars that disagree. Now he can say, you know, in those texts is the story of the Garden of Eden, the flood of Noah, like all that shit. But his take on it was those who from heaven to earth came, called them angels, but they were an advanced race. They fucked around with genetics.
Well, that was his take on the definition of Nephilim.
Was the which
The
you find that in Genesis, the Nephilim. So, you know, he was able to tell a really interesting story based on these texts, and but some people don't agree with them. But at the end of the day, I think it's the closest thing we got. And in my early conversations, when I was being given some interesting science fiction stuff for my book, the Greek mythology part, I brought up the Sumerians, and they showed me one particular king. They said, we find this one very interesting. And I can't remember his name, but it fired so quick when I asked the question. It came right back with this whole thing on this one Sumerian king. Really interesting.
Well, what's fascinating about them is that they really did know a lot about our solar system. And you think about the fact that they were around 5,000 years ago. They had a detailed model of the solar system with all of the planets, and they were all relatively close in size. This is one of those clay cylinders that what you would do is you would put out a flat piece of clay, and you would roll this cylinder over it, and that's how they would print things.
Yep.
And this really sort of kind of primitive way of doing this, somehow or another, they knew a lot about astronomy. I mean, they knew about the structure of our solar system. They knew where the planets were.
Right. Well, you got to remember, Galileo was almost killed and confined to his house arrest because he said that the universe doesn't revolve around us. We revolve around the sun. And that was way after. That's 4,000 or 5,000 years after the Sumerians that already knew that, you know, we weren't the center of the universe. So
right.
It's interesting. We were really smart, and then we went kind of backwards, you know, and there's probably a bit more to that story, too, that hopefully one day we'll get into it.
Well, it's really interesting when you look at these ancient civilizations and their attempts to decipher the world around them, and you try to figure out what did they know? You know, how much did they know? The Sumerians are one of the more interesting cases to me because of the fact that they had this really bizarre map of the solar system.
Yeah.
When, you know, we didn't. They found out about Pluto. They had an image of Pluto. And I don't think we found out about Pluto until like the early 1900s.
Yeah, Pluto might have even been like 50s
Jamie,
or 60s.
see if you can find that out.
Pluto was found like not even that long ago. I don't even know if it was as far back as the 1900s.
See if you could find that out, and then find the image of the Anunnaki when they show the solar system, because the image is really fascinating. Because it is what it is. I mean, you look at it. There's a sun. I mean, it's clearly a sun. It has like it's a large circle. It's in the sky, and it has like those little sun sort of rays around it.
This picture, right? Because it has the 9.
Yeah,
that's the picture.
There you go.
Yeah.
So do you know they have an idea of where to look for this extra planet? They thought in the early 90s, JPL announced that they thought they found a companion to our sun.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's fucking radical right there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They have Pluto in there. Now go to the discovery of Pluto. When did Pluto get discovered? I think you're right. I think it was in the 1950s. I know it was sometime in the 1900s.
Well, I'm talking about Disney's Pluto. Which one are you talking about?
1930.
1930.
Crazy.
Crazy shit.
Yeah, so these people somehow or another knew about Pluto fucking way before us. And this is not something you could see with the naked eye. So somehow or another, and nor were those other planets. I mean, you could see a few of them. You could see Mars, and sometimes you could see Jupiter, and maybe Saturn, right? Can you see Saturn? What are the ones you can see with the naked eye?
You can see Saturn, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But after that, like they had Uranus. You can't see Uranus.
Just the other day, I think it was like the one time of I don't know, every 25 years you can barely see it with the naked eye, which
Uranus?
is like last week or something like that.
Uranus
a bunch
or
of people
Saturn?
were at Griffith Observatory. It was like super crowded because of that.
Are we not going? We're not going to make jokes and shit about Uranus, right?
No.
Because it's so old. It's expected.
It's
We'll
too
skip
obvious. Yeah, and were they looking at it with the naked eye or
I
with
think
telescopes?
so. I mean, I feel like you could
Why would
obviously
they go
you
to
can
the
see it with
Griffith Observatory?
because everyone goes there. There's a bunch of telescopes already set up every
Right,
day.
but
for
that makes sense for
sunset.
telescopes. But why with the naked eye?
Because it's one of the best places, closest in LA. Or I don't know. I'll look
Okay.
at it.
Yeah, LA's weird because of the light pollution, right?
No, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Like that's why you know when you go to the desert and it's beautiful and you're like, whoa,
Yeah.
you know, that's what you really see.
It was last week, October 19th. You could see with your naked eye.
The Uranus, you can see with your naked eye.
You guys are talking about naked and Uranus a lot here, and I don't want to make any jokes. I'm not, but I'm just telling you what you're talking about.
See Uranus with your naked eye this week. Giggle if you must.
Nice.
Now, when you were initially studying parapsychology, what were the protocols that you were using? Like, how were you trying to determine whether or not people were capable?
So, again, in my own, I've studied parapsychology more as a, as a personal interest. But Dr. Putoff and Dr. Targ were doing it as with scientific controls. I mean, that was the point, that to look at it from a physics point of view, not just from a parapsychology or psychology point of view. So they were designing tests that were more tied to physical quantities. And one of the people that they brought in was Ingo Swann, who was an artist from New York. He was very uncomfortable with California. The sky is always blue, it's boring and so on. And he liked New York. He liked the animation of the city and his friends and so on. But I knew, of course, of him. I had read some of the things. So when he came to SRI, he told me that, remote viewing is one thing, or parapsychology, but it should be applied to science. And also, it had to be applied to intelligence in the sense of, the intelligence agencies were funding SRI to do this, okay? The three-letter, agencies, there were a number of them who were very interested. Because I knew that gift existed, in pilots and in a number of people.
And so they were trying to figure out a way to utilize this for military applications?
Mostly to look at developments in the Soviet Union at that point.
Oh, so they were trying...
But also, lost spacecraft. They found a lost spacecraft in the middle of a jungle in Africa and so on. By parapsychology.
Whose spacecraft? Ours?
No, it was Russian.
So they found it through like remote viewing?
Yes.
Really?
So so Ingo was starting to go around the labs at SRI. He had never been in a scientific institution that's full of computers and gadgets and measuring instruments and everything else. So he wanted to know. He saw that as the next domain where parapsychology could be applied in a strict scientific, rational way. So I was one of the people that he wanted to talk to. And I told him, do you know how a computer finds data? You have a computer, a machine full of, chips. How does it deal with the real world? And he said, I have no idea. I mean, I've never looked inside a computer. And I said, well, there's three ways, as a programmer, I can declare a variable. I can say X is always going to be 3.14, okay, or pi. But in many cases, I can give you the address of the place where I've put the data, but it's going to be different. The address is going to be the same, but the data is going to change every time. So but I can give you the address. It's 2314. 2314 is where I'm going to put, the age of the patient, okay? But it's going to be different with every patient. So that's direct addressing, but I can also put in that location, I can put the address of somewhere else, which I'm going to compute in my program, and that's indirect addressing. And then there's the rest of the world, which is too big to put inside the machine. I mean, the machine has a memory, maybe very big, but it's still limited. So it's going to go get the information from some memory device somewhere else, maybe the World Bank and or the Library of Congress. And there I cannot give you the address, but I can give you a sort of imaginary process by which you can derive the address when you get there and bring it into the memory of your computer and then work with it. And he said, that's it. That's what I need. And then he came up with the idea of coordinate remote viewing out of that conversation I had with him. Okay, so that was my contribution to the actual project at the beginning. And then he thought as an address, he was going to take coordinates, longitude and latitude, because we were going to look at, they were going to, I wasn't officially part of but I was, I had passed the qualifications to be at SRI in a Department of Defense project. So I was one of the good guys. So we had many conversations with coffee and so on in the lab with Ingo and later with Uri Geller that were absolutely fascinating to me. So I tried to, in some cases, they needed to talk to someone who knew technology and was interested in this, even though I wasn't, on the project itself, but somebody who was inside, so that the information didn't get out into the real world until they were ready to actually publish it, because everybody wanted to kill their project. I mean, there were so many skeptics saying, this can't work, they're making it up, they're fooled by a prestidigitator, Uri Geller is a magician, all those things. Right. Well, he is a magician, but he's also, an extraordinary psychic.
So could you explain, so they're looking for this Russian spacecraft. So what's the environment in which they remote view? How do they set this up?
So Ingo, after the project was pretty much over, there was some continuous studies, and Ingo brought me back to work with him because he wanted to write a book that would be a synthesis of his methodology, to answer your question of how do you do this. And he had a very structured way of doing that, with a number of what he wanted to do was train people to do that, hopefully to his level. Okay, so it was step by step. So there was a first. You had a pad of paper, and a pen. And he was sitting at the end. The table was about like this, except there was nothing on it. In a room that had nothing on the walls, no windows. There was a chair here and a chair there. So he was away from me. I couldn't see what he was reading. He had a stack of targets that were places on the Earth. And, obviously, the idea was to look at what was going on in Vladivostok or in some.
When you say a stack of targets, can you explain? Like, is it a map? Is just coordinates?
It was just coordinates.
So just numbers.
He had gotten the maps, and those were test things from, geographic features on the Earth, cities, mountains, and so on. So he would read out the coordinates, and I had a pad of paper and a number 2 pencil, so everything was very coded, very strict. And I would draw something that he called an ideogram. So it could be like this, it could be a curve, it could be. And then just first impression. His theory, which I think, having experienced it, we did that for a year. Now, I had a job somewhere else, but I was coming two mornings a week, to work with him. And this was classified. So the other people at SRI had no idea what was going on in that room that was dedicated to his work. And he would read out, his idea was that we can all get that signal. There is a signal. If I give you a longitude and a latitude, you potentially can describe what's there. If it's a city, if it's a mountain, if it's some place in the country. The reason you cannot is that the signal is overwhelming. The signal is extraordinarily large, much larger than we can hold it in our brains. So the people who do that have a way of processing the signal and recalling it. And that's the secret. That's the main thing to me that's come out of the SRI study, among many things. But so his idea was you have to stop the signal, you have to catch it. And it's going to be very, very fast, and most people just go on with their life. It's just a passing thing. But you can recall the signal. So he would read out the coordinates again. And now my little scribble is going to turn into maybe a series of waves, and then, a city with skyscrapers. After, if we do that a number of ways. Now, there are a lot of errors that can come in, and then we can think we recognize it and try to name it. That's the thing you shouldn't do. You shouldn't try to name it, because to name it, put it in the other half of the brain, which is logical and rational, and So the idea is to label that as an error. It's not a city by the bay, it's something else. So we go on, and we keep just going on. So you have to do that with a very patient guide, to train yourself to do that. And SRI, Hal and Ingo did that, very well in training a cadre of people who could be almost, not quite, but almost as good as Ingo. And there were a couple who were as good as he was. One time, I said, but Ingo, I'm not psychic. He said, well, think about that, because you've shown evidence of understanding the process. There are some things that I did that would be classified as psychic. But I cannot do it. I cannot control it.
Right, it just happens randomly.
Yeah.
What kind of things?
Well, one time I get there at 8:30 in the morning. We close the door, and he gives me a set of coordinates, longitude and latitude somewhere, and I get very cold right away, and I get dizzy. I have to grab the table. And I'm not drawing anything. And Ingo says, Jacques, what's wrong? And I said, Ingo, I don't know where you're sending me, but I'm cold, I'm trembling, I'm afraid of falling. And, I really don't feel well. And he said, you're on top of a peak in the Andes.
Whoa.
So he pulls out the thing. He gives it to me. That comes from, a photograph of the Andes taken from an airplane with this peak, and they had computed the coordinates of the peak, and that's what he was giving me. And I was there.
You felt it physically. Did you see it or did you just feel it?
No, it was just a physiological reaction of my whole body. I was trembling.
Exactly as if you were on
freezing cold,
a peak.
and I was very afraid of falling.
Wow.
I was falling. And
had you had any of these that didn't work? Did they try any?
Yes, sure. I'm not. No, you should not use me as a remote viewer to launch, a tomahawk over somewhere.
So it was.
That's a problem that, of course, the Army has. Is it good enough so we can launch a rocket to destroy that thing?
Right. Who is the best at it? Who's the best at remote? Is there one person that's consistently accurate?
There are a couple, and they are not. Ingo was known because he wrote about it and so on. Many of them, Joe McMonigal is probably the best one alive today. He described a structure, and he described a ship that was being built by the Russians, which was a super submarine in a hangar somewhere. And the Navy just laughed at him. They said, "That's crazy, it's in a hangar, away from the sea. So why would you build a ship, when you don't have the ocean?" Well, it turned out he was right, and it was a super class new Soviet submarine. He described the inside of the building, which had no windows and so on. From a satellite, they could see the building, but they couldn't see inside the building. He described what was inside the building. He described the submarine. He described the length, and he actually measured it psychically. And that turned out to be right. And then when the submarine was built, they brought some bulldozers and they dug, a channel to the sea, and off it went.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Being independent is good, but you should never be afraid to ask for help when you need it. After all, we're only human. We can't know everything. That's why it's crucial to have a support system. People you can go to when it gets rough. Think of friends, family members, your partner, hell, even your dog. When you're feeling down, spending time with a furry friend can be a good pick-me-up. But I get it. Sometimes you don't want to or can't go to them for help. For these moments, try therapy. It can be a good source of support in any area of your life, whether you're working on personal relationships, job stress, or something else. Therapy can teach you a multitude of different things to help you be your best self, like how to set boundaries, when to let go of toxic relationships, and what to do when you feel overwhelmed. And even more importantly, you can do it in a safe space. If you think therapy might be a good option for you, a good place to start is BetterHelp. They have a diverse network of therapists, and everything is online, which can be very convenient if you need a last-minute session. It's also very easy to switch therapists if it's not working out. Build your support system with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
So
I had heard about this.
Those things were extraordinary. And,
I had heard about this, but I didn't know it was that accurate.
Yeah, that happened. And he was, as opposed to, one of us, he was right, enough of the time that you could rely on what he was describing. And also, they came up with a way of measuring, actually quantifying the value of your perception. So I told Ingo, let's do another one because I'm on a roll here, after the speak in the end. He said, "No, Jacques, you're going home now." I said, "Well, it's 9 o'clock, we've only been here half an hour. Why are you sending me home? I mean, this is great. I got it."
Right.
He said, "Yeah, you got it. You don't need all the levels. I mean, you got to the top level. You were there."
Why did he want to send you home?
He said, "I want you to stay with that feeling. I don't want to do another one that you'd miss and so on. I want you to keep that in mind because you got the whole thing.
Is this based on past experiments and the way they were achieving results?
Yes.
So he didn't want to bombard you with
every test subject and so on. And
so he didn't want to give you another experience. He wanted you to take that experience and just sit with it.
Keep the experience with me during the day, and because I got the whole signal.
Right.
But
and did you feel like that if you did that, it would aid you in your ability to do it in the future?
It would. Yes, I would lose that sense of direct access to something that bypasses the brain. I'm basically, I was trained in mathematics and physics and astronomy, so I use the part of my brain that's analytical, and I'm a good programmer, computer programmer, and so on. This is very different. This is grabbing a signal which has everything in it, and being able to catch it very fast and just get a little bit of information and then catch it again, recall it, and that's what we were doing that, 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, until making sure that you don't try to name it, you don't try to put a description on top of it. It just stay with the signal.
Right.
And that, I think that's an amazing contribution from what Dr. Puthoff and Targ and some of their subjects did.
Was there a specific way that you achieved a state of mind that made you more able to perceive these coordinates or perceive what signal you're getting from remote viewing?
There was I had a lot of admiration and love for Ingo, for what he was capable of doing, and his art and his personality and so on. He was very much admired in the whole team. And here, I think it was the structure also of the experiment. I trusted what he was trying to teach me. I've always.
So you were open to it.
Yes.
You trusted it, so you were open to it.
I had, both the admiration and the trust.
Did he ask you to put your mind in a specific place? Was there a way of counting yourself into?
The idea is not to put my mind into it, just to let it.
Let it come. Just
because my mind is analytical.
Right. Of course.
And I was always very good in math, and you have to be if you're going to be an astronomer, and so I can be very structured and so on. This is not structured. This is boom, and then you can begin to analyze it, but you have to analyze it keeping your rational mind, away from.
So you just have to let the information come to you somehow or another, and not try to imagine the information or create the information
not to
or perceive
what it is.
Right, just let it happen to you. And so you had seen him do this, and so you knew that this was a valid field of research. So you were just open to it, and you just sat down there and tried to let it happen to you. Did it happen any other time that resembled the Andes Peaks, where that you have that overwhelming feeling of cold and falling? Did you have that feeling with anything else?
Yes, I had some of that, but this one was, just completely shocking because it was, and I think that's a characteristic of when you really get it.
Right.
There is no question. And in the movie Patton,
yes,
Patton is sent to North Africa to fight Rommel. Rommel is there with his tanks, and the American army isn't ready to invade Europe, but wants to start, controlling the Germans in North Africa. he's sent there. He lands. There is a lieutenant there with a jeep that takes him to the place where there was a battle, and the Americans were decimated, by Rommel, who was just a genius, German general. Great with tanks, just like he was. Patton considered him as his major, enemy, because both of them understood tanks. And so Patton gets in the Jeep. That's in the movie. It's just absolutely perfect. I've checked that this was historical, exact in the movie. They drive to the site of the battle, and they get to, in the desert, in the Jeep, and they get to a fork in the road, and the driver takes to the left, and Patton said, son, why don't we go to the right? Because that's where the battle was. And the driver says, sir, with all due respect, I was there in that battle, it's on the left. He said, trust me, go to the right. And they go to the right, and they get to the edge of a plateau where you see a big plain. And Patton says, this is where the battle was. Hannibal came from the left with his elephants, and the battle was there, and I had been there. I was there. Patton thought that he was reincarnated from a Roman general who had been at that battle against Hannibal and his elephants. And, the poor driver saying, how did this happen? How did I get here with this general who thinks he's reincarnated, who fought against Hannibal? And I've worked with people, as you know, I've run a number of venture capital funds with people who had that kind of intuition, and you think finance is driven by greed and so on, but at some level, greed doesn't really matter. It's getting to the truth of something, especially in venture capital, where you're going to change the way things are done. With these gadgets, with computers, with rockets and so on, you're going to go to a new generation of things. So it hasn't been done before. And the financial people, you've got 10 engineers in front of you who can do it. There is one who will succeed, 9 who's going to fail, and you have to pick. The thinking that's going to succeed. It's not the money, and it's not the technology. It's the mind of the driver who'll say, no, let's go to the right, let's not go to the left. Patton was extraordinary in that. He was a remote viewer. And he demonstrated that again and again. There are some interesting books that I've collected from some of his lieutenants, who...
you would also have to consider that's an extraordinary state of mind. To be a general in a world war and the consequences of everything you do and what is at stake in this war is got to be a state of mind that's very, very unusual, with so many consequences and so much pressure that it probably makes some signals more clear if you have that ability to perceive them, because you must be in a heightened state of awareness.
Yes.
Because just of the consequences of your life.
That's exactly. But you also have to be detached. Eventually he's going to go to the battlefield where the bodies of soldiers who've been killed, they're burning tanks and everything else. They show that in the movie. That's where he's supposed to go.
Yeah.
But, his mind is at a different level. And
when did they first start researching this, and when did they believe that this was an ability that some people had?
Way back in antiquity.
Really?
Yeah. They had seers that the king would go consult whether he should engage in a war with.
Right.
They had the Greeks had the Pythia, who was a woman who they had an area, a volcanic area where there were fumes coming out of the earth, that was supposed to be one of the doors to the underworld and so on. And there was a special cult around that place, and the king would go there before a great decision and would ask the message from the underworld, or the message from the mind of the woman who was interpreting what was coming from the earth. So that has been regarded as Adolf Hitler was in his before the war, when he got to be the leader of Germany, he exhibited, and he very much believed in those powers. I think he got to the point where he trusted it too much, and he started making mistakes, and that could be used against him.
Well, he was
because
also doing
the
a lot
ego,
of drugs.
You have to get the ego out of the way, and of course that's the hardest thing, for us to do.
Especially to a narcissist dictator who's on drugs.
That's right. That's right.
Well, that's always the age-old problem with seers. Like, how do you know who's a charlatan and who's real? Because there's always a bunch of fake psychics. There's fake palm readers, fake tarot card readers, people that are just con artists, that are just trying to swindle people out of money. But that doesn't discount the possibility that some people have these bizarre abilities. And that is something that people have sort of recognized forever. But it's always been dismissed, especially in this modern day reductionist culture that likes to only look at things that are, tried, true, proven, agreed upon, and then trust the science. Like this concept that.
Well, I think as, in science, the burden is on you as a scientist to come up with an experiment that will discriminate between the random things,
right,
and will give you guides to,
Well, I think that's what they've done with the telepathy tapes, and I'm hoping the success of this, and then they're going to do a whole series on it, where they're doing a documentary and they're showing all the footage, so you're going to be able to see it for yourself. And I'm hoping that this stops the ridicule, because there's a bunch of scientists and I think this is with the UAP topic as well, the UFO topic as well. I think there's a bunch of people that don't want to consider it because there's too much bullshit out there, and there's too much of a possibility that you could look like a fool. And to a very respected scientist whose research is very important, as you were talking about with the IBM thing, where there's hundreds of millions of dollars that are dedicated towards these, why would you risk all that and the credibility of all that on this nonsense about people seeing things with their brain in a closed room, finding coordinates, pretending they're on top of a mountain, all that kind of stuff?
Well, fortunately, certainly in California, there are people who can take risk, and put a few $1 million behind something.
Shout out to Stanford.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as you know, I come from France, and in France, it's very, very hard to do that. because the system is very structured and very conventional and so on.
Right.
Even though France has had some of the brightest people in that kind of research.
So it's just a cultural limitation of the culture?
Yeah.
It's,
sort of everything has to be rational. Because,
America's a little more chaotic.
And they also, as you know, France has had, for a long time, has had a project on UFOs, official project, and that takes reports from the public, and they investigate them, and it's a very small team, but they have access to all the resources of French research. So they can, they can get the weather people, they can get the Air Force, they can get the radar people, they can get all of that. So they can tap into the resources of a lot of different departments of the government. So it's very powerful. So they will explain, they find a rational explanation for about 95% of all the reports, which is true. I agree with that. I've been there.
So it's about 95% you can explain away.
It's not hoaxes. Those are, people who really think that they've seen something unusual.
Right.
But what was unusual to them may have been the moon rising through the fog, and it looks like an elongated disc, and then after a while things change and so on. And
ball lightning. There's a few things.
They really think they've seen a flying saucer coming over, or there are about 200 or 250 possible physical things that really could surprise you, that are unusual, that would create conditions under which a normal person would think that they are in the presence of a UFO. Then, what's interesting is the other 5%.
Yes.
The other 5% is in your face. I have reports of something that moved like the Tic-Tac, from the French Air Force in the 50s. There was a French jet over Morocco that was flying, and there was a radar tracking the jet, and I had the reports from the French Air Force with the chart, and that the thing he was chasing went up, all in a fraction of a second, went to the top of the atmosphere, just like the Nimitz case. So those things are not new. I mean, they are in the files if you take the trouble to look at the files.
And they're in the files far back enough in history that it's impossible to imagine human technology achieving these things.
Absolutely. Well, especially in the 50s. I mean,
right. Well, the
we
Kenneth
didn't have
Arnold
anything
case
that had gone into space.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cases that rule out the possibility of human technology when you're talking about people using propeller planes and seeing these things. We were at a time technologically where it's not possible to imagine that someone had gone that far beyond us. Now we are in that time where you see things, you go, well, how much of that is some sort of top secret government program, some military program, and they have drones that can move at extraordinary speeds with some undisclosed propulsion system. That's possible today, at least theoretically. We entertain those ideas. But back then, this is one of the most fascinating things. I told you last night that I consumed 3 of your books in the last 6 months. And there was this series of 3 that you did that had a bunch of different encounters. Not just, right now I'm on the Invisible College, but the last ones that I read were the ones on various contacts that people have had and the similarity of these stories. And they go way back before it was sort of a cultural artifact. Like right now, I think in people's minds, the gray aliens are so iconic. A flying saucer like that, that's a copy of the sport model from Bob Lazar's adventures. These things are in pop culture to the point where you almost would expect to see them. You look for them. If you see something, you could imagine that you could twist it up in your mind and make it like that. But the problem is these stories go way before that. They're too similar. they go a long, long way back, and there's too many that are very, very similar to what we're talking about today, to the point where a rational person would have to say, maybe there's something more to this. What do you got there?
Yeah, I brought you this. It's a token. It's not a coin. It's a token from Burgundy in France, from a few centuries ago. The Duke of Burgundy was under attack. There was a lot of turmoil in French politics, and the king was fighting the great nobility and so on, was in cahoots to get rid of the king and so on, and they were going to be attacked. And he needed money to raise an army, and he appealed to people in Burgundy to send him money. And this was a token that they would, the king, the duke, would give people who had given him money to raise this army. And on the face of it is this disc that's holding up, that's protecting the land from forces above. There are all these arrows raining down on the land, and the land is protected by this flying disc. So it doesn't mean that they had seen a flying saucer at that time, but the idea has always been there of, disc-like objects that were not meteors, that were not, all the natural explanation, that were real discs. You find that in legends. You find that in history.
Jamie, can you see
back.
if you could find an image of this we could show people? You found it? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
And you see, it's protecting the land, and it's hovering in the sky, protecting it from all the thunder clouds above. Well, there were a few of those things in history, and I've collected those with. I have with a group of.
Couldn't that be interpreted as a shield?
Well, it is shown as a shield, that's going to stop all those arrows.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what they used to stop arrows back then. They used a shield.
Yes.
So doesn't that just make? I mean, that doesn't seem to me to be a UFO. It seems to me to be a shield that they would protect.
Yes, but it's also, it's not exactly the shape of a. Of a shield. Most shields are, more oblong, but some of them are round. But the point is, it's hovering in the sky, protecting the land underneath.
Okay.
And
I think some of the more compelling stuff is like the stuff in the ancient Hindu scripts, the Vimanas and all these different flying crafts that people described. That they've always been a thing that people have described.
And we've been able to trace it to actual investigations or actual records, because, of course, when people described something like that, especially if there was some sort of being associated with it, it could be the devil, it could be that.
Right.
So they had to see a priest and confess, and and they were in trouble. If you reported that thing, most of the time you'd be in trouble, because it couldn't be a normal thing. So
you'd be a heretic.
Today they just fire you from wherever you work, because
probably,
they say
or
you're crazy.
Maybe you're a kook, and then stop
at least
you from.
They don't burn you alive anymore.
And people, that's lucky. But people do have a legitimate fear of being ridiculed, and that could stop their ability to be promoted within whatever organization they're in. That you don't want to think, oh, there's Kooky Bob over there who thinks the aliens are watching us.
The best cases I get are from executives in Silicon Valley whose family has seen something or who have seen something, and they've described, frankly, UFOs to me. And
Here's another one.
A different coin from a year later.
So that looks way different.
That's right.
So that coin is much more compelling because that looks like something flying in the sky above the city. That doesn't look like a shield at all. And what is that peak at the bottom of it?
It's the same thing, whatever.
Yeah, that's very different.
You can tell
Much
that
more compelling.
those things have been in the culture.
Yeah.
But they've sort of repressed in the culture. And the anthropologists don't want to look at that. They don't.
There's a really old painting that, like a biblical painting of these people that look like they're flying around and like seated in these crafts.
Yes.
They're in the sky. I've never seen any sort of a conventional explanation of what is that artist depicting.
So usually the explanation when you read what the historians have said, it's supposed to be some god or some higher level entity that's coming to protect people and so on. But when you look at the detail, I mean, it really looks like a machine. It really looks mechanical.
See if you can find that image, Jamie. Do you know the one I'm talking about, right?
Is this one?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
But
Thank you.
we wanted
like,
to...
the one on the lower right. Well, both of them. But the lower, what is that? That looks like a craft. It looks like someone's seated in a craft.
It's an envoy from God or an angel who's been sent. But the problem with those is that the painting... it may relate to something that was written in the 3rd century. The painting is a 16th century painting.
Right.
So we didn't look at that much. I mean, it's interesting from like the one with the Virgin, with the, So it may be that the artist was witness to something and he wanted to memorialize it and he put it in his painting. But it's not tied to the time of the Virgin,
Right. They just added it in there.
We can't.
What is that supposed to be in the background?
We stayed away from that. We wanted to go to records of somebody having actually testified that he saw something or she saw something.
Right, not just artwork.
Right.
But it just is very bizarre that this artwork continually depicts people in crafts. And look, what is that thing flying around?
And
what the hell?
And there is a communication with the man
who's looking up at it.
He's looking at it, and there is a sense of that he's actually seeing it and having a sense of what it is.
It's like an Easter egg that someone put into the painting.
So this
Very
may
strange.
be that the artist sort of, put that in as a side. Of course, the main theme is the Virgin and the Child.
What's that one over there, Jamie, in the second row that says Inside Ancient? Yeah, that one. What the hell is that? That's what really freaks me out is the paintings on cave walls that look just like grays. These bizarre paintings of things that just look like they are people wearing helmets.
And the most interesting to me come from the Sahara. I have friends who are anthropologists who worked with the UN in Africa and so on, and in part of the Sahara, and one theory they have is that the culture that eventually moved to Egypt came from the Sahara. So I say, well, the Sahara is just sand. Well, it's just sand today. But we know that at one time it was flourishing. There were forests, there was water. In fact, there is water, but it's underground water. It's a large amount of underground water. There was a sea there at one time. And so there probably was an earlier civilization, and some of those come from the Tassili. The Tassili is a region in the Sahara where there are a lot of those representations. So there were a lot of people living there at one time, and they painted that on the rocks.
See if you can find some of those, Jamie. Yeah, you see similar things that indigenous people in Australia have painted, similar thing. It's all over the world.
Yes.
In completely separate environments, very similar features in these cave paintings.
And, well, I think archaeologists wouldn't disagree with that. I think they would say, but the problem is that we don't correlate it. I mean, they didn't write anything.
Right.
You know,
it's open to interpretation.
We don't have a good correlation, so we have to keep looking for that. But that's, you know, that's fascinating. But in our book, we made the rule that, number one, we don't want isolated human figures, even with, you know, suits and so on. We really want a device, a flying device. You know, otherwise you have, you know, you could fill 40 books with images of strange creatures.
Right.
I mean, what are the things that people see, you know, in around the ranch now, you know, in
Skinwalker,
in Utah,
yes.
and in you know, Arizona, and in all of that. So have to be careful, you know, on the boundaries of those things.
Right.
But we wanted to get to a place where there was testimony about somebody seeing a flying disc that was strange to them in their culture. And remember, in those cultures, those were agricultural cultures. So with people who were used to interpreting the weather, looking at the phases of the moon, looking at the rising time of the sun, and all that was important for their, you know, for their agriculture. So they knew their environment very well, you know, better than we do as, you know, people living in cities. So we can take that to some extent that, you know, has a scientific value, especially when you can build a model of, you know, a number of those across different centuries. But in that book, we were careful to break the book into sections, you know, corresponding to different evolution of the culture, explaining first a couple of pages what was happening during that time in terms of new inventions, like when the telescope was invented, when certain things were discovered, and so on. So we were careful to put it in context, with every reinterpreting the description by the witness in the context that was appropriate.
Well, it was very thorough and very objective, which is what I really enjoyed about it, where you were very clear what we absolutely knew and very clear what could be nonsense and myth, and that one of the things that keeps occurring over and over again is these similar stories. The stories are really similar from the 1700s to the 1800s, yes, into the 20th century, and then now it gets more muddy, because now you have a bunch of people that realize that there's value in concocting a story and then talking about it and selling a book. And I think there's people that are grifters, and I think they, you know, I probably had a few of them on. They are capitalizing on this desire that people have for stories.
Well, also now we think that the government has the answer.
Yeah. So
people spend their time, you know, writing to different agencies and listening to reports from pilots, which is fine, of course, and people in the military, people in the intelligence community. But and those are very valuable because they have instruments, you know, to actually measure what they see on an F-18 and so on, and they are covered by radar and by AWACS and everything else. So we can rely on that. So scientists and, you know, many people like the numerical aspect of it. I don't do that. You know, I mean, I don't pretend to have access to that. I mean, we had access under Bigelow, you know, and under Bass to some of that, you know, including some of the classified things that had happened. But there is a much richer pool of data, which is, a friend tells me about a sighting in the country somewhere. I can go there, I can go see the people, and I can find out, exactly what happened. And I continue to do that. And that's most of my data. And it's 10 times bigger than the stuff they talk about from the Pentagon. I mean, it's real data from that, and I don't need to have a clearance to go see the people and sit down. If I'm lucky, they'll invite me for lunch, and I can talk to the kids, I can talk to the wife, I can talk to the people who took care of the cattle, and they'll tell me, and. That's where most of my information is really coming from. And it's not, it's just very much in your face, and it's consistent.
How consistent are the shapes of the crafts?
It's a tough question, Many of the descriptions have to do with discs,
and eggs as well, right?
Different sizes. Some of them are very large. A number of descriptions have to do with, for a long time, with cigar-shaped objects. Cylindrical and rounded at the end. Sometimes with what people describe as windows that may just be openings with light, in the side of it. Doesn't have to be what we think of as a window. And then you have some irregular shapes, just balls of light that physicists interpret as maybe plasma, but plasma doesn't survive in the air, shouldn't survive in the air more than a minute maybe. But people have, seen some of those things for minutes and longer, long enough to take pictures of it, so on. And it's not necessarily glowing. It's not necessarily luminous the way, plasma would be. So we don't know what they are, and they've been reported all over the world. Again, they are, paintings of that kind of thing from the 18th century or the 17th century.
Yeah.
So that I've collected and published. So
what are the most compelling
these different
paintings?
Categories.
What are the most compelling paintings that we could find right now from like the 1700s or 1800s?
I think there is a beautiful painting of hills and 3 blue spheres that are not moving, that seem to be suspended in the air, very distinct blue spheres that were seen, and somebody recorded it, and somebody did a painting of the scene. Those are things that people wanted to remember because they knew it was.
And what year was this painting from?
I don't remember the year. I couldn't tell you.
But it's a very old painting.
16th, 17th century.
Do you know the name of it? Like, so Jamie could try to find it online?
No, I could send you the picture.
Okay. Okay. So there's also a bunch of depictions of egg-shaped crafts.
Yes.
This is very common as well, right?
Yes.
And the couple that you had in one of your books from, was it the mining people from, was it California or was it Nevada?
I wrote a book with Paula Harris called Trinity about an egg-shaped object that happened in 1945 near White Sands. That now we have reinvestigated it. The first book was criticized and, appropriately by someone who said I hadn't gone to enough of the written records. Well, now we've done that. So we've republished the book. It's called Trinity. And it covers 3 cases. In all 3 cases, the object is egg-shaped, the size of a medium-sized truck. Okay? It would fit in this room. It would be about the size of this room. Then there is a case in Socorro, and there is a case in Valensole. Socorro and Valensole, and people have concentrated on the first one, the one because it's 2 years before Roswell, and there were witnesses there. In Roswell, there were no witnesses. There were people who came later who found the stuff, and they reconstructed the story, and it's a very interesting story. But at Trinity, they saw it arrive, and they saw it crash. And they were there for 10 days afterwards, watching the recovery. And they went inside. One of them went inside, and his father went inside also. So we have a very rich description of that. And where is it in the literature? Nowhere. I mean, Paola Harris found this, did research for 4 years on that, and then told me about it, and then we did another 4 years of research together at the site. And we found a lot of correlations. But there are the Socorro case and the Valensole case.
Could you explain? Tell me before we move on to those other cases. What correlations did you find?
Well, in all 3 cases, it's an egg-shaped object. In all 3 cases, there are traces that could be seen, could be described, could be analyzed. In all 3 cases, the beings are short. They are, about 3 feet, 3.5 feet. They breathe air. And what kind of extraterrestrial is that comes here and breathes the air? Okay, we don't go. If we go to the moon, we're not going to breathe the air.
How do we know that it breathes at all? How do we know that these things breathe at all?
Just because they had no breathing equipment.
But how do we even know that they're
normally?
Biological?
They had 2 eyes, a small nose, a small mouth.
But couldn't they possibly be some sort of a creation? Instead of being a biological entity, couldn't they be some sort of artificial life?
So I've asked Gary Nolan about that. I'm not a biologist. And I think it would be known if somebody had created a meta-human.
I don't mean somebody. I mean another life form from somewhere else.
There were stories of the Russians actually thinking about creating a dwarf, human, to pilot their ships because they didn't expect to have the energy, to have a big rocket. It turned out they found that Korolev built
so they
a
were
big
trying
rocket.
to get tiny people to power their ships because they were lighter.
But the CIA was looking into rumors that the Russians in the 50s, before Sputnik, that the Russians were trying to create a humanoid that could pilot a spaceship.
Well, I know that the Russians, there was some talk of them trying to create a human-ape hybrid. They were trying to do something with chimpanzees and try to create some sort of a human-chimpanzee hybrid for war, which is a terrifying thought.
Yeah.
That they would, first of all, if they were successful, how terrifying would that be? But just that they were interested in doing that, creating a race of chimpanzee human warriors.
There was no, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any correlation of that. And the creatures that are described in Socorro in New Mexico and in Valensole in France, so those are 3 cases that I've been very involved in from the beginning, from day one, involve creatures that are about 3 feet tall, that breathe our air,
Hairless?
recognize our signals, communicate with us in funny ways, even mentally. I mean, the witnesses describe getting images in their minds and so on, in all three cases. And what's interesting is, people can argue about Trinity all they want, like they argue about Roswell, but the case in Socorro and the case in France, in Valençol, were investigated by governments, not by the local UFO group, although the local UFO group did a good job in all those cases. But they were, in Socorro, it was first the local police. The local policemen saw the craft and the beings and described what happened. He was terrified, but, when the thing took off, he thought it was something to do with some new gadget or some work in the desert. It's an area that's still in the same state today. I've gone back there with Dr. Hynek's son, with Paul Hynek a few months ago. I've gone several times there. And so after the police, turned out the FBI was in town on another case. They had no jurisdiction in New Mexico for that particular case. It wasn't a federal case, but they helped preserve the traces, the FBI way. And the local police was happy to have them there. And then there was the state police came in and did an investigation, and then people from the base, came in with experts in explosives, experts in recovery of weapons and rockets and so on, because they thought it might be something that had come from the Trinity range that was out of its way and had crashed near Socorro, in which case they might have responsibility, including financial responsibility if something was destroyed or whatever. So this was very serious. I have the whole file. Okay, it's a big file.
Right.
Nobody's looking at it. I mean, the investigation in Washington now, they are saying, we're going to look at the cases of the last 12 months. Well, what kind of science is that? Can you imagine scientists reading this? And this is the way they are going to solve the UFO problem, by looking at vague pictures of lights in the sky for 1 year? Why don't they go back to those records? Those are federal records. Okay, the case in Valençol, 5 agencies of the French government. So this guy was a farmer. He had a field where he was growing plants to make perfume. So this was high-level, expensive crop. This wasn't just, alfalfa or something. And he goes there at 5 o'clock in the morning because, he wants to do to water the thing and so on before the sun is up, because it's going to be south of France, it's going to be very hot. You can't work in the field during the early afternoon. So he wants to be done with that. He sees this contraption, in the middle of the field, crushing the plants. And so he sneaks in, and he's paralyzed. Okay. Now, there is an egg-shaped object, just like the one, at Trinity, just like the one in Socorro. It's the size of a mid-sized truck. There are 2 creatures in front of it, human, human-looking, 2 eyes, breathing air. They look at him, sort of amused, and one of them has something on his belt. He takes out, pointed at him, and that's when he's paralyzed. Now, he's not, as you know, I'm not a doctor, but I've gone to doctors about what kind of paralysis is that, where you can stand up and watch something, you just can't move. They said, well, there is a type of paralysis that will just inhibit the motor, motor nerves, where but you'll still be up and aware. You're not going to fall down, in a heap. And from there, he sees them going back inside the thing. The thing takes off. It takes off like a shot out of a gun, and it vanishes in midair. Okay. Now, he goes to see the gendarmes. This man is fairly wealthy. He owns quite a bit of, several fields, expensive crops. His wife is the mayor of the town. The gendarmes are going to be very careful with him because he's also from the resistance in World War II. When he was young, he joined the resistance, and the resistance in that part of France fought in the Alps against the Germans, and they were regarded as heroes of World War II. And so the gendarmes are very careful with him. There are some things he's not going to tell the gendarmes because he thinks, and I went there, he didn't want to talk to anybody from Paris. He didn't want to be on TV. He wanted to concentrate on his experience because he thought there was going to be something else. And he was aware of some of his buddies. Now, this is a part of France where people talk, but they have secrets too. I mean, historically, there are things like that in the U.S., parts where people are not going to talk to strangers.
Right.
The only reason I could go there was that I went there with a lady who was from Paris, with the government. She was with de Gaulle's government. She had the rank of ambassador, and she had a vacation home there. So we went there for 3 days, and she knew everybody there. And he told us what he thought might happen again. And he didn't want the gendarmes mixed in with what he was doing.
Why did he think that something was going to happen again?
They evidently, and he swore us to secrecy about what it was, but evidently there was communication with the beings when he was there.
And now, so these beings just tiny, look like people. Did they have different features than us? Or was it just human
They are
features?
just like the ones at Trinity and like the ones at Socorro. So in that book you have actually 2, 2, and 3. You have 7 creatures that are humanoid, that breathe our air, that seem to understand us. The visual, there's visual contact. We can have visual contact with animals. I mean, that doesn't mean they are human or meta-human, but there is messages that come through all of that that the witnesses are reluctant to talk about in all 3 cases. So in Socorro, finally, the Air Force went there. They threw the Air Force out because the Air Force said, well, that's just a gadget, from the base, and that was stupid. So they finally sent Dr. Hynek there, and Dr. Hynek asked me to organize the files that were coming. I was at Northwestern at the time, working. I had done my PhD already, and I was on the staff of the computing center, and we had a small team trying to help, trying to help Hynek keep the files together. So we were, in communication with him the whole time, and then I put the files together, and I have the file. This is the official file.
So these people were reluctant to talk about what these creatures were communicating with them. But did they talk about it at all?
It was very personal.
Very personal.
Yeah. There had been a communication that transcended their life. There was something else, something outside. So you could almost call it a sort of a religious feeling, but it wasn't. It wasn't about divinity or God specifically, but it was about the other side of life, a bigger meaning for life. But that's their interpretation. It may not be. There may be other things, that they are trying to communicate.
But it was very profound for them.
Yes. But
all three cases had similar stories in that regard.
And in all three cases, there are traces that were measured. There were, there is technology of sort. And in the case of Socorro, people came up with all kinds of ideas that maybe it was a balloon, a special balloon, right? There were only 12 of them in the world and so on. Well, in the book, people haven't noticed it, but in the book, I was able to solve that problem because I found a transcript of a conversation with a man who was head of a motor pool at the on the army range at White Sands. And he had given his team some instructions on, how to make sure that the motor pool was working really well, because White Sands is so big. When people went home, they could get lost, at White Sands. And then how are you going to find them? I mean, there are tracks, but there is no paved road at the time. How are you going to, find them? So you can launch a helicopter the next day looking for, a lost car somewhere with a family in it. But so he made rules that they had to call periodically to report where they were when they went home, 50 miles away across the desert. So they could find them if there was something wrong with the car. He's driving home with his family. This is after the Socorro thing is done. They are all interrogating Lonnie Zamora, the cop who was driving that thing. And he sees a light over the mountains in the southwest towards Mexico. But it's still, it's still in New Mexico, but it's in that direction. A light that's not a star, it's really bright. And the light gets brighter and brighter, and his car dies. Now, he's head of a motor pool, for the base. Everybody reports to him, and they have all the army cars and the trucks and everything else, the half-tracks. So he looks at that thing. He tries to call his team. The radio doesn't work. Radio should work. Radio doesn't work. And the thing gets very bright, and then it recedes. It goes away the way it apparently came in. We don't know if it came in or if it just got bright. The car starts. He goes home, and then the next day he goes to his shop. He gets his staff together. He says, "You guys are going to take this car apart. I want to see every screw and every piece of it and every lever and everything and the seats and so on. I want to see all of that on the floor. And you're going to test it, and you're going to tell me what's changed or, if anything, how that car stopped in the middle of the desert." And they couldn't find anything. And that report was an official report, that was never published. And it nails the whole thing, that this was not a balloon. This was not an hallucination. The patrolman wasn't drunk like they accused him of, or making up a story and so on. Lonnie Zamora, when Dr. Hynek interrogated him, he said he wanted to talk to a priest and confess to a priest before he would talk to Dr. Hynek. That's the kind of man he was.
Ever hear about what Ben Franklin was? Okay, that's a different story. But
what did he do?
You never heard that, what he was found in? They found in his house?
No.
Tons of bodies, bro.
What?
Ben Franklin, they found tons of bodies in his...
Ben Franklin was a serial killer?
No, he was like doing some weird shit, dude. Bodies.
Like
stuff.
experimenting with bodies?
Yeah.
Is this real?
Everything I say.
Was Ben Franklin's basement filled with skeletons? Repairs on Franklin's old London house turned up 1,200 pieces of bone from at least 15 people. Holy shit. For nearly 2 decades. By the way, this is from the Smithsonian. This is not some wacky conspiracy
This ain't
site.
samtripoli.com.
Yeah. For nearly 2 decades leading up to the signing of the Declaration of Independence, Benjamin Franklin lived in London in a house on 36 Craven Street. In 1776, Franklin left his English home to come back to America. More than 200 years later, 15 bodies were found in the basement, buried in a secret windowless room beneath the garden. In 1998, conservationists were doing repairs on 36 Craven, looking to turn Franklin's old haunt into a museum. From a 1 meter wide, 1 meter deep pit, over 1,200 pieces of bone were retrieved. Remnants of more than a dozen bodies, said Benjamin Franklin's house. 6 were children. Forensic investigation showed that the bones dated to Franklin's day. Holy shit. The most plausible explanation is not mass murder, but an anatomy school run by Benjamin's young friend and protege, William Hewson. Oh, just an anatomy school.
Yeah, and we're just going to bury them downstairs.
Okay, anatomy was still in its infancy, but the day's social and ethical mores frowned upon it. A steady supply of human bodies was hard to come by legally. So Hewson, Hunter, and Field's other pioneers had to turn to grave robbing, either paying professional resurrection men to procure cadavers or digging them up themselves to get their hands on specimens. Researchers think 36 Craven was an irresistible spot for Houston to establish his own anatomy lab. The tenant was a trusted friend, and the landlady was his mother-in-law, and he was flanked by convenient sources for corpses. Bodies could be smuggled from graveyards and delivered to the wharf at one end of the street or snatched from the gallows at the other end. When he was done with them, Houston simply buried whatever was left of the bodies in the basement rather than sneak them out for disposal elsewhere and risk getting caught and prosecuted for dissection and grave robbing. Franklin was probably aware of the illegal studies going on in his building, says the Benjamin Franklin House, but it's doubtful that he was involved himself. Still, we can't imagine that, curious man that he was, he didn't sneak down and check out the proceedings at least once or twice. Of course he did. Could you imagine if you're my friend and we live together and I say, Sam, what are you up to? You're like, bro, we got to find out how people work, and there's only one way to do it. We got to look at bodies. Whoa, how are you going to do that? We got to find a place where we can fucking legally or secretly look at bodies. Well, I got a basement. Okay, so what do we do with the bodies? Well, fucking bury them, bro. But back then, when they were studying medicine, isn't that what they did? Like, all those people that like studied anatomy back then, how did they, if it was illegal to study anatomy, if it was illegal to study bodies, how else would they find out how anatomy worked?
That seems weird, but who knows? They had weird laws back then, but...
It does seem weird, but it makes sense, right? Because if they had never studied anatomy before, and then all of a sudden it came along and they're like, well, we got to fuck up your grandpa.
Right.
We got to carve grandpa up like a turkey to find out what makes people tick. You know?
So weird note to add in another article about this.
Oh, boy.
It's just
Franklin's history as a Mason was one of the historian's initial points of inquiry. Though shrouded in secrecy, Masonic rituals have dark, known undercurrents which have at times gone horribly wrong. For example, in a 2004 initiation ceremony, a new member was accidentally shot by a member who meant to fire an empty gun but instead fired a loaded one. So they fake shot at each other?
Yeah.
But when historians dug deeper into what was going on in the Franklin home during the years the bones dated back to, they discovered the real culprit behind the bones is one of William Houston, the medical student. Yeah, they're basically saying the same thing. Landing one's my favorite.
Really?
I got balls deep in that for years. I was completely
So you
convinced.
think they did not go to the moon?
No, I don't think that anymore.
Okay.
But you know what I think now? I think I don't know.
Okay.
But I do think that it is one of the more fascinating conspiracies that between 1969 and 1972, they had seven attempts, 6 of them successful. Well, they went to the Apollo 13 was the one that they didn't apparently make it, and they had to come back. But that was the only time in history that a human being has been more than 400 miles above the Earth's surface. All the space station missions, all the space shuttle missions, all that stuff is
within orbit.
Yeah, it's low. It's all very low. They went 260,000 miles out and back into deep space, but they had never even flown a chicken out there and see if it comes back alive. Like we really didn't.
Really?
Yeah, no.
I'm not into the space travel one. So
I mean, they did a couple of flybys, like they went around the moon, early before they landed on the moon.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, without unmanned drones like what we have on Mars and things like that, we've never really sent a living thing out through the magnetosphere, through the Van Allen radiation belts, into deep space. Have it, I mean, there's all these possibilities of solar flares and anything that would have killed them instantly. And they just did that. And then we haven't been able to do that since 1972.
That's the one where I've never looked into the moon landing. I think it's kind of goofy, right?
Well, it's weird. It's a weird one.
Why have we never gone back? It's been 50. Surely our technology is far superior to what it was in 1969, right?
The technology is far superior, except that they're not using that technology for manned space travel into deep space like that and to go into the moon. So it's like our technology in all these other areas is superior, but they haven't really worked towards that because they haven't been funded. So the big issue is, in many ways, it's money. Right? There's how much money is there in going to the moon, and it's also very risky to send humans out there. I mean, we're talking about manned missions to Mars now, which may or may not take place by 2030. They're talking about doing that, but it's way cheaper and safer to send robots out there. Like, why risk human lives? It's
they
it's
put
very
robots
retro.
on the moon, right? And they put robots on Mars.
Yeah.
The rovers.
The rovers on Mars are that's the most interesting because they're sending these really high resolution photos of the surface of Mars, and they're running tests and checking for biological life. It's really, really interesting stuff. But between 69 and 72, when they did all this stuff, I mean, there's the technology back then was nothing compared to what they have now in terms of calculations and computers and it's also there's unquestionably some stuff that whether it was images or video that was faked. And I think...
Really?
Yeah.
So like I said, I never looked into this at all.
Gemini 15 is the big one because there's a photo of Michael Collins. It shows him in deep space, and they use it as a press release saying that he was on a spacewalk when it was really an image of him from a test run where there was all this stuff in the background, and he was on this harness, and they just blacked out the background and tried to sell it as him being in space. See if you can find that. Michael Collins, what do you...
I was looking up how much it costs to send somebody to space.
Oh, it's insane.
$70 million.
There's these
70 million
for a NASA astronaut to fly on a Russian shuttle.
Well, there's all
Jeff
these
Bezos.
private guys trying to sell tickets to places. I mean, Bezos is trying to do it. Musk, obviously.
But that's space. That's just low Earth orbit. That's still inside 400 miles.
None of them are trying to go anywhere?
No. Well, they might in the future.
Well, Branson.
Well, I think that's all same thing. It's all low Earth orbit. But they are talking about future visits to the moon and to Mars. But a lot of times I feel like when they say that, George Bush Sr. said that they were going to go to the moon, back to the moon again. In like fucking, when was that? 1990 or whatever the hell that was? People have always said we're going to go back to the moon, but we haven't been back since 1972. Does that mean that we never went? No. But then it gets weird when you find out that Wernher von Braun was a fucking Nazi.
Who?
Wernher von Braun, the guy he was the head of NASA. He was the guy who organized the moon landings, and he was the head rocket guy. That guy was a legit Nazi. Like, he was wanted by the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if he was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity. They would hang the 5 slowest workers every day in front of his Berlin rocket factory. Oh yeah. No, 100%. I mean, that's what they did. What they did was they took this thing, it was called Operation Paperclip, where when we won World War II, they took all the top Nazi scientists and they secretly brought them over to America. And they did it on the down low so that no one would think like, hey, why do we have a guy named Werner von Braun running the American space program. It was because the Nazi scientists were insanely advanced. So the question is like, well, were they really Nazis or were they scientists that were under the boot of the Nazi administration? I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not around then.
Yeah.
But I do know that these are the people that were the head engineers and the people that designed it. Werner von Braun himself was saying how impossible it was just years before they did the moon landing and years before Operation Paperclip, that it was impossible to go to the moon or how ridiculously impossible it would be. But technology advanced from then to when 1969 happened to when they did it. I stopped saying that we never went to the moon because I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's a big part of understanding these conspiracies.
It's like, hard.
You have to really know, how much do I know about rocketry? How much do I know about aerospace? Zero.
Yeah.
So if I'm running around saying I don't believe people went to the moon, what is it based on? It's based mostly on ignorance, speculation, and the excited feeling that comes with trying to uncover a conspiracy.
Sure, but I think you do have to be a little bit discerning on what you hear, but it is frustrating, and that's where a lot of these conspiracy guys they think they know more than they do, because you have to come to the realization that you're probably never going to know the real answer with a lot of these things. Very likely. I mean, some of them come out many years later. We're talking about like Gulf of Tonkin, right, or Operation Northwoods. Many years later, it comes out, but there's a good likelihood that I'll never know the truth on stuff I read a lot about.
I think with the moon landing, it's way more likely that we went to the moon, but that some of the footage is fake. And I think they probably did that because it's incredibly difficult to film things on the moon. And I think they filmed some stuff in test runs and then tried to pass that stuff off.
Should have brought their iPhone.
They didn't have it back then. They had these cameras that they had in the center of their chest. I think
What if they would have been taking a selfie on the moon?
Yeah, the
Snapchatting it.
You'd have to take your suit off and then you would die. They didn't have a camera that you could put in front of you.
Well, maybe they have one of those clicker buttons they could have with their big gloves on, and they put the thing out and then they click it, and then boom, Snapchat, Wi-Fi on the moon.
Well, that's what they said. Well, it was that they did it remotely. That's how they captured the video of the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon and panned up and watched it go. That they did all that remotely. It's all. There's some squirrely footage. You ever see the video of them jumping around? It looks like they're on trampolines.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like they're just bouncing straight up in the air. You're like, well, what the fuck is that? How come the physics are different in different flights? Like in some of the flights, like Apollo 11, they're barely getting off the ground.
Isn't it one where they're walking, but they're kind of going, like that?
Well, there's ones like that, and then there's also ones where they fall down. It looks like they're getting yanked up by wires. I think it's entirely possible that some of that stuff was faked. But I think it's way more likely that they actually went to the moon than they didn't. But it's way sexier to think that they faked the whole thing. It's fun. It's fun to think they faked the whole thing. That everybody was quiet about it, and Neil Armstrong gave this real cryptic speech on the 25th anniversary of the moon mission, saying that there are hidden truths. What is the exact quote that he said? Some of the great truths that could be revealed, removing some of truth's hidden layers. Like
so, what if he was giving it away?
It was real cryptic. It was like, what do you? Let's see if you can find it.
I got the video.
Play the video.
He might have been giving it away.
Well, it seemed if you were a conspiracy theory, this would give you a rock hard boner. Because listen to this.
Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance. Next generation of taxpayers.
We have no. Just play the whole thing so you don't confuse everybody.
In 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
What the fuck does that mean? I mean, what? You're supposed to say, "Yo, I went to the moon, bitch." You're not supposed to say breakthroughs. That
maybe he's giving it away.
Truth protective layers. Like I don't even understand what that means. The press conference is one of the more fascinating things. If you watch the press conference, again, I was balls deep in this stuff for years. The press conference from 1969 when they returned from the moon is one of the most cryptic, weird things you'll ever see. These guys look like they just stole something and they're being questioned. I've never seen a video where people look like they're more full of shit than that video of the press conference from 1969. It's weird, man. It's weird. They're like fidgety and looking nervous, like they're getting away with something.
So they didn't do it then?
They might have done it. They might have been forced to say some things that they didn't want to say, and that could be part of it.
Absolutely.
You know, they could have done it. But there's a lot of weirdness with the moon landing. It's if you wanted to have like a conspiracy to wrap your head around that's exciting, it's one of the best ones.
Really, but who benefits from it?
The United States government did because it showed military superiority over the Russians, so we were able to do that.
Sure.
It also, it was the Nixon administration. People were just flat out full of shit.
Well, yeah.
I mean, they were just lying to people left and right back then.
That's government, though.
Yeah, but even more so then because it was unchecked. There was no media.
Social media.
Yeah, there's nothing that would expose them for this. And this stuff, they would air it on TV once in 1969. You would never see it again unless you watched it on film. There was no YouTube where you could go back and watch the astronauts on trampolines video. That's my favorite one. You watch that and you go, what in the fuck is happening there? These guys are bouncing up in the air. Like, how are they doing that? Like, they never did. If you watch Apollo 11 when they were moving around on the surface of the moon, it's just like they're moving in slow motion. And then you go to whatever it was, like Apollo 14 or 15 when they were doing the trampoline thing. They're fucking flying through the air. Have you seen it?
I've not. I know. I've never gotten to the moon thing. The flat Earth thing is ridiculous.
Watch this. And like their feet are hidden. Look at this. Watch these guys bounce up in the air. It's like they're on some sort of wire, like they're being yanked up into the air.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what the fuck are they doing? And they're playing, like falling down, and it's very weird. But it could have been that they were really on the moon, and these guys were fucking cowboys and yahoos, and they wanted to bounce around.
Oh, you were posting those videos.
Yeah, I posted
back
those videos back in the day. Yeah, I had a debate on Penn Jillette's radio show with a guy who's an astronomer, and he wasn't willing to admit a lot of stuff that was a fact, like the fact that Wernher von Braun was a Nazi.
Well, why does the flag look so still there?
Well, the flag had a wire, first of all, on the top of it that stiffened it up to make it. But there's videos of the flag moving in a non-existent breeze, which is weird too. And they try to make some logical explanations for why the flag could be moving in a vacuum, and some of it makes sense, but some of it doesn't. Like the wires one is weird. If you watch them fall down, like go to that one right there, Jamie. If you watch, like sometimes they're falling down, and when they're falling down, it looks like they get yanked back up. But I think it might not have been real footage. What they might have done is use some test footage, like right there, Jamie, right there. Let it go. Like, homeboy falls down, and then it looks like he gets yanked back up. Look at this. Whoops.
Oh, he did not. That's not him standing up.
Yeah, what is this?
That's not him standing up. You can't stand up like that.
Right, but you're on the moon. Okay, so you realize you're in 1/6 Earth's gravity.
But there was nothing to make him go like this.
Exactly.
Right? You can't get up without.
Exactly.
Now we go back to MMA because that's what these freaking folk style wrestling's the next generation of MMA. Because you have to turn to your base to get up. You can't look at. There's nothing on the ground. How's he going to get the momentum?
He's getting yanked up. Like he would have super abs. He would have to be like a breakdancer.
No, you can't because. Okay, maybe a breakdancer. But you can't get up without putting a base down, right? Yeah, that was really weird. I never saw
weird. Watch it again. Watch him get yanked up.
Yeah, he's got no base.
Yeah.
It almost seems like that little piece is played in reverse.
Well, it almost does. Yeah, it almost does.
Yeah, that he couldn't stand up like that.
But the thing falls down right afterwards, so it wasn't in reverse. I think it's entirely possible that some of the footage was bullshit. But it doesn't mean that they didn't go to the moon.
Yeah.
It means that overzealous people in
And he only had
press...
1 foot on the ground there, too.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Look at this. Watch.
So he stood up like...
Look at that. It's ridiculous.
He can't do it.
What? His right foot's down, his left foot's up, and he just goes straight up in the air. It is crazy.
That's fake.
But I've never been in 1/6 Earth's gravity, and neither of you.
No,
so maybe it's
Joe,
easier
it's
to
fake,
do.
Dude. Can't stand up like that.
You think that's fake?
That
Ben
video
Askren says we never went to the moon.
I said that video is fake.
No, the video is real. That's from television.
Okay. The video, that guy standing up like that, he got help somehow.
Yeah, well,
you can't stand up like that.
Very well, he could have been on wires. It could have been that they were using that to simulate what it would be like, because they definitely filmed a lot of simulations. They did a lot of that because they wanted to prepare the astronauts. It's entirely possible that some of those simulations got passed off as being an actual video of them on the moon.
Sure.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Or they faked the whole fucking thing. I wasn't there.
I think that Atlantis, because surely that wouldn't have been necessarily the name just through like the change of language, you know, over, let's say 12, 13,000 years ago, which would be the time frame. So like surely there would be several different changes of language, but I think it represented a civilization that was doing great things. They were more global than what many people think would be possible. Atlantis was said to be a kingdom made up of, or an empire, made up of 10 kingdoms. And then there was the lost city of Atlantis, which was the capital, which was said to be made up of concentric circles, 2 of water, 3 of land, and essentially that they were obliterated by a cataclysm as passed down by Plato, although it's worth mentioning that Plato got the story of Atlantis from Solon, who was his uncle separated by 6 generations. But what most people don't realize is that Solon had traveled to Egypt, and so it's the ancient Egyptians is where that tale comes from, which makes it even more bizarre because I would argue that the most spectacular ancient civilization is the Egyptians. I mean,
Jamie, will you pull up the photos of these concentric circles? Tell him.
Yeah, the Richat, R-I-C-H-A-T. It's worth mentioning
he's
that.
Got it already here.
Yeah, in the first couple, I just want to say it's Richat. I used to call it Ricot. I was mispronouncing it. But let me ask you this, Joe, real quick. When you saw my video, was that the very first time you had ever seen this thing before?
Yeah.
That's the thing. So many. When I first saw this, I was like, what the fuck is that? By the way, you see that white? All those white blemishes? That's salt. This was under the ocean. And people, let me just say, you mentioned Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock. I love them. And I know for sure that they don't particularly think this is the site for a few different reasons. So let me say there's absolute doubt. Even I am not 100% certain. I'm not even 100% certain Atlantis existed. What I am certain is that humans were doing spectacular things and a cataclysmic event happened called the Younger Dryas and reset something for somebody.
Is there a natural explanation for this formation?
Yes. So let me say that it is considered to be mysterious. They're not 100% certain of it. However, the consensus is that it was a volcanic dome that had risen and collapsed multiple times, like 100 million years ago, allegedly. I say allegedly. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that. I'm just saying I would like to know where sometimes they get these figures from. Like, explain to me why it was 100 million years ago and not 99 or 98, because here we are talking about how crazy things changed in just the last 12, 13,000 years. So when they throw around these numbers, 1 million years in itself is an incredibly long period of time. But getting back to your question, some had originally thought that maybe it was an impact site from an asteroid or perhaps, but there's no evidence for it. Like there's none of the nano.
The problem is there's these concentric circles. I've never seen anything. I mean, obviously I'm not an archaeologist, but I've never seen anything like this. If you study structures that are like man-made structures, I've never seen anything like this that humans have made. But I've definitely never seen go to that one where
if you just go to Google Earth, you'll be able to find this quite quickly. It stands out, and it's why they call it the Eye of Africa or the Eye of the Sahara. All right, so just pan out a little bit, and it'll provide us with keep going. All that white is salt. In fact, I had a friend, Josh Jacobsen, that went out there and tasted that shit off the fucking ground. That's salt. Because a lot of people say, this was never under the ocean. And I'm like, all right, you see all that? Even Randall Carlson himself, which let me just say, he, for a few reasons, he favors the Azores. He doesn't think this is likely to be the location for a few reasons.
He favors what?
The Azores, the island chain, which would be it's.
And he thinks that was Atlantis?
To him, he's partial towards that. But so he analyzed this site, and you see all those striations, how it looks like the ocean, so that's all water erosion, Joe. And if you scroll in, so remember when Randall was on your show and he showed you the Missoula floodplains and all those giant ripples from the huge current that it went through? This is here. So scroll in, right there where your cursor is, Jamie. Scroll right in. you're going to see those same water ripples. Keep going, because this what you're looking at here is panned out. This is many miles. Like, keep in mind, this structure is 30 miles across.
That's crazy. That looks like the bottom of the ocean, like if you see where the water breaks on the sand.
Yep. And I have
wow,
there's better pictures.
Crazy.
And that, just to clarify, that white is salt, and that is because that's a lot of people don't know, Joe, that the Sahara Desert wasn't a thing until approximately 5,000 years ago. It's only in the last several years, and by the way, I'm quoting MIT research here, that the Sahara goes back and forth from green to desert approximately every 20,000 years. They believe it has something to do with the Earth's tilt, and that's worth discussing. But so this whole area, because people are like, well, that's not Atlantis. I'm like, well, first of all, if the Sahara Desert was a lush green tropical paradise, which had the largest known freshwater lakes ever known to have existed, for example, Mega Lake Chad, which it's like 3 times more water surface than all of the North American Great Lakes combined. It's a big sucker.